10 seconds now on the board. It's a pure DPS race to the finish. 3, 2, 1. They have it. They do. They got it.
All this is going to be sick.
The whole method is posturing up to do something.
What are we going to be doing? Okay, so they void off over, they blink over with the mage. Thanner double grips. Oh my god, so they're skipping the Blastotron X80. This is so cool for Holy Method. Oh my god, that is insanely sweet.
And Holy Method, now with that Lust, getting one unfortunate charge straight to the boss, but they have dodged, actually 2 of them. Health, but this is not what you wanted.
Is about to die pretty quickly here after they press this Arcane Surge. Oh, never mind. No, okay, wait, they gotta die.
They will be ending the day on the triple world record tag. It's not even going to be close.
5%. They're definitely have to check. Triple the blind light, they have to make sure to turn. It's so close, but they're gonna do it with 5 seconds to spare. He's a cat forming.
He's cat forming all the time. He just doesn't care. The pots are out. My team's good. I'm going to do some damn here. I'm going to swipe away.
The wait is over. The Mythic Dungeon International Global Finals are back for day 2. Only 6 teams remain, but not for long. If our players can't push their keys to the ultimate heights, then they're gonna have to face some elimination by day's end. It's all on the line today if our teams want to make it through to Championship Sunday. I am Rook, your humble MDI host yapper, joined by our top tier caster yappers, Nagura, Zyronic, and Dratnos. Now, of course, our finals have been bigger than ever. We've had 8 teams coming in, and it's given us some incredible runs already this weekend. Dratnos, how high do you think that the teams have set the stakes already?
Yeah, I mean, the stakes could not be higher because today we are going to be eliminating 2 more teams. And the thing is, at the top of our leaderboard right now, there's a really exciting battle going on for timing these incredibly high-level keys that we didn't think would even be possible to do. And at the bottom of our leaderboard, 2 teams are going to get eliminated, and the gap between the top and the bottom of our leaderboard is basically nothing. So all of our teams are simultaneously pushing the very highest level of keys and in danger of elimination today.
It's really hard when the competition, honestly, is like this top tier across the board because it feels like it could be anybody's game. So I totally agree with you. It's been so cool seeing how high these stakes already are. But of course, our teams are out to prove that they are the best key pushers in the MDI. But they are also fighting for our largest prize pool in the War Within so far. $300,000 here are on the line, split between our teams. Now, everybody goes home with something, but of course, you want to be higher because you're going to be taking home a lot more for all of that effort. But that's not all that they get, because our top 3 teams will also take home one of these one-of-a-kind Mythic Dungeon International The War Within Season 2 medals. Ooh, no, they're so cool. I love it, honestly. These designs are amazing to see what they come up with, and I feel like this one is just so perfect for Undermine and for this season. So our top 3 teams will be getting one of those for themselves. But while you have hopefully been driving through the streets of Undermine yourself and mastering the art of the drift, we have been blazing a path through the MDI too. So let's review the twists and turns of our roadmap that we've been on up to this point. Now, of course, everything started off in our time trials. That's 24 teams that came out of it, but of course, they're open signups. So everybody, get in, do it, have fun, get a banner. It's a lot of fun to get in there and try. And with those top 24 with their fastest and highest keys, they were able to then move on to the group stages. Now, groups A, B, and C we got to witness here, and the CN region was rebroadcast with our top 2 teams coming out of each of those group weekends and ending up here in the global finals, where they are fighting for those $300,000 on the line, but also, of course, the glory and the skill and the prestige and a lot of world records, which we've already seen. And, you know, Nagura, we have literally seen milliseconds, I think, determining teams' placements and those world records popping up across the leaderboard. So the competition is kind of closer than ever. So how do you think the level of play has changed between groups and finals?
It's day and night, honestly. It almost feels like the group stage was child's play in comparison to what we've seen yesterday. Like, it was just absolutely insane. Like, the teams that we have in this global final is absolutely stacked, and everyone is performing out of their minds, really. Like, just looking at the highest scores that we have seen yesterday and how fast the teams are also, and like, at the end of the day, yes, we did see some reruns, but at the start, for hours, people were just like timing keys left and right, getting all of the 2 chests they needed. and it's just incredible. I think the competition is just really, really tough this time around.
Yeah, I agree. And even those reruns, I mean, it was amazing seeing just how close some of those timers could be, or how impressive some of the amount of time the teams were able to shave off of dungeons, where we were going like, how did they even find those seconds? How do they even find this? It's amazing to see. So, while we were kind of going wild by the end of the day, I think, those world records, constant pushes for the best time, tiebreakers, amping up the action. I mean, Zyro, can you catch everybody up on the day one action that we saw?
I can certainly try, because there was a lot of it, and it's going to be hard to cover all of it. But it was, like you said, it was an action-packed day. Started off the day, remember, revealing the dungeons to the teams for the first time at the top of the show. They didn't know what they were seeing. We saw Cinderbrew Meadery, Motherlode, and Priory of the Sacred Flame as our 3 dungeons, and our teams went to all 3 of the different dungeons to start the day. It was the Motherlode that was the first of the keys that was really pushed up throughout the teams, and we started to see some pretty early mistakes from some of our lower ending teams on the day there. Stamp had a wipe in the middle of the key, didn't prevent them from finishing it, but made the 2 chests all the more slower. I think the standout performance throughout the day yesterday, though, was Wunderbar. We talked a little bit at the top of the show yesterday about how Mandatory was the team in the group stages that we considered to have some of the fastest runs, and we're expecting to see more of that this weekend. But it was Wunderbar who was consistently the fastest team across the board. That's why they're at the top of the leaderboard coming into day 2 today. The 22 Motherlode was the first of the push keys, though, that we saw yesterday, and it was a beast of a key. So many of these pulls are completely lethal on this key level. Ice Spritzers going off on your team, gonna make that first pull impossible. Azerite Extractor AoEs going off with a Rocklands cast, gonna one-shot one of your players. Azerok Adds doing too much damage for your healer to heal through, and also going off with a Resonant Quake will wipe you too. That key was ridiculous. 5 of our teams got that key done yesterday, and all 5 of those teams have qualified through to day 2. But of course, you have to send 2 teams home at the end of day 1, and it was the same pull, that Lust pull in the IPA wing of Cinderbrew Meadery, that took out both Stamp and Green Player here, unfortunately at the end of the day in overtime. It was a beast of a first day, and if today is... if it lives up at all to what we saw yesterday, it's going to be incredibly fun to watch.
Oh, I know. I think it's going to live up to it and then some more. I think it's going to exceed what we even saw yesterday. So I can't wait because, yeah, man, we started things off amazingly here in the Global Finals. And while we had 8 teams who remained at the start of Finals weekend, we're now down to 6. Great play is not going to be enough, and a competition where perfection is needed to set yourself apart. All of our teams have what it takes. So let's review where they're at after day 1. Dratnos, can you start us off by giving us the lowdown on Holy Method?
Yeah, so let's start off, and we've got Holy Method that are our lowest ranked team that's still alive in the tournament. We did have Green Player and Stamp both eliminated yesterday. Holy Method had a pretty good start to their day yesterday. Some players that you'll recognize from the Guild Method, unsurprisingly here, teamed up with Holy to put this team into the MDI. But the big thing that went wrong for them yesterday was in the 22 Motherlode. They wiped over and over again in the last hour of yesterday here, which that sounds like bad news, but it's also kind of good news because if they can fix that, if they can go in there and get that 22 Motherlode on the board, all of a sudden, they'll be caught up. So even though they're in 6th place here, they're really only 1 run away from being right back in the middle of the pack. Definitely not a team to count out in our leaderboard right now. Then up in 5th place coming into today, we have 07. This is a team that has a bunch of kind of superheroes teaming up in a new configuration of teams. So Dr. J, who's played on a bunch of MDI teams over the years, teaming up with Roybin and Shelly, teaming up with Drogo as well. A bunch of people who've been on different high MDI teams over the years. They're in 5th place right now, but they're actually at 63 points as well, so they're only 1 point away from 1st place, and they were the only team to actually improve their scorecard with their final run of yesterday, so they're kind of on a winning streak, while all the other teams are on a losing streak. If you think about it that way, they've just got to carry that forward into today. Then in 4th place, we have Missed Count. Now, Missed Count were coming into today, even though they're at 63 points, 2 of the 3 keys on their scorecard are actually the fastest runs. They're the world record runs in those keys. That's the Motherlode and the Brewery. They're just a key level behind in Priory compared to the top 3 teams, but again, if they fix that, then all of a sudden they will be in 1st place. So they're definitely a team that we should keep our eyes on, another team of veterans that have done really well in several MDIs over the past. And I'll hand it over to Nagura to talk about now the 3 teams tied at 64 points at the top of our leaderboard.
Yeah, we do in 3rd place have Perplex. Perplex, of course, a veteran team that has been around forever. God, yesterday I felt like they were flying a little bit under the radar at the start of the day. just doing their thing. You know, they were timing keys left and right, but we were kind of focusing a lot on Wunderbar, on Mandatory, and how they had those insane runs. But then Perplexed was actually the first team to get that 21 Priory done and did incredibly well on those higher key levels. So Perplexed did incredibly well. Then at the end of the day, they did not attempt a higher key level. They actually reran their 21 Priory again to try and get a better time. So one thing to mention about Perplexed is that their times are not quite as good as Mandatories and Wunderbars, but other than that, they did look very, very consistent. So I do think Perplexed is looking very strong moving into the second day here. Then on second place, we do have Mandatory. Of course, Mandatory, the defending champions here. And one thing we talked about Mandatory from the group stage is that they have those really fast times. And we were expecting them to have the same thing happen to them again. But something, in some dungeons at least, they were not quite as fast as some of the other teams like Miscount, like Dreadnoughts just mentioned, and Wunderbar as well. They did do really well, though, ending up on that 64 score, timing that 21 Priory as well at the very end of the day, timing that 21 Cinderbrew. They're definitely up there with the key levels. Another thing that surprised me a little about Mandatory is that they did not attempt like a higher key level at the end of the day. They didn't try this like 22 Cinderbrew like we've seen Wunderbar do. They did try to reattempt that Mother Load to get a better time there. Does that mean that they cannot do a 22 brew, or does it just mean that they felt like they have to do the 22 Mother Load anyway? We will see. Then Wunderbar in first place from yesterday. Wunderbar at the start did incredibly well yesterday. There were some hiccups that they had at the end of the day as well, as they had to reset some of the keys. But one thing that really stood out about them was their Priory route. Their Priory route is something that is just absolutely insane. We've been talking about it. They've been playing the same route in the group stage as well, and it's just blazing fast. Like they just run through that dungeon, do these like really incredible kind of pulls with the mini boss onto a Brawn Pike and whatnot, and it's just, it looks very difficult, and that's probably why no one else is replicating it. But yeah, somehow they managed to get this super fast time there. They're not as fast as Miscount on the other two dungeons, but this Priory definitely is something that the other teams are having a tough time replicating for sure. So Wunderbar also looking very, very good moving into the second.
There you have it, everybody. I mean, if you missed yesterday, hopefully now you're caught up because, I mean, essentially, in summary, it's close. It's so close. Anybody could take this, but we are obviously back in an elimination format. So let's go ahead and talk a little bit more about how things will work with that versus our group stages. Now, of course, we had 8 teams coming in this weekend. This is the TGP format now. So MDI is TGP is MDI. And those points will be awarded based on how high those keystones are. Of course, though, tiebreakers still bring in that time element, which has been closer than ever here, these global finals. We'll have 5 hours of gameplay today, and at the end of the day, 2 teams that come in at the lowest score will be eliminated. Now, Zyro, this has been a pretty incredible, pretty epic weekend so far, and what bigger kind of stories have you seen emerging as we come out of day one?
I think there are 2 things in particular I want to point out. And for those two particular things, it's one team for each I want to highlight. So first off, Perplexed. Talked about this a little bit yesterday as well, but they've really been playing extremely well. Again, this is a team that has never, as a team of Perplexed players, won an MDI, and they've looked incredibly strong this time around. And the question yesterday was, in the global finals, are they going to play that strong? In Dragonflight, they had some issues where they just kind of faltered when it came to the global finals. They're right up there with the top 3 right now. If they can continue playing like that, continue being consistent, we could see them compete for the title. They're a team that we definitely have to look at. On the other hand, missed count, like you alluded to in the top of the show here when we were talking about the teams, they're a team that has always been one of the favorites to win the TGP, but in the middle day, it's usually been on day 2, something has just gone wrong for this team where they haven't been able to push their keys up as consistently as the top teams, or they haven't been able to get to the highest key pushes, and they just falter a little bit. We've always considered this team a front runner. We think they can win, but they've just never really been quite able to live up to that potential. They kind of faltered a little bit at the end of yesterday, but they had 2 world record keys, so they're like still in the midst of the competition. Can they have a good day 2 and potentially compete for the title this time around?
No, I love it. You're right. I mean, we have teams that came in that we were like, hey, they're going to be so strong, but it really feels like this time around, it is that opportunity. It is that time where some of those teams who have just been trying for so long are in form and in shape. They've been right up there at the very top. So it'll be huge. Will our reigning champions and those high up teams hold their ground, or will these teams that have been fighting for so long actually be able to pull it off and win for themselves? I mean, we'll see. But of course, our groups knew a bit about the competition so far in group weekends, particularly in relation to our dungeons. We revealed them to them in advance, but they have been kept a secret for the finals. So yesterday we had 3 dungeons put in the pool, and today we'll have 2 more coming in as we do that 3-2-1 format again. So Dratnos, what 2 dungeons do you think would be most oh, here they are. We got it. They're right here. No suspense. Nigger, that's incredible. Like, are you a fortune teller? You can use
Oh my god.
All right, well,
a 19 as well. I mean, that was kind of to be expected.
It does
I
make
guess that
sense.
we're gonna go a key level up, right? But
Yeah, the big
starting
thing
on
that's
a
missing-
19 is crazy.
The fact that these 2 dungeons are here and not the Darkflame Cleft, that was the dungeon that maybe would mean it would take some pressure off the Motherlode of being the highest level key that the teams could maybe do. These ones aren't going to go as high as the Motherlode, so I think that means that we may see teams flirting with the 23 Motherlode today if they think it's possible. That is a very high value keystone, but of course, they are going to generally start off picking up points in the dungeons that we have just revealed. So right off the bat, we are going to see Perplexed maneuvering into Operation Floodgate. 07 looks like they are zoning into the theater. Theater's going to be a fun one to watch because in our group weekends, we saw a lot of different teams using different comps in theater. I wonder if that's going to hold true in the global finals as well, or if we're going to see the same thing we saw in Cinder Meadery, where there's going to be a sort of deviation back towards the same meta comp that people are using in the other dungeons, even though, we saw Resto Shamans, Enhancement Shaman, Marksmanship Hunter, all those sorts of things looking quite good in the theater in the group stages.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see. It looks like in Theater of Pain, I see some teams in there, and it doesn't look like there's any kind of weird or different classes there, which, yeah, I was also thinking that maybe a hunter that could be very strong there, or maybe even some like physical focused comp. It doesn't look like it. One thing to note, of course, about these comps, it is technically possible that a different comp would be stronger, but if it doesn't allow you to do one higher key level, then is it worth it for the teams to practice a different comp? Because practicing a completely different comp is very tough for the MDI, even if you focus it on like one whole dungeon, because all of a sudden you have different utility calls that you need to make, different shoutouts for interrupts, disrupts, CC, all that kind of stuff, different defensives, and that is something that's very hard to adjust. So I do think these different kind of classes or different comps would really only see play if it really allows them to do one higher key level, which I think in a Theater of Pain is going to be very tough.
We do have a comp difference from Wunderbar here. They are playing the Frost Death Knight instead of the Unholy Death Knight there, so it doesn't look like it, but it is actually a substantially different plan for Wunderbar in Theater of Pain. A dungeon where a lot of our teams actually found problems with Unholy. Just a little bit awkward cooldown timings. You have a big 45-second and 90-second cooldown on that spec, and there's a lot of navigating around the dungeon and pull timing that's just a little bit awkward for it. So it looks like instead, Wunderbar opting for the Frost Death Knight, you get to still have all that great Death Knight utility in this dungeon, a few great spots for Death Grips, and also, of course, just having an indestructible DPS with that anti-magic shell is a really nice thing to keep, even if you want to swap off of the Unholy.
Yeah, very interesting. We'll see what the other teams do in their TOPs, as we currently have a complete half-half split right now. 3 teams deciding to go to Floodgate, Mandatory, Perplex, and Miscount, while the other 3 teams deciding to go to the Theater of Pain. So we're going to see a little bit of a half-half split here, which is good to know, and good to compare some of the boss timers and boss splits too as well. As we already see Miscount and Mandatory in the right, they are in Floodgate, and they are taking completely different routes too. Miscount doing this route where they immediately go to Big Mama, and Mandatory is playing quite a bit of trash first. One thing to note, I guess, as well, is Mandatory, they have shown us such a fast route in Floodgate in their group stage. And it was the last group stage, and all of the other teams were able to see that and possibly could have copied it or like iterated on it. So that's something that we're going to have to take an eye on. And also, if Miscount or if Mandatory is even playing the same route, like maybe they also just reinvented their own route and are even quicker.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to keep an eye on. Now, of course, we do have 6 teams that are playing right now, and we're not going to be able to show all of them. We'll only be able to show one on the big screen at any given time. So if you want to watch any of the other teams, you want to keep track of the action from some of your favorite players, we are requiring at least one person from each of these teams to be streaming live. So you can go check them out. There's some chat commands and stuff, information there. You can find all of our teams streaming and watch them as much or as little as you want. You can keep track of all these runs, as Miscount are going to get the next kilo block barrier here at 23%. It's going to be a little scary for a while, as those Mecha Drones still have a decent amount of health. Some Dark Fuse soldiers going to be coming in as well. That means the tank is in a decent amount of danger right now, but the good news for Kira is that he still has that last resort available, even as his Electro Crush is going to come in. It's not going to be too scary, and once they kill off these last Mecha Drones, they should just have the boss to take care of. A couple of Inspectors are going to get pulled in as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see an Ursul's Vortex keeping them in with the surprise inspection jump outs that they do, and I think Big Mama's just going to go down during this jumpstart cast, which is a good sign even before the cast finishes, so maybe they'll be able to beat that push on the 20 or even 21 floodgate that might be in the future here.
And we are seeing Hearthjax already moving up to click that, click the, what is it even, chests that you have to click?
Yeah, the bombs, explosives.
The bombs, exactly, to make sure that they can spawn a boss. While also not pulling that pack that you really want to avoid. But in the meantime, we do have Wunderbar here, as they are moving through their Theater of Pain, and they're not going to that staff wing first, which is something that we've seen a lot recently from all of these MDI teams. So Wunderbar changing up their route quite a bit. 07, we can see them move to that staff wing. This is really something that I expected most teams to do again. But yeah, it looks like we do see a little bit of a deviation here from Wunderbar.
Both 07 and Holy Method are also playing the Frost DK instead of the Unholy DK in here, so that strat looks like it's somehow percolated among all of our different teams. But yeah, it's cool to see the Zav Wing is usually what we're seeing out of teams, but Wunderbar instead opting for that Ghost Wing. Now, they're pulling like a lot of casters here, getting them all chained together, and then hit the Solar Beam. But yeah, this is the entire Bone Reaver platform, all at the same time here. Now, the Ghost Wing was actually an area back in Shadowlands. I believe it was a Shadowlands MDI, or maybe a Great Push, where Wunderbar pioneered a Pandaren strat for this area for the fall damage reduction, and they would just jump off the side early and land on a future platform you weren't supposed to be able to get to. I don't think that's. I mean, I don't see any Pandaren on the board here, and I think that was changed a little bit with this version of Theater of Pain. But it's always nice when we have these returning dungeons that some MDI history happened in them with these very teams.
Yeah, I do want to take a quick look at Wunderbar here, because there's one interesting thing you can do in this Ghost Wing here. So there's actually like a skip you can do and a snap. That is something that Benchers told me about from Physical GodCon. So apparently, on that very last platform where you have those 3 mobs, you can actually just shadow melt, like the whole group shadow melts, uses the portal, and one player, before entering the portal, puts something down on the floor that will then trigger combat after you have crossed the portal, and then you just snap it into the boss, right? Which is something that would give you a lot of funnel for the mage in this case. And of course, there's also like souls that you can pull on top that maybe you haven't pulled before, but it's more efficient to pull that pack up, because skipping the souls on the very first pull of the wing is that's not saving any time, right? But pulling that last pack onto the boss, that saves your whole pull. So that is definitely something that would be very beneficial if Wunderbar is going to be pulling it.
And it looks like Wunderbar now are fighting a Portal Guardian. And then they're gonna... So, it looks like they actually have gone on they're going on a count collecting adventure.
Yeah.
They're gonna get someone... Are they just skipping, like, all the counts of the rest of the dungeon? What's going on here? This is now the third, like, major platform that Wunderbar are playing. Here's a replay where we can see how they started this. So we went to this double Bone Magus pull. And it looks like they were jumping. Oh, is that the Test Pilot's Go pack that Clix was using there to get a movement speed increase? I think it might be. Wow, so they're not playing Pandaren, but they don't need it to do the same sort of idea as they had back in the Shadowlands of just jumping off that platform and going onto this Bone Reavers thing. And then I think they may have gone backwards to a Portal Guardian platform and then forwards in the other direction to this double Death Speaker platform. So they're going to have done 3 of these massive trash count platforms, collecting just a huge amount of count here, and getting some good use. That's, I think, the first time I've seen really good use out of the Test Pilots Go pack. That's a very rare item from the raid this tier, and it gives you a 150% sprint that decays over 1 second down to 0. So it's pretty hard to use it all that effectively, but if you use it right before a big jump, you're going to keep that speed for the whole jump, and that was what let Wunderbar, what let Clix especially, get that movement speed he needed there.
That is so cool to see. And then the bone mages from that platform that they jumped from also snapped to them afterwards. And we might see the skip
so they're
here, as I
definitely
talked about.
setting this up. Yeah. So they're skipping up here, and then now is probably going to meld, Sigil of Flame, and then come up, or maybe just leave it down there even. Yeah, it looks like they don't even need that count. They're just saying, you know what? We don't need those guys. We're just going to skip them. We're never fighting. We're never going to fight 3 mobs at the same time. We're Wunderbar. We're fighting either bosses or 10 or more enemies anytime we're in combat.
Yeah, this is absolutely insane. Really nice strategy here by Wunderbar, making sure they're so they're doing a bunch of platforms, right? Which seems like, oh, is this worth it? They have to do so many platforms, but they're skipping the low count platforms where there aren't many enemies on it. They don't do that double Magus platform. I mean, they do, but they
snap it.
Snap them to another platform, and then they skip the last platform, which only has 3 enemies on it. And they do all of the other platforms that have a lot more than 3 enemies. So this is like a very, very efficient route they're doing here, which requires some moving back and forth, but it looks very cool for sure. We'll see if it's gonna cost them to have a much faster Theater of Pain run compared to the other teams.
Yeah, I mean, remember, we're starting these dungeons today at plus 19, which is an incredibly high keystone level. That was the ceiling of a lot of our keys in the group weekend, and it's the floor here in the global finals. The question for me is, like, is this route from Wunderbar going to be fast enough to 2-chest the plus 19? But we shouldn't spend our whole time talking about Wunderbar, because we do have a bunch of other teams inside important dungeon runs as well. We're about 10 minutes into our day, which means we're reaching the second Bloodlust for several of our teams. Missed Count are on an adventure through some of the wildlife here. Just 10 minutes into the dungeon, they are going to be fighting the Blood Warper plus Hyenas pull. Now, this is an interesting pull. We don't always see this set of enemies pulled. When we do, it's typically at the end of the dungeon after teams poured out after doing the last boss. We've seen teams like 07 in their group stages. They would do this pull with this Blood Warper after killing the last boss. Missed Count instead deciding to make this their second Bloodlust of the dungeon after going Big Mama first. Very cool way to set this up. I wonder what the thought process is here. I mean, I guess this is just a way to get 4 good lusts in the dungeon, including one on the last boss, instead of doing the last one after the last boss.
This is a very interesting adaptation. I think I like it. It depends also like what kind of trash they can skip, what kind of trash pools, and of course they also have to deviate from their route a little bit from like the boss path. Right, because obviously the fastest way to do the dungeon when it comes to just movement is going from boss to boss, and they are moving backwards from Big Mama to this pull and then have to move to Demolition Duo afterwards. So from a movement point of view, it's going to be a little bit slower, but maybe it is more efficient and they can skip some trash that wouldn't be as good otherwise. Mandatory now did reach Big Mama as their second boss after Demolition Duo, did commit that Bloodlust as well at the very start, and we do know how nicely Mandatory is moving on this boss fight. You can see they are positioning themselves in a perfect kind of position to make sure that the ads that are spawning after this jump start are going to be charging into this pillar, into the side, and then they're making sure they're again having them charge back into the corner as well, so they never really move. And now they're going to position Big Mama onto another area where they can do the same thing or something very similar. So there we go. We can see them have that charge go into the wall, and now they're positioning themselves again towards a wall, so they never have those mecha drones move very far away from the boss, which is super important for the mage's damage, because if they move too far away, of course, you're not getting that bonus, that funnel bonus from the mage.
Yeah, it's always something that all of these routes are trying to optimize, is these arcane mages, making sure that we're just keeping those targets under the priority target pretty much at all times, or if that doesn't work out, like on Cult the Rock, for instance, we saw earlier, you know, Gingy would stand behind those souls so that at least the arcane orb was going to pass through them and generate those extra arcane charges. As you can see, Wunderbar now in that Cult, or in that Zav the Unfallen wing, a little bit interesting because right now they're sitting on Bloodlust, and I'm not sure when they're going to get to press this Lust. I guess this might just be a factor of the plus 19 Keystone because they're going so quickly in here. Maybe the idea was actually to use that second Lust on Kultharok, but they got there too quick to be able to do that.
I would assume that is true. Yes, here I guess they're saving it for maybe the champion pool, which might make sense.
Maybe.
Or they're holding it.
Maybe
for
you're just
Zap
holding
as
it for
well.
like Mordretha at this point because you think you're only getting one
Maybe.
more Lust.
Yeah, that is also very possible. They are very fast. They still have to do the whole Gore Chop wing afterwards, so we'll see. I do think they're going to be able to get one first. 2 more in? I don't know. We'll have to see how fast they are. But now we're going to see a double mini-boss skip here, as we do see the speed boost come through from Clicks and Beating Roar. And now they are dealing with this champion pack here, this captain pack. That, of course, can be very difficult with those Arbalists. Just doing so much damage with those bleeds that they apply. You can see one of them hitting Gingy there. And dropping him incredibly low. You can see on a 19 already, those cloth wearing classes just so squishy against these shots from the Arbalist, but also, of course, the bleed. The bleed actually not actually getting mitigated by armor, so it doesn't actually matter how much armor you have. That bleed will do the same amount of damage.
Yeah, no good way to clear it in this comp as well. We don't have evokers or anything like that with that cauterizing flame, so Gingy just going to activate Ice Cold as he gets hit by another one of these. Ooh, miscount. Having a death here on their DK. 2 B-reses, though, so shouldn't be the end of the world.
Yeah, one thing that can happen on this boss is that the teams tend to just pull extra stuff onto this boss here. And some of the mobs that they're pulling, depending on what it is, can be pretty dangerous. Because there is a lot of random group damage that is happening on this fight. And if you're pulling mobs that are doing additional damage to your group, which we've seen teams do, then that can be very deadly if you're not ready with something like Shadow Melt or something like Major Defensive. So maybe that is something that happened here to Verb. Either way, we do see Perplex already on that Kelp pool, and they are about to engage Swamp Phase as well. So Perplex is actually pretty fast in their floodgate too.
Yeah, Perplex looking good. They've got the cooldowns and the AoE crowd control rotation very well handled. Meanwhile, Wunderbar here working on Zav the Unfallen. I believe we have a graphic available of the route that they took through, and they finally hit that Lust as well here on Zav, by the way, answering our question, as that is going to expire. But yeah, maybe we can take a look at exactly how they pulled that Kultharok wing at the very start of the dungeon, if we can pull it up, the set of enemies they pulled, just to visualize it. I think we have a screenshot from MDT that we are currently getting ready to pull up, so we can maybe take a look at that while they are working on this boss, because it is a very interesting way that they decided to pull through there. Super efficient, and I wonder what they're going to skip later as well. I wonder if in the Gore Chop wing they're going to be able to skip a bunch of trash as a result of this. But yeah, here we go. We have it now available for you to see. This is the section and how they pulled it at the start of the dungeon. So a very standard start to the Kultharok wing, followed immediately by extremely non-standard, that jump with those Magi in that pull 3, and then backtracking to pull 4, forward the other direction to pull 5, just getting all the counts in this area, which means, yeah, they can maybe just do like the one big pull at the start of the Gore Chop wing and then have somebody like tag Gore Chop and grip them all down or something.
Ooh.
I have no idea what the plan's going to be here. Because I know
That's
there
a
used to
good
be
point.
tech with that. Yeah, that people did.
There is, yeah, so there's definitely tech with that, right? Because if you pull Gore Chop, whenever he does the grip to get everyone in, he will grip you through like the ceiling, basically. It's like a radius, like a globe around the boss and not just like Z-axis. So it's very interesting. That could be something they do. The problem is, maybe that is why they all play Shadow Melt as well. Interesting. I would love to see that later. There might be something going on in this Gore Chop wing for sure. The gas pick does have true sight, so whoever is going down to pull will get in combat with that mob, and it might be a little bit problematic. We'll see. In the meantime, we do have miscount here now on Swamp Face. Keep in mind, we're starting, like the dungeons that were announced today, that they're playing today, both Theater of Pain and Floodgate, they start on a 19 key level already, which is absolutely crazy. And we don't know if it's possible to see some 2 chests here. Also, the teams did not know that they're starting on a 19. They kind of assumed it, I guess, from yesterday, right? Because obviously yesterday we announced the 18 dungeons, and they probably assumed that the dungeons that get announced today are 19. So that means they probably were able to theorize some of their routes, right? They were thinking, okay, can we two-chest all of these dungeons that are possible to be released today? Can we two-chest them on a 19? And if not, if you're like really close to two-chest, what is it we have to change with our route? So I'm sure all of the teams are thinking about that for sure.
Yeah, it's funny because, you know, with the formats that we've had in the group stages, being able to get that two-chest or not was actually a huge deal. Whereas with this format, it's a little bit less important, actually, because it seems like the teams are going to have the time today to attempt these high-level keys, and whether or not you two-chest, you know, saves you maybe 30 minutes of the, honestly, maybe 2 hours that you're going to have today to do whatever you want with if you don't wipe in the pushing up section of these keystones. So it's maybe even a little bit less of a big deal than it was in the group stages, but, I mean, the key level is so high. It would be so incredible to be able to two-chest these 19s. And you gotta wonder, does that mean we're starting tomorrow at the plus 20 level for whatever dungeon we reveal tomorrow? That might be just as high as it goes, depending on which dungeon it is.
Yeah, that was so interesting. Now, there is something that happened to Holy Method, as I did see them zone out.
No!
Theater of Pain.
That is not something that they can sustain. They already are behind. They came into the day behind, and they're resetting their key. Let's take a look at the replay of exactly what happened here for, unfortunately, Holy Method. This was from a little bit ago. The Bone Magi hit with that incapacitating roar, and then they're running forward, and they're going to meld to try and take this portal. We do have a couple dwarves, actually, so not everybody's going to be able to do that. Everybody has to not be in combat. And then they got in combat with this Portal Guardian.
Oh.
Huh.
Yeah, so I guess they did not drop combat, like, because I don't see fragments here either. It looks like...
Maybe they just missed the kick on...
Yeah, but we didn't see all the players there, so maybe that's why they missed the kick. Maybe somebody that was... Right, because I didn't see fragments there, I don't think. So maybe Fragments was left behind, wasn't able to click the portal, and then did not manage to get the interrupt on the mobs that they were supposed to interrupt. I don't know. Like, either way, as you're stating, this is really bad for Holy Method. Holy Method, not only did they not have a great day yesterday, they need to perform up to everyone else's standard today to not get eliminated. And on top of that, they need to perform even better than the other teams because they need to catch up the points from yesterday, right? One thing to mention that you also just pointed out a little bit is that since only 2 dungeons were announced today and they're in a 19 key level, that means that we're going to see a lot of chase keys and push keys at the end of the day. So I don't think it's as tragic that they have to do a reset here, but it's not good for their morale, for sure, right? Because yesterday didn't go as well as they thought it would, and if at the start of the day they already have the 19 reset, I don't think that's going to be good for their mental.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be tough for them to overcome here because, you know, they do have time to catch up still today, but all the other teams also have that time and don't need to catch up. But Perplexed getting killed here. Divine, it looks like just getting hit by that first auto attack with no Demon Spikes, no anything like that up on Giesel Gigazap. Normally the boss just jumps into the middle on pull here, but it did do one cheeky auto attack that I think just took Divine out without having any of that mitigation up. The B-Res is going to land, and so hopefully this is going to be okay. But Divine actually a little bit light on cooldowns here. No meta or anything like that for this Thunder Punch. Looks like going to be able to mitigate that one, though, fairly easily. That Immolation Aura rolling, keeping him a little bit tankier. Wow, that's a uncharacteristic mistake for Perplexed, but it's not going to cost them. In fact, the 2-chest timer is still potentially in range here, as all of our teams now are nearing the end of their dungeon runs. 3 minutes, 20 seconds left for both Miscount and Perplexed. Wunderbar having a death, though, over on their mage on Gorechop. They still have 5.5 minutes for the 2-chest in theater, as it has a slightly longer timer than the Floodgate does. But I wonder if that's in range. They are going to get a Lust at the end of Mordretha.
I do actually think Wunderbar is in 2-chest range here, as Mordretha, actually a boss fight that is pretty fast in comparison to some of the other boss fights. It's not actually taking as long at all. One thing to note, though, that I think Miscount might not have enough time, as they pulled the boss with a little bit over 3 minutes left, which could be enough with Bloodlust and all the cooldowns running. We're going to have to see. Mandatory, though, definitely had a lot more time for Gigasap here, as they were pulling the boss around 4 minutes left. And Perplex as well at around 4 minutes too when they were pulling the boss. So both Perplex and Mandatory looking a little bit better compared to Miscount, which is interesting because yesterday Miscount looked so fast. You know, like he's holding 2 world records as the fastest time, except in that Priory.
Yeah, these deaths might be pivotal at the end of the day as well. Perplexed, I think, just ahead of this 2-chest timer, but it's going to be very close. That Lust is rolling for them, but when it finishes, their damage is going to decelerate dangerously. Miscount, meanwhile, are going to be extremely close on this 2-chest timer. Still 62% of the boss's HP here, and their Lust is just expired as well. And I wonder if their route maybe is overcooked in this dungeon, or maybe it'll work better at the higher key level, and it's just a little bit less optimal down at this lower key level to be doing the Hyena Blood Warper pull the way that they did.
Yeah, and that's interesting, right? Like, as you mentioned earlier, like the 2 chests, we kept saying how important they are in the group stage, and also yesterday I think they were pretty important, but today maybe not so much. So maybe Miscount is kind of focusing on like a higher key strategy where they can maybe do 1 key level higher and go with like less risky trash pulls. And they are just going to run 1 extra dungeon to get to the key level they want to. Maybe that's not actually going to be the end of the world. But we're going to have to see. They have 1 minute left. The boss is at 39%. I do think that's going to be really tough for them. In the meantime, Wunderbar at the end of their 19th Theater of Pain. 3 minutes, 17 seconds left as they are engaging Mordretha. I think it could be enough, but it's going to be really close, I think.
Yeah, this is going to be a very tight finish. This is a very exciting spot here of our day. So it's the Floodgates that are going to finish first. Wunderbar definitely on that pace for the 2 chests in their theater, but Perplexed working on the end of this boss. 35 seconds to go. They are going to be able to clear this timer. They have all the count that they need, even with that one-off tank death at the start of this pull. That's the only death they had all dungeon, so the 2 chest is going to be secured for them. On the other hand, for Miscount, they are going to be on the wrong side of that 2 chest timer, missing out by a handful of seconds here, and Mandatory are going to be even slightly faster than Perplexed. A 0-death run, a fantastic start to the day for them. Can we check in with 07 briefly over in the theater? And yeah, 07 actually are going to be there. They have 6 deaths on the board, so they are not only not going to be 2-chesting this theater, they're going to have maybe a hard time even timing this key. It's going to be close. I think they're still on the good side of the timer, but things going pretty poorly for them, but not as poorly as they've gone for Holy Method, who had to restart their first key of the day, the only team put into that unenviable position. Miscount are going to secure the dungeon, missing the 2 chest, however, and Wunderbar are going to be hitting that 2 chest in their Theater of Pain.
They? I don't think it's going to be a
bit
bit
maybe
close.
not.
There's 1 minute
So they've got
40
Lust
left.
here.
They do have Lust, yes. They did actually snap up some mobs that we do have a replay for after we look at the end of this boss fight, which did seem very cool. But now they are in that second phase. We did see that intermission come through, the disc bubble being used to mitigate some of this damage. They are saving their Lust for all cooldowns coming up in just a moment.
They still count as well. Look at this. They're probably gonna pull in the ritualist.
Yes.
Yeah, there it is right now.
They're
gonna get the rest of their count in the Lust with the execute under the boss here. 1 minute and 16 seconds left. This is gonna be such a tight timer. Oh, Click's going down. That's gonna lose them 15 seconds and a B-res. And Lust has just been pressed as well. That's gonna be falling off the Moonkin. Now the Moonkin, maybe the best player to die here, probably the least important for the damage, but I think it's still potentially going to cost them. Gingy doing the best he can to live up to his name and pump on these mobs as the Sigil of Chains comes out, grips them all under the boss, into that Solar Beam. An unlucky charge spawn, though, from right under the boss is going to zone them all off and make those contenders charge away from the boss. 22% now in 30 seconds. I think if they didn't have that death, they would have been chilling here, but with that death, I think they are going to be on the wrong side here. The surge is coming.
They're just coming, but out of Bloodlust, right? The timers for their offensive to cooldown is not really lining up as the surge is now up and Gingy is pressing that, so the boss is going to be melting. But is it going to be enough? They only have 10 seconds left. Now they finished off all the trash, which means they don't get the extra funnel in, but the boss is in execute. 4 seconds left. I think they're not quite going to be making it. By only a couple of seconds. Wunderbar missing out on the 2 chest here, this plus 19 Theater of Pain.
Uncharacteristic, sloppy 2-death run from Wunderbar. Of course, That's, still a great run, all things considered, but they will not be happy with that one. Here's that skip. So they skip past all the mobs at the start of this Gore Chop wing. That's how they're so fast in this dungeon, and even in range of two-chesting there, tagging those mobs, and then taking the gate on up. And then those mobs will all snap upstairs to join them. And they don't fight the 3 mobs at the front of the dungeon here until midway through the boss fight as well. This is a very, very Wunderbar thing to do. Finding a way to fight mobs at the start and the end of a boss fight is such a huge efficiency thing.
Yeah, this is very interesting. I love that. So technically the strat, of course, is very good. And I do think that on the higher key levels, this is going to give them a lot of damage because... I do think it's supposed to be lining up with their Cane Surge as well, like that Bloodlust and that pull. I do think that there's just some mistakes when it comes to cooldown assignment on top of the deaths that they had, of course. And, of course, clicks going down there with the Bloodlust just sealed the deal there at the very end. Yeah, 07, they are now fighting Moretha too. They do have a little bit less than 4 minutes left, which is enough to finish off this boss, but they, of course, do need to make sure no one is dying here. They already had those 6 deaths on the board. And yeah, Holy Method having issues again, as they do have their DK go down. Fragrance is down. Boss is really low though, so they should be able to still finish off the fight. But, oh no, Fragrance actually is not that. He's just down in the arena. Okay, there we go. So it wasn't, it just looked like he was up because there's literally 0 health left on the front.
It looks like Holy Method are going to be able to get this boss taken care of, though. So this run at least starting off a little bit better for them. But yeah, I think at the start of our day, I would say it's Mandatory who've had the best opener here, and Perplexed a tiny bit slower than them, but also doing really well. Problem with Perplexed now is there's 4 dungeons where it looks like they aren't the fastest team in them. Even if they are able to keep up in key level, they are going to need to actually start either going a key level higher or being faster in some of these dungeons if they want to win tomorrow.
Yeah, and as we're talking about Perplexed, they do have a full wipe and have to reset their run here.
Ooh.
As they ended up wiping on one of their trash pulls. It looks like it was the second pull. So not
21
too much
floodgate
time
is
left.
crazy.
Yes, they're in the 21
That key
floodgate.
level is already, I don't believe it's ever been done on the live servers. Yeah, the highest floodgate to ever be done on the live servers is a +20, so this would be a world record key that our teams are just brazenly attempting as their second dungeons of the day here, going straight from a 2-chested 19 into the 20. It's worth noting as well that on the live servers, the 2-chested 19 has also never happened.
Yeah, we did see a death there from 07 at the very end of the Mordretha fight. They did have Battle Rest though, so I do think they're going to be able to finish up that 19th Theater of Pain. Just fine, 10% left on the boss, 1 minute 40, so they should be okay here. They're a little bit scary for them, thinking about the higher key levels here, right? If they have 7 deaths on a 19 already, it's not boding too well for them when it comes to the higher key levels. They cannot have those same mistakes, at least, on the higher levels. It is possible that it was just a warm-up key and they're going to be able to execute it just fine on the higher key levels. But yeah, there we go. It is 07 now finishing off this key. The only team that has not finished up a dungeon so far was Holy Method because of that reset. And now we do see that updated leaderboard with that score coming through from those 19s done.
Yeah, Wunderbar, even though they went to a much slower dungeon, still have the time tiebreaker over Mandatory and Perplexed based on the dominance in those first 3 dungeons. Meanwhile, 07, having gone to that slower dungeon compared to Missed Count, are now 7 minutes and 41 seconds behind them across the 4 dungeons that the teams have both done. Of course, that's all going to go away, or not all going to go away, but that's going to get reduced when they, both head into the other dungeons of the Floodgate and the Theater. But the big question for me is, will Holy Method be able to clutch it out and actually put this Theater on the board? I don't think they're playing for the 2-chest. I don't think anybody except for Wunderbar really have a route that lets you 2-chest to +19. But man, Wunderbar have such a great route in that Theater of Pain, as all of our teams now, except for Holy Method off of that reset, are entering their second dungeons of the day.
Yeah, and then of course Missed Count not getting the 2-chest to the Floodgate means they have to do that +20 first. Well, Perplexed and Mandatory are moving on to the 21. One thing to note, the titles pointed out, is apparently Missed Count is not playing Eye of Kazan in their Floodgate here because of the route that they're doing. We talked about it a little bit earlier, where they do this like Hyena Blood Warper pool, and they are moving around quite a lot out of combat. which would mean that Eye of Kazan would drop stacks very quickly and it wouldn't be very efficient to run. So that's maybe why they didn't get the 2 chest as well, like missing out on that Eye of Kazan stacks. Like, that is just such a huge damage increase if you're playing around it. So yeah, interesting route choice from Miscount. I wonder if that really is going to be paying off for them on the higher key levels, because in my opinion, it's only really going to pay off if they manage to do 1 key level higher than everyone else, because otherwise they're still going to be looking pretty bad on the time tiebreaker, right?
Here comes that jump. Down goes Wunderbar. The life grip going to catch now as well. They're healing back up, waiting for that snap to successfully happen. And now starting off this pull, even a Shackle Undead on one of those Magi, keeping it under control until everything is within range for an Incapacitating Roar, into a Sigil of Chains, into a Solar Beam, into a Sigil of Silence. Oh, actually, Sigil of Silence isn't going to be available here, so they're going to have to bully these mobs for a little while after this Solar Beam expires here. Let's see how they do that. It's going to be Chaos Nova first. We've got a Blinding Sleep potentially available here. That's going to come out next. And it looks like the mobs are going to die before too much else is needed. 1 Supernova from Gingy is going to take care of the last few, followed up by a Blast Wave, and then individual kicks are enough to handle that last Bone Magus. Nice play by Wunderbar. This strategy looks like it's going to scale up into the higher key levels pretty nicely.
Yeah, that's a very cool strategy. Now we do see them move backwards, right? They're going to be going to that platform that usually we don't see teams go to if they went to this Bone Reaver platform first. But we looked at their route earlier. They're just playing all of the big platforms and they're skipping the smaller platforms. Well, they're not quite skipping the first small platform. They are snapping it, but they are skipping the last like triple enemy platform and playing everything else, which allows them to skip quite a bit of trash in that Gore Chop area. We didn't actually see exactly what they did in the Gore Chop area. Maybe we can take a look at that afterwards once they are there. Yeah, very nice route here by Wunderbar. We're gonna have to take a look at what the other teams are doing in TOP once they get there, the teams that are currently in Floodgate. One thing that I always like about dungeons like TOP is they seem somewhat linear, right? Like once, of course you can choose which wing to go to, but once you have chosen the wing, there's only really so much trash that you can do. And then other teams chose to skip the obvious things, like the mini bosses, right? They are obviously not as efficient as doing bigger pulls, and it makes sense. But whenever we do have dungeons like this, where it is somewhat linear and you cannot really iterate too much on what you can do, then all of a sudden teams start cooking up these insane routes where they do crazy stuff like this. So I really, really love to see this here from Wunderbar.
Yeah, exactly. It would have been so easy for Wunderbar to just take the route that everybody else was doing and be like, yeah, we can do this, and then execute it, and maybe even execute it more cleanly and more quickly than some of our other teams. That's something that a team like Wunderbar is known to be able to do, but they just were not interested at all in doing that. They came in with a cook in the Theater of Pain. Like you said, in a dungeon that it's maybe not obvious how you could cook that much in here, but they have certainly found a way, as 07, it looks like setting up. Maybe Drogo's pulled some stuff here. A little interesting chain pull into the first pull of the Zav wing. I saw him getting life gripped and leaping. And yeah, it looks like we are going to be fighting at least one enemy from the Gore Chop wing, a diseased horror. It looks like just a diseased horror as well. Maybe the idea is to bring up the target count in this pull to 5. That's good for Dr. J. And also remove some of the danger and one of the high health enemies when they do that big pull in the Gore Chop wing later.
Yeah, I think that makes sense because in that Gore Chop wing you do have 2 high health targets and ideally you only have 1, right, to funnel off of.
Yeah.
So it does make sense here. And if they finish off the Arbalest first here in this pull, which you probably do want to do on the higher key levels because it is such a dangerous mob to have on top of the mini-boss, it does make sense to have like 1 extra mob that you can funnel onto. Yeah, we do see the skip here come through again from Wunderbar, where they skipped that last platform I've talked about a few times. Now is the one getting in combat with them. Everyone else is trying to walk past without getting in combat. If not, they all do have Shadow Melt available to be able to click the portal, because you cannot actually click the portal if you're in combat. So it's actually really important to have that Shadow Melt, at least for now, but it's also possible for the other team members to get in combat because it's such a small platform. It's hard to like move past them without potentially getting in combat, so that's why they all probably also have Shadow Melt. to be able to use that ability in case they do end up getting in combo with an accident.
Yeah, exactly. Part of the reason maybe why things worked out for them, and some of the skips have looked a little bit less clean, though, but we are going to have a wipe for Perplexed on Big Mama here. The team that has been a consistent workhorse team across our weekend, being able to do the exact same key levels as all of our best teams, is going to sustain a wipe at the start of their Floodgate. Again, these teams are doing plus 21 Floodgate. This is not a key level that has been done before. It's not surprising to see this immediately starting to cause problems, even though it's so early in our day. Here we can see exactly how this came to pass, though. It looks like Divine ended up having that last resort already down and just taking so much damage from the combination of all these melees and that Electro Crush dot. Meanwhile, for Mandatory, you can see Skylark still has that last resort available, and they are not fighting nearly as many enemies on Big Mama here. He should be in a lot less danger, even as that Electric Rush, even in meta, nearly takes him out.
I did quickly just want to see if Holy Method is fine, because I did see a death on their groove. Okay, very good. Okay, so I think somebody died at the end of a pull on one of their platforms here. They did manage to just use a out-of-combat rest and move on. But yeah, definitely not ideal from what we've seen from them earlier. Of course, the only team having to reset at 19. Now, Perplexed is gathering that big pull. Oh, this is just the first pull potential. Yeah, okay.
The thing I'm noticing from Holy Method is a lot of medium importance casts are going off on a lot of these pulls for them, which makes this, if just the same person gets targeted by two, necrotic bolts, for instance, they are going to be in a lot of danger here. So, they have a plan actually not to stop these Bone Spears. The Bone Spears even go off on this pull. Those aren't medium importance casts. Those are one-shots if they go out on anybody except for the tank. And Holy Method, actually, Miscount also having a tank death here. They're going to be able to mass res, though, so that's okay. That's just going to be a skip. But Holy Method, two B-reses. They need to actually land these B-reses and keep these pack under control here. And now they're playing without B-reses. Another set of Bone Spears nearly goes off and eventually does get stopped, but it's with a knockback that's now taking these mobs even further away from where they're supposed to be.
They need one more AoE disrupt here. I'm not sure if they have anything left. It looks like they do have one more knock to come through, and they're able to finish off this pool. But yeah, this is so rough for Holy Method, having so many issues, as you talked about, literally with those kicks, just not coordinating them properly. Now they are engaging another two Magus here, as we do see a death on Mandatory. Maystine does go down to the Sonic Boom here, and Big Mama is on 27%. They did have that battle rest to get Maystine back up, but yeah, issues all around for the teams. So you can see how tough this is already at the start of the day. We see teams struggle, have deaths here and there, having to reset. This is going to be such a tough day for these teams, having to do such high key levels.
Yeah, this is such a dangerous spot in all of these dungeons. This Big Mama pull, though, for Mandatory is nearly done. The Jumpstart cast comes out, and they're hoping to get the boss almost killed from 25% in this Jumpstart window. Anything south of 15%, I think they'll be pretty happy with. It's going to be 14% here, so hopefully they'll be able to finish it off. Arcane Surge is ready here, and Stove is going to fire off that Evocation. And that beautiful AoE arcade missiles here into the Surge on the boss. Hopefully they'll just be able to kill this long before it gets to its next kilo block barrier. So Mandatory going to be our first team to actually make it through this boss at this key level, as Miscount, of course, are a key level down in that plus 20.
Yeah, Mandatory actually looking pretty good so far, as they're going to be finishing off this boss in just a moment. Of course, both of the other teams that are in this Floodgate did have to reset, so... Well, actually, Miscount didn't, but Miscount is on that one key level lower, of course.
Right.
As they are doing this plus 20. They already finished off Big Mama, as it is the first boss they do. They actually immediately go to that boss, basically. And, yeah, now Miscount is going to be doing one of those interesting pulls that we talked about earlier, where they pull those hyenas. Miscount notably also not playing I've Kazan here. So a little bit of a safer route for Miscount, which might actually pay off for them, right? Like, maybe they're just going in, one-shotting all of these keys, and even though they have to do one dungeon more, maybe they're going to be able to get to those higher key levels faster. It's going to be very interesting to see it, if that's actually true.
Like, on our Grief weekends, we started at the plus 16 key level, and you had 5 hours to do 3 dungeons, right? So if you could 2 or 3 chests, that meant a huge difference in terms of just how many points you could get to. That's just not true right now. If you can one-shot a 20 and one-shot a 21... you're done with the dungeon. That took you an hour and a half. And there were only 2 dungeons revealed today. You do that in both dungeons, then all of a sudden you've only used 3 hours of your 5 today, and you can go back and start, patching up your timer or pushing a stretch goal key in one of the other dungeons. So it is a lot more valuable today to be a consistent team, a team that 1 or 2 shots these dungeons, rather than a team that, 2 chests the 19 and then spends hours failing to actually convert in the 21.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to see if that is going to hold true for Miscount here as they're now moving on. They just got done with the Milton duo. We'll see what their next plan is here, as we do already have Kira gather up a bunch of mobs here. And I do believe Yargi did move ahead to also enable Swamp Face too. There we go, now Yargi is back with the group. And they're going to be able to fight Swamp Face whenever they want to. Probably not with these Kelps, that would be a little bit dangerous to do. So they're making sure they finish those up first, as they do require so many AoE interrupts, but also AoE disrupts as well from these Jettison Kelps. As you can see, there's a lot of AoE shot calling coming through from this team. Mandatory, in the meantime, so far ahead already in the 21. They're actually also now gathering that pool in front of Swamp Face as well. And Mandatory just looking so clean.
They are looking very clean, but I mean, it's been really interesting just seeing how the teams are starting out the day, because we know that this is a big one, of course, as everybody wants to avoid elimination to make it through to tomorrow. But we are going to be swapping out the desk here, so we'll say goodbye for now, Nagura. We'll see you a little bit later.
Later.
Bye. And we're bringing Zyronic in here on the desk. So, I mean... Hello, hi, welcome. Zyra, it's been, already a pretty big morning starting out. We were talking about it a little bit, Nagura was mentioning it. We've seen a lot of small deaths, mistakes, but of course we're on very high punishing keys. So, can you maybe elaborate on how things like the Eye of Kazan or other factors make those deaths more punishing than just adding time to the clock?
Yeah, sure. We can talk about that a little bit. We had a similar situation with this last season with Spy Master's Web, where you have these trinkets that stack up over the course of combat, and if you are to die, you lose all of those stacks. Eye of Kazan is a trinket where, if you're able to keep that trinket at or near its max potential of 20 stacks, it's about double the value of what like a baseline passive trinket would be. It's a ridiculous value on the trinket. But you have to do combat tricks to keep your character in combat throughout the key. So, for instance, we just had that 19 Theater of Pain from Wunderbar about 15 minutes ago, where Clicks ended up dying, and they missed the timer on that key by about 3 seconds on the 2 chest, where maybe if he wasn't even wearing Eye of Kazan there, and he just had a different trinket, maybe they could have timed that. Of course, the value of the Eye of Kazan and the rest of the dungeon maybe would have made up for that. But, deaths are just way more punishing when you're losing 10,000 main stat when your character dies. They have to really abuse these trinkets in order to give themselves the best chance at timing these keys at the highest level, though.
Yeah, look at how 07 are actually playing here. So this is using this diseased horror to preserve that combat. They've been in combat with this diseased horror for the last several minutes here, dragging it from pull to pull, just letting it channel that meat shield. And that's a mob now that all of them have been in combat with this whole time, even as they've been doing these skips around the dungeon, letting them preserve all of their stacks of Eye of Kazan. So it's a bad thing if you die, if you lose those stacks. And it's also something that gives you the opportunity to find clever ways to play around and not drop combat to keep those stacks high.
Yeah, and we're seeing it in the Cinderbrew meter yesterday. We saw, for example, teams are mind controlling one of the B-lits on the right side when they move back over to the IPA room to keep themselves in combat. Lots of little combat tricks throughout the key that just add a little extra layer of complexity and difficulty to the pulls in the dungeon, but if you can pull it off, you're rewarded for it greatly. So, good to see them playing around that, and that makes, things like we were talking about with Missed Count, where they're just opting to not run the Eye of Kazan at all in their Floodgate. Yes, as long as they can time the keys, it should technically be fine, but they're giving themselves potential to lose out on potential time tiebreakers later on in the weekend, so we'll have to see if that is an issue for them. Something you don't like to see is your main boss damage dealer on Gorechop dying to a Leaping Thrash. Little unfortunate there for Dr. J. They had a battle res available, but again, just lost 20 stacks of Eye of Kazan. That's a 10th of his main stat gone until it stacks back up here, and they also have no battle reses anymore, Dratnos.
Yeah, the B-Reses are a vital resource in a dungeon like this. You know, if you think about Wunderbar's run, they lost a player on the last boss fight, and if you don't have a B-Res to recover from that, all of a sudden you could not only be missing out on the timer, you might even deplete the key. You might even wipe to the boss, rather, if you were down a player for a long time on a dangerous fight like Mordretha, so hopefully they won't need that B-Res. But we are going to tune in over to Missed Count, who are nearing the end of their 20 Floodgate. They failed to 2-chest that plus 19, but so far their first attempt in this plus 20 is going rather well. Although if you look up in the top right corner, you can see Mandatory in the same spot in their dungeon, a key level higher, also going extremely well. We've swapped them over to our main feed now. You can see pretty much at the same spot in the dungeon, only a little bit more health on Swamp Face, looking extremely good here.
Yeah, this is very, very quick in the 21 Floodgate, and the fact that they've actually gotten this far in their first attempt is extremely impressive. Getting through Big Mama on the 21, absolute beast of a boss. No issues whatsoever for Mode. Also on Swamp Face, a ridiculous healing check. We'll see if they're able to get past the fourth optional boss of the dungeon in Bubbles in just a moment here. But in the meantime, we have Holy Method finishing their first key of the day. This was not the start to the day they wanted, right? They really needed to have a perfect day today to give themselves the best opportunity to catch up to the other teams, and that 20-minute loss at the start of the day is not great, but the fact that they were able to get back to it, get the dungeon down in the second attempt here, rather, is really good for them. Looks like Missed Count have gotten past Bubbles here. Let's see if Mandatory can follow suit.
Yeah, we have them dropping down now to the Bubbles section. I'm sad we didn't have either of our Chinese teams make it to today, because in that region's group stages, there was a lot of combat with Bubbles that we didn't see in the Western region group stages. But we'll see if any of our teams today choose to fight this mob. Usually we don't. Usually it's just skipped, because it is almost impossible to survive. You do have to hit that meld before that Splish Splash cast finishes, but it looks like Skylark has that perfectly under control, and Bubbles will not be casting that backwash, which does hit everybody even if they're not in combat. So that is the strict timer on when you can hit that meld. Perplexed here in the plus 21, actually able to eliminate Big Mama during that jumpstart damage amp. Big damage out of Perplexed, using that second lust of the dungeon on the end of Big Mama to make that push possible. This is looking quite good for them. They have had to reset this key twice, but this run at least is looking solid.
This is interesting routing here. Not opting to go for Demolition Duo first, but still getting the second Bloodlust during Big Mama.
They're basically on a
crazy variation,
a count adventure, right? They're just picking up a bunch of count, and then they're going to boss rush now after this, and that lets them get a Trash Lust first, and then a Big Mama Lust second. But they're not killing their first boss until more than 10 minutes into the dungeon, so they are going to need to basically go boss, boss, boss from here.
Yeah, one problem with the Demolition Duo first route is that you end up delaying your second Bloodlust by anywhere from 30 seconds if you're fast to maybe a minute and a half if you're slow, because you want to deal with that Demolitionist pull that's right next to Big Mama before you go up to Big Mama. Otherwise, you kind of have to skip around, go on a pretty long adventure to get all the way from Demolition Duo to Big Mama. So yeah, the fact that they're able to press that Bloodlust essentially on cooldown at any point during Big Mama is pretty strong for this high of a key level. They'll for sure be able to get 4 of those Bloodlusts in during the key, and that third one will come up during Swamp Face as well. So I actually like the routing from Perplex. It should work out for them really, really well in that key.
Yeah, definitely going to be fun to see. And, if they could put that 21 on the board, there's a decent chance that 21 Floodgate is all you need to do, but the timer will matter. There's a good chance, if 21 Floodgate is where it stops, you're not going to be happy if you have a run with a couple of deaths. Even this one death for Mandatory, as they're nearing the end of this plus 21, might affect their timer and their time tiebreakers at the end of today or the end of Sunday. But if they can keep this on the one death, they are still going to have a fairly quick run as they are nearly done here. It looks like they do need the double jump starter pull for count. So not going to be able to skip that, which some of our teams have opted to do instead. But it sort of depends on what you want to pull.
This is really close to being count. It might actually be count. It's pretty close. If not, yeah, okay. We're just going to go in. Yeah, it was pretty close. But yeah, having to pull double jump starter with this timer is not ideal, especially with these double jump starters doing a ridiculous amount of damage to the group. The damage cooldowns they have available aren't great for that pull as well. Mode is going to actually struggle a lot to keep the team alive here on this double jump starter pull. These things do so much AoE damage, man. Every spark slam on the tank, tons of damage. Every double pulse of AoE is going to hit the entire team for like 60% of their health bar. And they're not even really focusing one. They're just even cleaving them, Dratnos.
Mode is just like, no, don't worry, I got it. Even though I have to keep moving from these surprise inspections, from these inspectors that we've only now just killed, and all these blue circles. Don't worry, guys, I'll just keep healing us. And I'm not going to overcommit resources as well, because I know that the next boss fight starts off with AoE damage on the grade as well. So, extremely impressive performance here from Mandatory, fighting them that efficiently. But now let's take a look at Wunderbar, as it looks like this is going to be how they skip the starting section. Oh no, this is not the skip. This is what they're going to be snapping upstairs. Yeah, so the stun, Sigil of Chains, now going to be leaping around, little double jump backflip, click the middle of the room. Up he goes, and soon joining him will be all the mobs in the first pull of the Gore Chop wing, and then they will fight those 3 at the front of the dungeon later. But yeah, up they are now, that diseased horror, surrounded by all these refuse. And this is a scary section, as they are evading for a little bit here.
The efficiency of this is not only the fact that you're getting to pull this trash with the boss instead of just doing a big AoE pull on its own. Look at the timing across the board. Bloodlust is going to be available in 15 seconds that they can press pretty much on cooldown if they choose to, although I believe they're going to use it in Execute when they pull that other 3-pack of trash at the start of the dungeon that they still have left available. You can see it at the top of the screen right now. But also, again, they're in combat with these the entire time. The second Gore Chop dies, they're only out of combat while they're going up the elevator, right? That's it. The second they get in combat with these mobs, they're maintaining their Eye of Kazan stacks. They're stacking their Eye of Kazan stacks, and they have those stacked trinkets available on pull of the boss. They'll be able to carry that 20-stack Eye of Kazan for this entire boss fight. This is a really well-crafted route here from Wunderbar.
And I want to highlight just how impressive it is that Now is surviving all this without even pressing meta or proccing that last resort, because not only do these mobs do a lot of tank damage, Mordretha has a huge tank buster in that Reaping Scythe cast that you see right now. Each time that cast goes out, and Now eventually is going to actually press that meta against this one, but even with meta, losing nearly half his health to that cast. So really clever, really good spacing of tank defensives to allow him to survive here, as it looks like another mob is now snapping up. This Sludge Spewer maybe was controlled off to the side and snapped up after that CC finished on it, because you can see that thing has high health. Really, again, spacing things out, making sure that they don't have too much going all at once. They'll finish off this Sludge Spewer along with this next set of ad spawns, and then once the boss gets dropped below 50% health and they get close to that next set of cooldowns, I expect we will see that side trash pulled in. So maybe it'll be on the next Arcane Surge. Meanwhile, Missed Count, with 4 minutes left in their dungeon run here, are going to be comfortably timing this plus 20 Floodgate. So that's pretty good news for them, although again, they're sad to have not just made it straight to the plus 21. Still, timing 2 keys in a row as your start to the day can never be that bad of an opener.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is definitely an okay start to the day. And when you think about the cadence of how much time you're going to have during the day to push up these 2 new keys, we were talking about this a little bit yesterday. If you can allocate like 2.5 hours or 3 hours to pushing up the new keys to the highest level, that gives you 2 or 3 hours at the end of the day to go for those insane stretch goal keys that, as we saw yesterday, are a lot more likely than we initially thought, right? When we saw Wunderbar's first attempt at that 22 Cinder Metery, we were like, man, is this actually doable? And then they got like all the way to the 3rd Bink Busby pull and ended up wiping in overtime. Like they're going to for sure get that key by the end of the competition, and that puts all of the other competition on notice. If they don't have 22 Cinder Metery in their dungeon pool, that's just a +1 that Wunderbar's going to have on the competition. So it's going to be really exciting to see whether or not teams have practiced these ridiculous high-level push keys.
Yeah, Wunderbar with that Lust now, just sending Mordretha, I guess already in the Shadowlands, but keeping Mordretha here in the Shadowlands. As we have Mandatory finishing off their key as well. Only 1/3 of the health left on Giesel Gigazap for them in the plus 21. Wunderbar, though, are sustaining a death here. That goes in charge. And then Gingy blinks into the Dark Devastation frontal. There are 2 B-reses for Wunderbar. So yeah, the timer is just fine here. And honestly, they're going to do the 21 in this keystone, I think. So I don't think that the time penalty is even going to matter for their scorecard at the end of the day, if they can survive the plus 21, which I guess is still a big if. This is a scary key, but they have the route for it. They are so quick in this dungeon. Let's take a look, though, at Mandatory as they are hitting that Lust. 2 minutes left in the dungeon here. Plus 21 Floodgate would be a world record keystone for Mandatory. One-shotting that would be incredibly impressive to start off their day. This is not a key that has been timed on the live servers.
No, it's not even been close. I mean, the fastest 20 Floodgate is a 31:05. Mandatory are almost going to complete this 21 in close to that time. An incredibly dominant start to the day here from Mandatory, who are looking for just a little bit of progress at the start of the day in order to set themselves apart from Wunderbar. A world record key is a great way to start off the day. And is 22 possible? Based on the timer that they have left, you would assume not, but we'll have to see. These teams have showed us that they're capable of a lot more than we initially thought coming into the weekend, which is crazy to say considering how much we've been hyping up the competition.
Yeah, I mean, Wunderbar and Mandatory are both pretty quick, going to be at a spot where there are only impossible keys left for them, and these teams have showed us time and again that they will make those impossible keys happen somehow, so we just have to stay tuned and see which of these 5 dungeons they are going to be able to take beyond the level that even seemed possible going into the weekend here. That is the world record tag for Mandatory, though, on the Floodgate. Their first of those world record tags. Wunderbar already having 1, and Missed Count having 2 as it stands right now.
I have a question for the Boomkins. If Tettles and Nagura are here, what do we think about using a Fury of Elune on the dual encounter on Zav, the Unfallen? Is that a DPS increase?
Yeah, that sounds ethical to me. It's
okay.
It's good.
Well, so the question that I have is, like, I think the reason for it is that you actually want to make sure you get back up top before the next slam goes off, right? If you're too slow in the dual wing, you really want to make sure that you have personals up for that. You have time to prep. Maybe you have your healer give you a shield. I'm being told by one of the Boomkins that it's good because you get it back so fast, so it's no problem whatsoever. Not a Boomkin player. Didn't know that's the strat, but I mean, it looks like it's good for them. Holy Method are doing pretty solid in this 20 so far. Ooh. Looking back at that Wunderbar timer, though, Dranos, they were 5 minutes under in the 20.
There is also...
Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, the timer's looking good here. Or was looking extremely good for Wunderbar. I wonder if they're the only team that's on pace to be able to do a 21. The thing about Fury of Elune as well is you can proc a Fury of Elune from your hero talents too. So you might, what you can say is even if you are pressing Fury of Elune, if your group gets mad at you, you can say it was a procced one. And they probably won't be able to fact check you on that. So that is a useful tech tip for any Moonkins out there that want to make sure they always win that duel.
All right, I see. It was the proc. That's what they're saying. It's the proc. That's what they're saying. Okay, all good.
Yeah, again, you can be lying. You can just lie. They probably won't be able to check.
Okay, but going back to the question I was about to ask there, 5 minutes under on the 20.
Ooh.
I mean, we think about 2 to 2:30 under being the next key available. 5 minutes under the 20. I think 22 is... I think Wunderbar have the 22 timer, which again would be a ridiculous key to pull off, considering that we haven't even seen 21 done on live yet.
It's a big question mark for sure. I mean, when you think about the timer and you do some timer math about the key level going up, you also have to do survivability math, right? Like, are these pulls going to work out? Especially when you have these pulls that are so based on crowd control chains. Is the extra health going to make it so that doesn't become possible? But here's Perplexed. It looks like Tobo going down to that Awaken the Swamp damage over time from Swamp Face here. And then Zasevi getting clipped a little bit by one of those waves.
Surf's up.
The 3 bombs are down. We've got some divers running in here. Another mudslide coming out. Oh no, Zasevi! Oh, Europeans! They go a different direction, it looks like. Some of them were going right, some of them were going left.
Oh, I know what the problem is.
They're driving on the wrong side of the road.
Sevi, Tobo, and Wolf Disco have been playing on North America for the past few years. We call it counterclockwise, but over in Europe they call it anti-clockwise, so they must have just forgotten the distinction and gone the wrong direction. Oh, that is a brutal way to wipe on Swamp Face. That's a big time loss for them, though, right? We've been talking about Perplexed as being this, really solid juggernaut team that might not be the fastest in the keys, but they've just been consistently putting those keys on the board. That's probably the first major misstep we've seen in the mix. It's about a 20-minute time loss there in that Floodgate.
And the big reason that happened, memes aside, it's not just that they drive on the wrong side of the road over there. It's that their DPS player died, which meant their healer got the link, which doesn't normally happen, right? So your healer isn't used to doing that particular mechanic. Your healer is used to baiting the mudslide off in a different direction or being safe if it's baited on the main group. But when they get linked like that, all of a sudden now they have to be moving in a way that they're not used to. So that was what caused that little snafu for them. Hopefully something they'll be able to recover from, though. Only 15 minutes lost. It does further highlight just how impressive it was that Mandatory were able to one-shot this.
I mean, yeah, that 21 one-shot was ridiculous. World first key, one-shot to start the day. Mandatory's start to the day today could not have been any better. And you can see they're done with the 21 floodgate. They don't want to go for the 22 right now. They're heading into the Theater of Pain. Let's take a look here at 07 now. They didn't get the 2 chests in the 19 Theater of Pain. Going to be working on the 20 here on Mordretha. The timer for them, not nearly as clean as what we saw from Wunderbar here, though. Only 2.5 minutes left as they phase the boss into the second phase. They'll be able to time the key. And of course, this wasn't the cleanest run as well. 4 deaths on the board. But still, this just shows you the absolute pace and routing that Wunderbar has in this key. It's definitely going to give them a huge leg up in this dungeon over the other teams.
Yeah, exactly. I think that the question is, like Wunderbar maybe have the 21, and the other teams might struggle in the 21 with their timers, might need perfect runs. And Wunderbar's route might be fast enough that the 22 is on the table for them. But, of course, anything is possible for our other teams as well. Just because a run doesn't look like you can do a key level higher, things could have gone wrong in that run. Things can go right in the higher level keys. So we can't count out any of our teams here from being able to go up to that 21 in this dungeon, which, again, I believe this would be a world record as well. In fact, the 20 was already 100%. A world record for Wunderbar, yep. So the 21 would be improving further on that.
Yeah, I actually checked right beforehand. Theater of Pain, the best time at Theater of Pain, 31:05 and a 20. So, yeah, Echo's time in their 20 was pretty ridiculously fast. Extremely fast. 07 here, minute 15 left on the timer. Last surge just exploded on the boss there for Dr. J. We'll get a little mini burn as well with the Bloodlust to help finish off this boss. But again, the timer, not that great for 07 here. They'll probably put Simpson on the 21 next if I had to guess. It's a little, they have to go to the floodgate eventually, but I think 21 is something they'll have practiced and have ready for this weekend. We'll probably see them go right back into that in a moment here. Good key to get timed either way. You want to get those one-shots out of the way. Make sure you're not spending time wiping in the keys like we saw from our bottom teams yesterday here. Wunderbar making little time in between keys as they go right back into the 21 after dominating that 20. We did have a death early on in the key. Didn't see what that was from, so they don't have a battle res for the next 3.5 minutes or so. But again, the routing in this dungeon is something we can talk about a little bit as well, with the option for Wunderbar to go for the Soulforged Bone Reaver. This is a result of them going for that Go Pack skip that they do, right?
Yeah. Yeah, their skip that they do in this dungeon is so cool at the start of it. With they basically are going to fight all 3 of the big platforms here by jumping ahead and then taking the route backwards here. And this is going to take them to the first one, the Portal Guardian one, that you usually end up at first. And then they're going to use that Portal Guardian's Portal Stone to go to the other side and fight the Double Caster one. And all of this lets them skip almost all of the Gore Chop trash and then take a little bit of it up onto Mordretha. But they basically get to boss rush the rest of the dungeon after they finish this wing here, because they get to over 50% count just from this first wing of, a 5-boss dungeon.
This is absolutely insane tech. I mean, this is something that we know from back in the day. I'm pretty sure we actually have a breakdown video of Theater of Pain on the Warcraft channel from the MDI like 4 years ago, where we break down like this particular strategy. So it's out there. This shouldn't be surprise tech to anyone. But again, only Wunderbar have showed it off here. Another wipe, unfortunately, here for Perplexed. 6 minutes into the key. This is right after they just wiped a Swamp Face about 10 minutes ago. So the follow-up attempts on the 21 not going so well for them here.
Yeah, definitely a tough turn of events for Perplexed. Hopefully they'll be able to get back in there, but, things definitely going poorly at the start of the day for them with those couple of lost attempts. Not the end of the world just yet, though. We expect these keys. Just because we see some of our teams manage to one-shot these plus 21s like Floodgate, like Mandatory, that does not mean it's the norm here. And teams can still be very happy if they, 3 or 4 shot it. That still, I think, is a great outcome that they can be extremely proud of. We do have in Theater of Pain an interesting stat from 07's run. So you remember how they were keeping that Diseased Horror in the Zav wing so they could keep their Eye of Kazan stacks? That Diseased Horror lasted from about the 3-minute mark in the dungeon up until past the 30-minute mark in the dungeon. Here we can see they're in a new theater right now, but once they got down in the last run, they actually picked up that disease horror and they kept it through Mordretha by mind controlling it. By I think it's the Death Knight Control Undead that lets them put it under mind control, or maybe it's Roybin's MC. I'm not sure which of those works on it, but they were able to do that to take it through the portals in the Kultharok wing, and then they just took it with them all the way through the entire dungeon, brought it up to Mordretha, and it was used to keep their Eye of Kazan stacks for the entire dungeon.
That is an insanely interesting strat. And I mean, again, going back to talking about the Eye of Kazan, teams will do literally whatever it takes to try to keep that trinket active at maximum stacks for as long as possible. It is just that powerful of a trinket if you're able to do that. Even committing the brain power to making sure you're mind controlling an ad nonstop throughout the key. That's what our team...
Yeah.
Those are the depths our teams are going to in order to pull that off. But we'll see if it's going to work out for 07 in the long run. We'll see if they're able to pull off the higher keys with that strategy. Because that is actually, there's a lot of thought process that goes into doing something like that. It's been a problem in dungeons in the past where we've had teams pull off that strategy. One of them that I'm thinking of in particular is in the past, we had the mind control tech that was used in the Mists as well, right, back in the day, and that actually caused a lot of wipes in the maze area back in that key. So I don't know, some of the pulls in this key trying to juggle a mind control, I could see that being pretty dangerous to do.
Yeah, it's definitely, I love seeing this. I love seeing how they're trying to adapt it. Oh,
Perplex wiping again here in the 21. It's
Rook, that was you. Hey, Rook, congratulations! Castercurse! Woohoo!
I've done it! It was looking really good, guys, and no, so sorry about that, but I'm glad I got a little curse in. It's my turn now, but I was going to ask, because we're talking about routes, we're talking about Theater of Pain, it's been interesting to see some of this tech. Chat had a question for you, so I'll pass it over here to Dratnus. Do you think it would be feasible or practical for a team to start using Wunderbar's Theater of Pain route tomorrow, or is it something where it's too late to try and adapt?
It's maybe possible to pick it up for tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, it is such a... The thing is, you probably have experience doing most of the things that they did. So yeah, maybe you could try and pick it up for tomorrow. It's one of those things where it is a very... there's a lot of nuance that comes from doing a route like this that you're just not going to be used to, right? Just like, oh man, later when we get to the Gore Chop wing, this pull that I normally have this cooldown for, I don't, and therefore we wipe the first time we try it, right? Because, oops, I didn't have it, right? And now this mob lived longer. There's all of these cascading effects from changing your strategy in the dungeon that you really want to have the practice time to really learn. But on the other hand, if you just look at the route and you're like, guys, come on, this is 5 minutes faster, you just got to figure it out, even if maybe figuring it out means using an hour of time tomorrow as effectively practice time, where you do that over and over again until you actually figure it out and get it on the board.
Yeah, I think the thing that's nice about it is that, you can look at the VOD and look at how they're using their stops in particular, right? That's going to be the thing to figure out that's the most difficult of those three pulls, because it's back-to-back-to-back insane AoE stop pulls, right? It's Soulforged Bone Reaver with 4 or 5 Bone Mages on top of it. A single Bone Spear goes off, someone gets one shot. That thing hits for like 25 mil on the 21 key level. You're not living it. Sometimes even tanks get one shot by it, to be completely honest with you. Then it's the big Portal Guardian pull with a couple of Bone Mages, and on top of that there's some Bone Reavers as well. If a Necrotic Bolt Volley goes off, you're going to get one shot. This pull right here that we're seeing from Holy Method is the one I'm actually specifically talking about. And then right after that, it's another huge caster pull that you need a lot of AoE stops for. So if you ever go into that poll having expended one extra AoE stop than you were supposed to based off of Wunderbar's route, you're going to die to some cast at some point in that poll. So they need to figure out how to do those polls back to back to back. That might not be something that you can glean just from the VOD alone, and it might be something that's a little bit too difficult for the teams to figure out. But again, like you said, if it's 5 minutes faster and Wunderbar's just going to be a key level up on everyone because of it, it might just be worth spending that hour and a half to figure it out if you don't have any other push keys to go for today. We were talking about 07 strategy in this dungeon, though, and we just had a death to Roybin from a Jagged Quarrel on this captain pull. Did them having to mind control this horror potentially cause them to miss a stop that caused that Quarrel to go off during a shoot, or potentially something else like that, and cause your healer to go down? And also, again, no battle res for the next 3.5 minutes for them here.
Yeah, no B-res is definitely going to be a scary thing. And I think you brought up a bunch of great points about whether teams can adapt to the Wunderbar theater. To me, the biggest question mark is, can you do the bosses? If you've done theater, you've done some practice keys on it, and you're like, yeah, we can do the bosses at 21 or 22. We just don't have a route that's fast enough to make the timer work. Then I think it's worth trying to lift the Wunderbar route and be like, yeah, this is going to save us a bunch of time for that. If, on the other hand, you've barely been living the boss on the 20, and you're like, okay, well, we don't have a set of defensive rotations to actually live through all this stuff on the 21, then learning that in addition to the trash stuff, I think is maybe a bridge too far.
Kind of a scary moment here as the conscripts and disease horror go past the mini boss. I've had many a random boomkin mushroom proc hold that mini boss for us. Fortunately, we're good to go this time around, as it looks like the mini boss is staying put at the bottom, and we've got trash on top of the boss here, and we'll keep those Eye of Kazan stacks rolling. So again, the strategy seems to be try to stay in combat as long as possible, and depending on how successful the teams are in pulling that off, it looks like that's how good their keys are going to go. So 07 off to a good start here in the 21. Let's see how Perplexed is doing in one of their latest attempts at the 21 floodgate here onto the third pull of the dungeon for him. This Architect is normally the second pull here. Got the little rapid reconstruction here as Architect hopped back onto the construct here. This is actually quite a dangerous pull. I would think this is one of the more dangerous pulls in the dungeon. These surveyor beams, if they go off at the same time as potentially one of those bombs as well, it could just easily one-shot a player on this key level.
Yeah, this is a very scary section in the dungeon. The only nice thing about it is that it's fairly early in the dungeon, and it's a little bit less scary than some of the things like the Big Mama pull. So usually you wipe this a little bit in practice, and then the pressure starts to come off of it because so much of the difficulty is on Big Mama. For me, the big scary thing to look at here is keeping your tank's last resort off cooldown, like available, is really important. So doing these first pulls without costing Divine his last resort is a really important thing, because you're not going to reset the dungeon if last resort procs, but if it does proc, your tank is in so much danger on that Big Mama pull.
I was actually going to ask that question. If your tank cheat does proc in the first 3 minutes here, do you think it's worth a reset? Because you're only losing a couple of minutes, but you're losing attempts on 21 Big Mama. That's going to probably be the wall in this key for most of our teams.
I mean, maybe you're supposed to reset there. Definitely as the tank, you kind of want to. You kind of want to, but I don't know any tanks that have the ability to call for. Every tank I know is just gonna be like, nah, I'll live. I'll figure it out. I'll find a way to stay alive.
Well, the thing is as well is that, something we forget to sometimes talk about as casters is that we're really seeing the end result of a ton of practice time spent on these keys, right? These teams have probably gone through multiple iterations of the first few pulls of these dungeons and figured out, okay, if we use this here, it's okay. I can make it work on the next couple pulls. I'm not going to be happy about it, but we can make it work.
Speaking of,
there's probably
last
scenarios.
Has procced now.
Oh yeah, there's the cheat. So, okay, we're not happy about it, but we'll see if they can make it work. They're not instantly town portaling out, so they're gonna keep it trying. They're gonna go for it. Where do we go next with Perplexed Route here? Because we still have about 4 minutes for that Bloodlust on Big Mama. Are we just going straight into the boss here and just pressing the lust the second it's available?
They lusted the end of the fight in the previous attempt on this dungeon. So it looks like they are posturing for that direction. Yeah, you can see they're already now north of 50% count. So I think they are done pulling trash. Zasevi heading up the stairs here, getting a quick drink, even though already at 80% mana just for a little bit more. The evocation comes out as well, and we've got some hyenas and soldiers coming into the pull here. No lust on pull, no last resort either. Divine is in some danger. Channel's a little bit of a Fel Devastation. That's going to activate Demonic Metamorphosis for a little while here. But once that expires, now he is in tremendous danger. No meta for a full minute here. Got that Electro Crush dot and those dots from the soldiers that Zasevi needs to spend a global to dispel anytime they want to do. A lot of targets in combat here. Now the Mecha Drones actually make Divine tankier, but those soldiers and hyenas are attacking him for a lot. It's going to need a pain suppression for him to be able to stay alive here, and if he didn't get that pain suppression, he absolutely would have died here. And it looks like just barely able to maybe stabilize at the end of this. A big shield comes out from that Oracle Disc Priest. Zasevi forced to move a little bit from that Sonic Boom attack, but somehow it looks like Perplexed have maybe lived here. That next
Okay,
Electro
one
Crush.
more Tank Buster. But look how healthy these Mecha Drones are. Still
Ooh,
at
this
least
is
20%
tough.
HP on all 4 of them as they go into the kill block of barrier. And this is why this boss is so difficult as you scale up in the key levels, right? These Mecha Drones live longer, which means you're taking more ticks from this barrier being alive, which means it's more of a strain on your healer before you even get into the jumpstart phase. Another Tank Buster goes on a Divine Field here. Sevi able to keep him alive. He does have the Metamorphosis available, but he's probably not going to want to use that until the next ad phase, right?
Yeah, this is scary indeed. Some mobs are getting pulled into the boss here. Divine still has a dot on him, though, from those previous soldiers. Power Infusion is going to land on Wolf Disco, who's forced to ice cold as well here. Players are using a couple of defensive globals during this jumpstart because they have to stay alive, but it means the boss is still going to be over 70% health at the end of that jumpstart. So they are going to be buckling up for a long boss fight here. I guess the plan is you just kill it during Lust on the last jumpstart either way. But we do have a couple of mobs now brought into the boss. They should be feeling a little bit safer, though. I think the biggest danger was the start of this pull. Although now that we're only on 1 pain suppression charge, no last resort here, Divine could definitely go down if he's not careful still. That is still the main way that you're going to wipe here, is a tank death.
They're going to do a ton. They're really high up on boss damage here. Wolf Disco is able to use the Surge for just pure boss damage during the jumpstart phase, which is fantastic for boss damage, but not having the Surge for Mecha Drone damage makes me think that these Mecha Drones are going to live this phase. And look at this, all of them still at 40% HP, boss energy at 90%. We're going to enter this kill block barrier with the Mecha Drones at 30% HP. We're probably going to take 10 to 15 ticks of AoE damage from this barrier before we even enter the jumpstart phase. We do have a lot of buttons available heading into that phase. Vigil helping carry the healing right now from the Boomkin while they're AoEing down these Mecha Drones. They're also going to pull a couple soldiers down as well for some extra funnel. But just the group ticking down to this AoE damage as we enter the jumpstart phase, but they do have the Dispriest barrier, actually double bubble coming out with the AMZ on top of that, going to keep them very healthy for the first half of this jumpstart phase. Also, Uppy's coming out for a bit of extra healing as well on top of that, but still the ticks almost taking the group out at the end. God, this boss is just a beast at this key level.
Yeah, very, very scary fight. 41% as the boss exits that second jumpstart, but the last one will be potentially what they have that lust for. Wolf Disco using that shifting power, getting that little touch of the Magi burn here in just a moment, and then it'll be Arcane Surge with the lust here in 30 seconds, maybe lining up with that last jumpstart that they'll use to try and send the boss home. And this route is nice for getting a lot of those lusts all at the same time.
Yeah. Again, they're using the Surge for boss damage. I think it's really impressive that they're able to pull this off. Not having that extra cooldown available just purely for Mecha Drone damage, it really goes to show like how powerful this team really is. You almost never see mages pressing Surge on the jumpstart on live keys right now. Maybe that's something they should start doing. This Bloodlust is going to help a ton whenever they do end up pressing it. Again, the
These
Vigil coming
drones
up to
are
help
so
healing.
healthy, though.
We got 50% HP on the drones. They're going to press the Lust just to finish off these Mecha Drones because they'll need it in order to live through the pulsing AoE damage. Sevi does have the Power Infusion available when he wants to use it on that Surge from Wolf Disco, and he's holding on to that Surge as well to do a huge amount of burst damage on this jumpstart phase. Can they actually kill the boss here in this next jumpstart phase? One last Mecha Drone off the screen there that they needed to kill off in order to enter the jumpstart phase. Boss taking double damage now. Power Infusion used onto Sevi, going to help him with the healing here just a little bit. Huge shield on himself as he drops low from the AoE damage. And look how fast this boss is melting here. 20% of the boss's HP on 21 done in that jumpstart phase, and they should be able to finish the boss before they get to the next one.
Yeah, on one of their previous attempts, they actually were able to kill the boss out of the jumpstart, like right at the end of the jumpstart damage amp. So this time, a little bit longer the boss is going to take, but really not that much longer. Really only 20 seconds longer with it working out this way. A little bit less of a clean execution of the boss, but they still will be very happy to take down 0 deaths in the first part of the dungeon. In the meantime, though, we do have other teams nearing the end of some of their runs, including Holy Method, who failed with their first run of the day, but have since succeeded with a 19 Theater of Pain, 20% on Mordretha here. The timer is sketchy. The 6 deaths on the board are worrying, but the timer is still possible here, and Holy Method are sticking with it. Looks like they're going to be able to put this keystone on the board for a second successful result today. Can't be too sad about that.
Yeah, you can't be too upset with that. You know, little bit of startup nerves to start the day. one wipe. A little unfortunate, but again, if you're able to continue to play cleanly throughout the day afterwards, you can't be too upset with that. We'll see if they're able to keep it together at the last 10% here. A minute left on the key. They should be totally fine. They'll have a surge and the Bloodlust actually coming up for that. I want to check in with Wunderbar in the 21 Theater of Pain. Are they able to continue their ridiculous pace that they had in the 20? I think the answer is a resounding yes here. Only one death in this key. And remember, that death was right at the start of the key, so they've been clean since then. They've got 2 battle reses available. That Bloodlust is looking to be on a perfect timer to be used in the second phase of Mordretha here. Gorechop going to take quite a bit of time to get through, but dude, 10 minutes left on this key timer. 2 bosses left. They've literally got the funnel for all 3 of their surges on the final boss. Wunderbar's looking great. Unfortunately, yeah, we just checked 07 there. Had a wipe there. Hopefully we can get a replay of what happened to them, but that's a little unfortunate for them in their first attempt at the 21.
Yeah, we saw them town portaling out of there midway through their dungeon, so definitely not great news for 07. But yeah, Wunderbar approaching the end of their key. Timer is looking great for them.
This is just ridiculously fast. Again, the question that we had after the 20 was not, is the 21 doable? Because they're 5 minutes under on the 20. Obviously, the 21 is doable. The question for me was, is 22 doable? And, normally we talk about them needing to be 2 to 2 minute 30 under the key time in order to have a shot at timing +1 key level off of what they just timed. It looks like they're going to be well under that with how fast they're going in this key, Dratnos.
Absolutely. We do have Missed Count nearing the end of their +19, and actually Missed Count are dangerously close to 2-chesting this +19, even though we talked up Wunderbar's route as being insurmountably fast compared to our other teams. I actually didn't see much of what Missed Count were doing in here, but if you look at their boss kill timers, they did go Zav second, so a little bit, they're not doing that Wunderbar pathing of the Kultharok wing first. Missed Count actually did Kultharok last. 13%, 30 seconds. Will they be able to do what Wunderbar did not and put up a 2-chest here? The Bloodlust is expired, but yeah, Arcane Surge is up,
PI
Power
Surge.
Infusion is up.
Fine. This boss definitely dies in the next 10 seconds here with his PI Surge. This boss is about to absolutely pop here, waiting for the touch of the Magi Explosion. You'll see it on the boss here as it pops. Yeah, and they've got it. The 2-chested 19 is fantastic for Missed Count. This is a team that really needed this. Start of the day, we were talking about how this team has had a struggle on day 2 in past TGP competitions when they were considered to be one of the front runners. No issues for them today so far, getting the 2-chest that only Wunderbar was able to get. Well, even attempt so far. Wunderbar didn't actually get it. They should have, but they didn't. So that's huge for Missed Count. They just pretty much saved 30 minutes of their day if they're able to quickly get that 21 done.
They did lose. Interestingly, they missed the 2-chest in the Floodgate 19, but then they were going to be our only team potentially to be able to do it in the theater, although Mandatory are also nearing the end of their theater, and we can see that they are maybe on track for that 2-chest as well. So maybe Wunderbar's route isn't that much faster than our other great teams here. Maybe it's just a little bit faster than some of our, other... So we had Holy Method and 07 that we were kind of anchoring our times based off of, but it looks like Wunderbar maybe not that much of an edge over Missed Count and Mandatory, and potentially Perplexed when they get into that dungeon later today, if they can make their way to the theater as well. But we do have a replay of what happened to 07. So they were fighting Gorechop here. They were out of battle reses already, which is always a crucial part of these wipe investigations. You look at that B-res, you can see as soon as we lose Shelly here, the boss still has 60% health, and you can see players starting to cast that town portal immediately. That is the B-res gap here. Those first 3 deaths, if any one of them hadn't happened, they would have been able to keep this dungeon going, but without it, no B-res on the boss. But we tune into Mandatory now. 30% in 1 minute. This is going to be awfully tight on this 2-chest timer. No Lust either. There is going to be one more Power Infusion, which can either go on the Unholy Assault that's going to be coming out of Soda here in a couple of seconds, or on Stove's final Arcane Surge of the fight. That's probably a little bit more appealing because this is in the execute window of the boss.
Yeah, he's going to have a little bit of time to press this Arcane Surge. Not a lot. There's like a 10-second window that he can press it in, but if he can actually line this up with a set of ads, he'll get a ton of extra funnel out of it as well. Let's see if they actually are going to get that lineup for the Arcane Surge, but that'll be really good. You were saying a minute to do 30%. In 30 seconds, the boss has gone down 15%, so they're right on the cusp of that, and with an extra huge burst of damage coming from that Unholy Assault and Dark Transformation, they might have it. Here's the Arcane Surge. The Power Infusion was on the Unholy DK, so it's just going to be the Surge. They have the ads coming coming out for a little bit of funnel burst at the end. Can the Touch of the Magi finish the boss off here? A couple Arcane Barrages with ads going to do a ton of funnel damage. Can they get the 2 chest? I don't think they can. They're off by literally seconds, Dratnos. Maybe a second and a half off the 2 chest timer.
Brutal turn of events for Mandatory. That is going to advance them still to first place for right now, as that Floodgate worked out super well for them, but missed count a huge advantage of that 19-2 chest in the Theater of Pain. You can see just how the start of our day has shaken out, but we want to tune in now to Wunderbar, who are working on Mordretha in this plus 21 keystone. That extra Sludge Spewer getting snapped up after the rest of the trash has been taken care of, and once this is dead, they'll be taking in that trash from the start of the dungeon. They have 5.5 minutes to deal with the last 60% of this boss. They have so much time, Zyro.
Okay, so after the 20, I was questioning if 22 is doable. The question is no longer if the 22 is doable. It's when they're going to do it. Because this timer is ridiculously fast from Wunderbar. They're going to finish this 21 3.5 minutes under the key timer. Because remember, so one of the questions we're talking about with like how to efficiently pull these dungeons on the highest key level is making use of that Arcane Mage funnel. Wunderbar have found a way to make the 3rd surge efficient on this boss. When you pull this boss, in the normal routing, you pull that pack of 3 mobs at the start of the dungeon into the boss. That's funnel for the Arcane Surge. If you press the Arcane Surge literally on pull of the boss, your 2nd surge will come up on the 2nd set of ad spawns on the fight, so you'll get funnel with those. Then in the last phase, you can't really line it up with anything. Wunderbar, they saved the 3 ads for this surge, so they're going to get another bit of funnel in the last phase, and this boss is just going to absolutely melt with that last Arcane Surge. This is just such a ridiculously good route that, we were talking about, can other teams potentially find a way to copy this route? I think they're going to have to. This is just so unbelievably fast.
Yeah, this is going so good for Wunderbar. The question for me is not the timer in the 22, because it looks like they have that under control. It's can they survive all the mobs in the trash in the 22, because just the damage of those enemies gets so scary. But in the meantime, we have had another wipe from 07 that we showed briefly, and Mistcount have also taken the first break of our day. So that's a little bit of a survey of what's going on with our other teams, as Wunderbar are going to actually have some deaths here. Nearly Gingy going down, but an Ice Cold is going to save him. Kush is going to die. That's going to cost the B-Res. And that's going to affect their timer a bit here if somehow they can't do the 22. But it shouldn't be a huge deal if they are able to actually go in 1 key level higher here like we think they maybe can. I'm not sure, though, if that... Again, just the danger of these mobs is the question mark for me rather than the timer.
Yeah, again, you're 100% right. The timer is 100% there. It's the living that's the issue. But if there's a team that can figure out how to live through a key, it's 100% Wunderbar. Maybe they swap on more verse gear. They'll just make it work. This is a team that the members on this team throughout the years have consistently found a way to do things that we thought impossible. And, they're making a mockery of this dungeon. They already have the world record tag with a 20, so the only thing that's going to happen on the scoreboard is that 20 will turn into a 21. They'll keep that world record tag on there. Maybe we can give them 2 world record tags. I don't know what we can do with that dungeon, but just a dominant performance from them in this dungeon.
Yeah, very well played. 2.5 minutes still left for them at the end of this one. So we actually have world record tags on all 5 of our dungeons now. We should indeed have. So you can see which team has the fastest run in each dungeon just using those tags once we do apply it to Wunderbar's newest theater that they have just timed. Yeah, that'll help us keep track. You can really see all 3 of our top teams have some dungeons where they are the best right now.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to figure out what kind of tag they want to put on the Theater of Pain for Wunderbar on our leaderboard in the bottom right there. Maybe they give them like a Giga world record tag. Yeah, we'll see. Either way, Wunderbar have decided that after the 21, they need to take a little bit of a break and think about what they're going to do for the day. I doubt we'll see them go for the 22 Theater right off the bat. That's going to be still a very difficult key for them to push, even with as good as their timer is being. They're probably going to go for the Floodgate after that break if I have to take, but that's a well-deserved break from them. And it could have been faster, man. The fact that they missed out on the 2 chest in that 19 by, 10 seconds? 1 death would have made the difference. They could have been out of that dungeon 30 minutes ago, and we would have been even more impressed. But still a good start to the day for Wunderbar. Our other teams are going to have to follow suit here. Holy Method, in their 21 Theater of Pain, they have a chance to match. But remember, their timer really wasn't as good, Dranos. They were right up against that timer in the 20.
Yeah, exactly. That is the big question mark for me. Holy Method, they have both their 19 and their 20. So their first 19 of the day was so bad they had to reset. Their second had, I believe, 7 deaths. Then their 20 had 6 deaths. They need the 21 to be on the 0 or maybe 1 or 2 deaths territory. But if you think about not just the start of their day today, but the end of their day yesterday, they are now on like 3 hours in a row without a clean dungeon run. That has to stop for Holy Method. And I don't want to say it has to stop now because it is a long day today. They'll have some more opportunities, but if it doesn't stop now, they are going to start feeling a lot of pressure.
They are, absolutely, but we're going to be having a bit of a shift here on the desk as hopefully things continue to keep just going and blasting for our teams today. It's been amazing to see. So, Dratnos, thank you for the commentary, but we'll get more of it later. We're going to have to, have a little break for now from Dratnos' commentary.
All right, later, gamers.
Thank God.
See ya. And we've got a Nagura coming in. I mean, yeah, what a relief. Honestly, I didn't want to say it while he was still here, but I'm kidding. It's so good to have you back on desk. Nagura, we're a few runs into the day for the teams, and of course we talked pre-show a bit about how they were all looking coming in from day one. So have any of your thoughts changed, or how are you feeling seeing what they've put up so far?
My thoughts? Okay, just making sure. Okay.
No, can you tell me actually Zyro's thoughts about it? Is that
actually, so I think Zyro thinks that Perplex is doing really well. As you can see them on screen, also looking like they're going to be timing that 21 Floodgate as well. And I do think that Wunderbar is also holding up to Zyro's expectations, considering that they performed really well yesterday. Seeing that Priory run, I do think that following up that Priory cook with that Leader of Pain cook that we have seen now. But now that we saw the other teams to test the 19s, I wonder if that strategy that Wunderbar is running is even as good as we initially thought it is anyway.
Yeah, and I think Nagura thinks that Boomkins should be buffed again. So, am I right?
Oh my god, you can read my mind. It's like I'm an open book to you.
Dude, okay, Perplexed has been really good today. They've had to reset this 21 Floodgate a couple of times, but that's to be expected, right? This is a key level that hasn't really been done on live, hasn't really even been attempted on live. This is a key level that feels like it's out of reach for most live teams right now, and the fact that we've even already seen it timed today by mandatory is incredibly impressive. So a couple of wipes in this key is to be expected for most of our teams today. This is looking to be a fantastic run here from Perplexed, and if I'm not mistaken by the count, this poll should finish their count, so they should be able to do the double jump starter skip and go straight to Giesel Gigazap. Try saying that boss name 5 times fast, by the way. It's not possible. I've tried it. Can't be done. But the timer's looking good for them here, right? About 6.5 minutes left on the key, 7 minutes left on the key. That's plenty of time to finish off the boss.
Yeah, I won't be attempting that, but I'm sure everyone in chat will. And yes, I do agree. I think they do have enough time. So if there's no more issues to have moving forward, then I think they should be okay to finish this key finally. Having to reset it a few times. They're going to be very happy about that one. As miscount, though, they are now in that 21 Theater of Pain after 2 testing 19. Looking incredibly strong. They also are playing that Frosty K, of course, like we've seen most teams do. A very small adaptation from what we've seen so far from the comps. Nothing too crazy in these global finals so far.
Yeah, as fast as the route from Wunderbar was, the fact that Miscount were also able to get the 2 chest makes me want to potentially take a closer look at their routing once they deal with the champions boss at the start of the dungeon here to see if they're doing anything similar to what we saw from Wunderbar. Their routing throughout the dungeon was different. We saw they went to Zav second, whereas Wunderbar goes for the Koltha Rockwing first and does the really cool skips to make sure they could get all of that efficient trash count at the start of their key. Of course, very difficult AoE stop pulls that they have to get through to do that, but they're able to make it work, and it makes them so fast in that key, but somehow Miscount found a way to be just as fast with a more normal route. Let's see if they're able to do it, but here we are, Perplexed on the 21 Floodgate, 100% trash count. They've skipped past the double jump starters. 7 minutes they had to kill this boss with the timer on the board, and I mean, that is more than enough time. They're actually just not going to get their 4th Bloodlust of the key, which is really funny considering we were talking about how efficient their route was based off of the Bloodlusts alone. Very scary moment for Tobo there, as he disengages to get away from his Spark and almost runs into someone else's Spark. That would not have been ideal, but barely able to dodge that out. Yeah, this is just a really, really fast run here from Perplexed.
Super fast. You can see Tobo not even having to go bare form on that Giga Zap. Having huge shields up from Savi. Very nicely done, as the turbocharge is coming through. The disc bubble is going to be utilized for this one. Everyone stacking very tight, making sure they do get the damage reduction. And also spacing out a little bit to make sure they're not creating lines on each other whenever they are dodging. So very nicely done by Perplexed. Boss is dropping a little bit slowly, but that's because they currently don't have any cooldowns running. We do see Arcane Surge coming up in just a moment. And some other cooldowns too. PI is already ready for Savi, so we're going to be popping that in just a moment on Wolf Disco. There it is. And now the boss is going to be dropping quite fast.
Yeah, I mean, and again, this is just us on a cycle here. The only thing that you're really, really scared of is potentially tank dying to a Thunder Punch. As long as they live through that, you're okay. And then you need to make sure the players that get targeted by the Giga Zaps heading into the Turbocharge are fully topped at the start of that Turbocharge. That Turbocharge on this key level does a ton of damage. The Giga Zap on its own without a personal does a ton of damage. Giga Zap, you're going to go on the DK. You love that. And the Priest can use a pain suppression on himself to keep himself alive. And they're going to be perfectly happy heading into this Turbocharge. So no issues here whatsoever for Perplexed as they deal with Giesel Giga Zap. Like you said, 2.5 minutes now to take out the first half of the boss. Probably going to be another 2.5 to do the next half of the boss, even with Execute. There's going to be a long boss encounter without the Bloodlust, but they've got the tools to get it done.
Do think so as well. In the meantime, we do have the 2 other teams on the screen, Holy Method and 07, both in that 21 Theater of Pain. Holy Method currently dealing with that gas back pull leading into Gourd Chop, which can be a little bit dangerous, especially the Gourd Chop boss fight itself. We've seen many teams struggle with that one, just losing players here and there. Generally just dying to the leftovers, jumping around, doing so much damage. And cleaving as well, so it definitely has to be handled perfectly. And Miscount also in that 21 Theater of Pain, as they did already move on from the plus 20 Floodgate, not in 21, so we'll see how they're going to be performing in that 21. Mandatory now also in the Theater of Pain, but of course going to the 20 because they did not two-chest the 19. But also looking very strong. They have their second Bloodlust running right now as they are dealing with that Gourd Chop wing pull with these Butchers and Horrors and all of the other like tiny little mobs that are jumping around and that have very important interrupts that you need to make sure you're hitting, which looks like Mandatory did a great job with. Oh, we do see Yargi go down to a Jagged Coral here.
Oh, Coral?
The mini-boss.
This is a nasty overlap, right? This mini-boss with this Arbalest, if that Arbalest lives too long, any overlaps with shoots or quarrels going off at the same time as either the interrupting roar from this mini-boss or the Earth Shadow from the other boss could easily one-shot a player, so it's not too surprising to see 1 or 2 deaths to this encounter here in particular. It's not too big of a time loss. You can just release in that middle area and head right back up to the group back in 10 seconds. It's just a 15-second time loss. Missed count. They had the timer though. They can accept 1 or 2 deaths in this early section of the dungeon and they'll be totally fine. Heading back to Perplexed here though, still 2.5 minutes on the timer there with Giesel Giga Zap to 10% HP. One final Execute Arcane Surge with the Power Infusion going to come out from Wolf Disco here. And this boss will go down and Perplexed will claim the second ever 21 Floodgate. And they will be yoinking away a world record tag of their own from Mandatory here, going almost a minute faster in this key. Extremely impressive stuff from Perplexed there.
Really nicely done by Perplexed. And yeah, that minute that they're faster than Mandatory is going to really matter probably at some point. Even if it doesn't matter today, it will for sure matter tomorrow eventually. So Mandatory maybe has to rerun their 21 Floodgate eventually to get that faster timer in. And now Miscount. Dealing with that Captain Pull, the double Arbalest can be pretty dangerous. One Arbalest actually moving out and not having one of those vortexes down, but they do have a grip coming through, so stacking up the Arbalest again, making sure they're interrupting as many shoots and the quarrels as they can to make sure they don't have to deal with too many of those, as they can be incredibly deadly in such a high key level. Do want to take a quick look at Mandatory as they are in Gourd Chop. Gourd Chop, of course, as I talked about earlier, just very dangerous boss fight. So let's see how Mandatory is dealing with that one, especially once those chains come down. The leftover jumps can just be so deadly.
Yeah, the scary thing about the jumps is not necessarily that the constant pressure throughout the fight, right? Your Arcane Mage, your Moonkin, they can run around constantly and do damage. There are these tiny little brief moments where you have to stop and cast. So it's going to be on the Arcane Surge for the Arcane Mage, on the Shifting Power for the Arcane Mage. As long as you have something like an Ursul's Vortex or a Sigil of Chains for these leapers, when those go off, when you need to cast those abilities, you should be totally fine. You can eat one of those leaps as well from the oozing leftovers, but getting hit by two of them will kill your character in quick succession. So it's a constant struggle for these ranged DPS players to move around the fight. Ideally, move into the boss for that hook that the boss does right before the tenderizing smash. But you can see, unfortunately for Wildy, got 2 leaps in a row. Probably was during one of the casts that he had to actually cast as an Arcane Mage while not moving, and that is a death there for Holy Method. Did he lose a Surge, though, from it? I didn't actually see if he did lose a Surge. It might have actually been on the Surge cast that he died, looking at
maybe.
when it happened 30 seconds ago. It's really unfortunate if so.
Yeah, it would be very unfortunate. Of course, also losing out on those Afghanistan stacks, which
that's huge.
ideal. So that means that you're going to take a little bit longer for this fight than they are intending to, which could be deadly. We'll see what happens. But other than that, their 21 actually looking pretty good so far. Now, of course, we did see Holy Method struggle initially with that 19, but being able to get to the 21 and maybe getting this one done quickly will be super good for them, because, of course, Holy Method being at the bottom of the leaderboard, meaning they would be eliminated at the end of the day, since 2 teams are not going to be making it to tomorrow, to Sunday. And Holy Method has some catching up to do, right? They not only do have to do the new dungeons that we're in right now, they also have to get that 22 Motherload done like all of the other teams already did. And on top of that, they potentially would also have to do that 21 Priory as well. So definitely lots left to do for them today.
Yeah, so got a confirmation there from production that it was the Surge and Power Infusion lost from Wildy there, unfortunately. Got double targeted by leaps on the Surge cast. That's just really unfortunate that they didn't have like an Ursul's Vortex up for that, but that is a huge time loss. Losing the Surge and Power Infusion on this fight on your Arcane Mage, that's probably doubling the other classes on Gore Chop damage, and I'm not trying to over-exaggerate it. They really can just double other classes' boss damage on this fight from all the funnel they get from these leftovers, plus the butchers that they have on top of the boss. That's a huge time loss, not to mention the 15 seconds from pure deaths here. So, yeah, that's a lot of time lost in that 21 for Holy Method. And like you said, that's a team that they have a lot of work left to do to catch up to the other teams from yesterday, right? They were the only team that wasn't on either 63 or 64 points coming into day 2 today. So they need to go back to that Motherload, get the 22 up. They need to go back to the Priory, get 21 in that key. Our other teams either have one or both of those done already. They need to get through these 2 dungeons today very, very quickly. Wunderbar, though, after dominating the Theater of Pain to start the day, have decided it's time to work on the other dungeon. They're working on Floodgate. We'll see how good their timer is later on in that key. We'll check it back in with them later. Let's see if Mist Count can match the mark set by Wunderbar in the Theater of Pain here with their first attempt at the 21 after being the only team to 2-chest the 19 Theater of Pain so far.
Yeah, Viscount looking so strong in the theater. Their Bloodlust just came up. I don't think they're going to be using it at the end of Xav here for as the boss almost dead, so they can save it for something else. They are also going to that Xav wing first, which is something we've seen by almost all teams, except Wunderbar, that is doing this very interesting ghost wing strategy we've talked about numerous times now. But potentially not even being a strategy that is necessarily much quicker, considering that Miscount did, of course, 2-chest at 19. So we're going to see how fast Miscount is as well on this 21. That is going to matter, right? Again, we're talking about these time tiebreakers that eventually will matter. And if their Miscount run here is going to be faster than the Wunderbar 21, then that's going to be very important. Wunderbar, I think, also had some deaths as well, if I'm not mistaken, on the 21.
Yeah, and they're 19. They did.
Oh, the 19, yeah.
Also in the 21, yeah, they had the one single death like at the very start of the key in the 21, and then they were like super clean from there on out. So, yeah, they were super clean. They could have been 3 minutes under on the 21 if they were 0 death. We'll see, yeah. If Miscount can match that mark, that's a fantastic omen for the rest of the day for them. Again, they also still have to go back and do some keys. I think some of their timers weren't as good in the higher keys. They still have to go back to the 21 Floodgate as well, so that's something that they'll have to work on as well today. But just a fantastic start to the day for Miscount. And of course for Mandatory as well. They did have that first 21 Floodgate done. Perplex snatched the world record and that key away from them there. But, you know, they had it for a brief moment. Unfortunately, they were not able to two-chest the 19 Theater of Pain, so they're going to have to go the route of Wunderbar here, work up to the 20, and then get their way up to the 21 as well. The timer is a question, though. We'll see if they do have as fast of a timer as Wunderbar did in their 20, because remember, Wunderbar was like 5 minutes under on the 20. Just ridiculous pace in the dungeon from them.
Yeah, I mean, I do like Miscount in particular because they were so fast in 19. I kind of think that they might be able to beat Wunderbar's 21 timer, and that would mean, if that is true, then Miscount would have 3 world records at the moment, which would be absolutely crazy. So we're gonna have to keep an eye on their timer as they're moving through that dungeon. You can see they are now in that Gourd Shop wing, already done with that first trash pack that they used at Bloodlust 4 that they were not using on Xeph as it came up on 10%. So nice usage of Bloodlust there, making sure they get that one in on that AoE pull. And now they're going to be making sure they're moving on to Gourd Shop. Jack's just waiting around. I'm not sure if somebody's missing, didn't quite make it around that gas bag. Of course, the gas bags are patrolling around, and sometimes you just have to wait a little bit. But it looks like everyone is here now.
This is interesting. So we were talking about this in the Operation Floodgate for Miscount, how they didn't opt to go for an Eye of Kazan route in that dungeon as well. In looking at the way they're routing in this key, they're not doing it in this key as well. The only player that has an Eye of Kazan equipped in this group is AJ on the healer. So they're not trying to play around that trinket at all. Maybe they just don't want to deal with the headache of trying to play the minigame of staying in combat throughout the key. They'd rather just say, you know, we'll take a little bit of power loss just to make sure we're consistent with our play throughout the key. And that makes sense to do as a team if you're just trying to get the keys timed. Where that's really going to bite them is if there is a +1 key level that's just unattainable without the extra power that trinket provides, or if it does come down to time tiebreakers. It's hard to argue with the execution from the team, though. Being able to two-chest the 19 and be the only team to pull that off is incredibly impressive. Doing this pull without the Eye of Kazan's extremely impressive as well. Consolidating both of those sludge spewers into one pull on top of the gas bag with all of those mobs leaping around, doing a ton of potential AoE damage to your team. They make it look easy on the 21 key level. And you know what? We're going to pull a couple butchers and a couple horrors into the boss as well for some free extra funnel. Why not?
Yeah, why not? This boss, of course, not very hard, right? Like, we've just seen Wildy die with all cooldowns up because of a double leap, just because he decided to cast Arcane Surge. I mean, how dare he? But yeah, we do see Miscount utilizing those AoE CCs whenever those chains come down. We did see Kira use that Chaos Nova to make sure the leftovers aren't jumping. Because obviously you can see them move around constantly, right? You can see Hearthjax and Yargi and also AJ trying to move as the leftovers are jumping around to make sure they are avoiding that damage. But whenever those chains come up and you have to dodge around the chains, you have to focus on that. You cannot randomly move around trying to dodge the leftovers whenever you have to make sure you're not getting hit by the hooks. So in that moment, they are going to be utilizing their AoE stuns, their Vortex, and all of their others that they have available to them to make sure that some of the leftovers aren't jumping. And if they don't have anything, they're probably going to be using defensive CDs to make sure they're not getting one-shot by a double chum. So yeah, very nicely done by Miscount so far on this 21.
Yeah, we have an interesting replay here from Holy Method, and they've also unfortunately just wiped, so we'll have replays for both of them in just a moment here. Some cool tech, believe, from Holy Method coming into play here. Wexy getting in combat with the triple mobs up top. Okay. Instantly
nice
taking
flap.
the portal down.
Not the portal,
flapping down to the group.
Yeah, flapping.
Oh, yeah. Very cool, very cool.
Nice.
Okay. So extra mobs on top of the Bone Reaver, but 30 seconds later we were told they wiped, unfortunately. So let's see how that happened. Yeah, it was the disengage plus flap, not the portal. Looked like the portal just went through the portal. Unfortunately, yeah, round of Bone Spears going off. Never going to go particularly well for this particular pull. It looks like they didn't have the mobs quite stacked together there, unfortunately. So, cool tech, just didn't work out the way you wanted it to. And unfortunately, that wipe is going to be a massive time loss here for Holy Method. And it's something they really can't afford. Remember, we were talking about this. This team was 3 points behind heading into the day. 2 entire dungeon runs behind our top-end teams. This means they're going to lose a lot of time at the end of the day on those push keys that, you know, the top-end teams, Wunderbar, Miscount, Mandatory, Perplexed, are all going to have a ton of time to push. You know, 07's up there too, but you know they were also a little bit behind coming into the day. But you know they've had a good start to the day so far.
Yeah, 07 actually are looking pretty good. They also managed to get the 21 done in just a moment. The only thing that they're, of course, still have to do from yesterday is the 21 Priory as well, and they will have to also get points done in that floodgate. We're going to see how their route is going to be there. In the meantime, we do see Wunderbar now also in that 19 floodgate, and also utilizing some nice spots for those mecha drones, but not quite getting that charge into the correct location. Not quite as perfect as we see Mandatory deal with those mecha drones. But to be fair, Mandatory's strat here is also just picture perfect, so it's very difficult to replicate it. It looks somewhat easy when they do it, but it's actually very hard to execute.
Yeah, I mean, you can get unlucky if somebody gets targeted by a sonic boom and has to run out with that. Yeah, they can get one of the leaps as well from the mecha drones, and you know, you kind of just have to deal with that every now and then. But still, looks like it's going pretty clean in that 19 for Wunderbar at their first attempt here. This Gorechop split for missed count is going to be incredibly fast. An 18-minute Gorechop split is blazing fast in the 21. They're going to have a ton of time to deal with the Koltharok wing. Koltharok wing is the longest wing of the dungeon, but as long as they can engage Koltharok by about like the 24-25 minute mark, they will have more than enough time to complete both that boss and Mordretha to finish off the key. Missed count looks like they're just so far ahead of the timer here and might even be on par with the pace of Wunderbar.
Yeah, I'm super interested to see if they're going to be able to keep up with Wunderbar's timer, as they are now moving in that Ghost Wing, and probably going to do a little bit more of a straightforward route here, not going to be doing anything crazy like we've seen Wunderbar do, but let's still keep an eye on them and see if there's going to be some snapping coming through. So they did struggle to get all of these blinded souls, but they did manage to do so now as that soul storm is coming through. This will not necessarily the hardest for a team like this that has so many AoE stops. So the only thing they have to worry about is that soul storm AoE, and then on top of that, these shackled souls, they should just like passively go down. And some AoE stops need to be used to get that bind soul cast interrupted. But yeah, Miska doing a pretty good job.
Super clean, pretty standard. This is always the first pull you're going to see in the Ghost Wing of the dungeon. If there was any tech that they would pull off, it would be right after the fact, but don't think we're seeing any special tech from them, although Miscount is heading towards the right side. Let's see. Are they going to run off here? Ooh, we're going to potentially see some tech. Okay, we're skipping past the Bone Mages. Okay. Love that. Not really, tech per se, but it's still a lot faster. Normally, you don't want to deal with those particular pulls, just going straight to the Portal Guardian. Okay, still little variation on the route from what we're used to seeing from live routes in the key, and I mean, that's pretty efficient if you're able to just skip those two mobs. Do they get to snap those two mobs down? I think they do. Okay, that's actually really huge tech. You have to be scary with snapping Bone Mages, though, because when you snap mobs, they evade, and if a Bone Mage decides to cast Bone Sphere while it's evading, you can't kick it and you will die. So, gotta be careful with that. Looks like they found out a way to make it consistent, though. They've got everything nice and stacked up for their AoE stops, AoE CCs, Supernova being used, Blast Wave being used by the Mage, the double Mage stops. Of course, there's the Ursul's knockback from the Druid into the incapacitating Roar. Silent Sigil coming out of that, just a perfect cacophony of AoE CC to make sure none of these casters gets any of their casts off on the group.
Actually having to use a Fear here to interrupt one of these Bone Spears, which seemed a little bit scary. So they're running out of sums to see. We do see another Blast Wave come through as some Chaos Nova and a single target stun on that Magus, making sure that Bolt doesn't go through. One more volley needs to be single target interrupted. And now they should be able to finish off those last two mobs. Another Typhoon from Yargi needed, and now they got it. Alright, that orb is going to be moved to the next portal, and now they can be moving on. Let's see how they're dealing with this area. I think they're also just going to be pulling both sides. One thing to note that tanks are utilizing now quite a lot is that whenever they're pulling a pack, if you're just body pulling it, the mobs will usually start casting on you immediately if they're casters. But if you're attacking a caster with an ability rather than like a body pull or just pulling like a different mob in the pack that isn't a caster, then the caster will actually take some steps towards the tank first before it starts casting, which makes it a lot easier for specifically this platform here to grip all of the mobs in. So if you're a tank, then and you want to do a pull like this where casters are a little bit spread out, make sure you're actually attacking that caster that you want to grip in first. So that one is going to step in closer, which does make gathering up the pull quite a lot easier.
Been keeping an eye on Mandatory in the top right corner here as they near the end of their 20 Theater of Pain here. Had one death just about 15 seconds ago. Unfortunately, the Boomkin died. Didn't see if it was to a cast from the ads they spawned or if it was to a Mammoth. Either way, they had the battle res available for him. Were able to quickly pick him back up, and the timer's still incredibly fast here for Mandatory. Almost 5 minutes left on the dungeon for them as they finish off Mordretha, the Endless Empress here, and they'll be able to unlock that 21 and head for a Theater 21 of their own in just a moment here. Super solid run from them. Love to see them still continuing with a very, very impressive day after getting that first 21 floodgate. Just one more dungeon left for them before we get to see what they have in store for the rest of the day. It's going to be 2.5 hours if Mandatory is able to one-shot this Theater 21 of just insane push key tries for that team.
Yeah, they're looking so strong. We do have some teams, or at least Perplexed, on a break currently. So some teams are utilizing those breaks to consider what they're going to be doing. Well, just kidding, Perplexed is back. Perplexed was on a break. But apparently they came back 7 minutes ago, so I was a little bit late on announcing that one. So Perplexed is back. They are now doing that 19 Theater of Pain. I didn't want to look at Miscount though, because Miscount is about to finish off their run, and they are doing their 21 Theater of Pain as well, making sure they're getting to that same point level that currently only Wunderbar is on. Wunderbar, the only other team to have that 21 done. Miscount only having one death on the board, and they only have Kultarok and Mordretha left. They still have some count left to do, but they have a spear here. Oh, they snapped the pack. Alright, so they snapped the triple mop pack onto Kultarok. That is something that I mentioned earlier. And I thought Wunderbar would be doing it, but Wunderbar just completely skipped that platform, while Miscount decided to snap it here. Very, very cool.
See, they also have the Soulbinder imprisoned behind the entrance to the boss room there, so they only have to worry about one round of kicks to deal with. These Spirit Frosts are going to be the only thing that's going to be going off from the Dark Speaker. Of course, they need their kicks or the boss ability, which can do a ton of damage if you let too many of those Necrotic Bolts go off on your non-tank players. What are we going to do with that Soulbinder? Is that just going to be another engine to keep us in combat throughout the key? That would be a weird play from Miscount, considering the fact that they aren't running I have Kazans on any of their DPS players, so we'll have to see what the plan is for that Soulbind again that's imprisoned right behind that wall that they just dropped these souls on top of.
It might just be an interrupt thing, right? Because the boss has to be interrupted, Dark Spear has to be sometimes interrupted, and then you have the Magus. And since some of the AoE disrupts don't work, because the boss of course cannot be CC'd, and that bigger map also is CC or disrupt immune, maybe they're just making sure they're playing it safe, getting the Magus down here, and then they can get the last Soulbinder in, getting some extra interrupts freed up. Maybe that is the play we're gonna see as the Magus is about to get finished off here. And we'll see if they're gonna break that sheep in just a moment. Looking at the timer, they still have 150 left for that 2 chests, so definitely still looking very strong. Miscount also having that last ready. I assume they're gonna be saving it for Mordretha though.
That would be my guess. This is a little weird that they just lose a use of Bloodlust throughout the key. They did have an incredibly fast 19, but I guess 3 perfect uses of Bloodlust can be more powerful than 4 not perfect uses of the ability throughout the key. We've had that. That's a conversation we've had a billion times throughout the years, right? And I don't think anyone's ever been able to come up with an exact answer of which and when either is correct. For 07, though, they don't have that question. That Bloodlust is ready and available. The boss is in execute. The cooldowns are there. And we are blasting Mordretha into the void here. 21 Theater of Pain for 07. Looks like it's soon to go down. One final set of ads going to come out and spawn. Do they have the CC available? Yes, it's Sigil of Chains into likely a Solar Beam. Yep, gonna lock those Deathwalkers down. Don't have to worry about any Death Bolts going out on the group, and the boss is getting absolutely melted by their cooldowns and Lust.
Yeah, they're doing so good. This is very, very important for 07, getting that 21 done here as the boss is about to go down. The second team to
Deathless
time that
too.
21 Theater. Yes, on a completely Deathless run. really nicely done by 07. They can now move on and make sure they get those points in that floodgate in as well. And once they're done with that, they do have to make sure they're catching up on some of those points that they were missing out on yesterday compared to their teams. Miscount also about to finish off Kotarok. Let's see if they still have that soul binder there in the back. Yeah, they do. Alright, so... Oh, they're just snapping it up to...
Mind control? Yeah.
Mordratha, probably. Interesting.
Right. Yeah, cool. Okay, so just a little extra efficient way to deal with that count. I think you're 100% right. Just they don't want to deal with that extra kick. One bone volley going off during the boss, or ever, would be an instant wipe. So can't have that happen in our key. Let's see, though. Does Wunderbar have the pace to potentially two-chest the 19 Floodgate here? 4.5 minutes left on the timer. The Bloodlust is available. We still have a few mobs left alive. We're going to have to kill these 2 jump starters, though, so I'm not 100% sure that's in the books for Wunderbar, a team that's been incredibly strong, incredibly fast today, but have just barely missed out on all of the available two-chests they have to them. On the 19 key level with Bloodlust, this last boss can be maybe 3.5, 345, but any faster than that, I think you're pushing it. So I'm not too sure if the two chest is available. Do we have a potential pot of greed moment here from Wunderbar where they try to kill one of the jump starters and drag this into the boss, or maybe we just go for it? We haven't started the RP yet for the boss spawn, though.
Yeah, this is interesting. I also think you're right. I think if they're 330 or below, they're probably not going to be making it on that 19. We do know that both Mandatory and Perplex, was it, that ended up two-chesting the Floodgate, they did have around 4 minutes left when they pulled the last boss. So Wunderbar being at 330 below, I think that's not going to be enough unless they find some insane amount of single target damage here on this last boss. They do, of course, have Bloodlust available.
We gotta go.
And yeah, they have to go. The jump starter is dying now. The boss has been engaged. Bloodlust immediately pressed by Gingy here, as they also have the PI and all offensive cooldowns actually saved up for this pull. So the boss is going to be melting quite fast, but they only had like 320. I think it's going to be really rough for them.
Well, let's take a look at what they're using. Are they running the full Eye of Kazan build? Now has it, yes. Whippy has it. Yes, Clix has it. Every single player in the group, except for Gingy, actually, has the Eye of Kazan equipped, so they're all going to be fully stacked heading into the boss. We are going to be doing maximum damage here. And the timer that they had to kill this boss within the two-chest timer is actually perfect for cooldowns, right? 3 minute 15 is nearly perfect. It's going to line up perfectly for the minute 30 window of the Unholy Decay. They're going to get a third use of that Unholy Assault. They're going to get 3 Arcane Surges on the boss as well. And in the first 45 seconds of the boss, we've done a third of the boss's HP with the augmentation of that Bloodlust. Damage is going to drop a little bit here as we're outside of cooldowns and we lose that haste from the Bloodlust itself, but it's a good opening burst to the boss. It's all about whether or not we can get the boss into execute extremely quickly. I think the next set of minute 30s will take it there, and they might actually get a little bit of execute out of that second set of cooldowns, but it's going to be a very close DPS right to the finish here for Wunderbar.
Yeah, it will be there now. 1 minute 20 into the boss fight, and they did get the boss down to 56%, which in theory would bode well for the remainder of the time that they have. But of course, that first percent that they just got, they did with Bloodlust and a bunch of other cooldowns they're not going to be able to have back again. They're never going to be able to meet their damage they did at the very start. So we'll see. The boss is dropping lower. There's still 130 left. I feel like...
Second surge.
Yeah, the surge is up. They will get another one at the very end of the boss fight. So I feel like they might be able to do it. This would be some insane amount of damage that Wunderbar is putting up here. Looking at the damage as well, this is all single target.
There's a chance. There is a chance Wunderbar can potentially do a ridiculous amount of damage here and kill Giesel Gigazap. They had to do it in 3:17, like we were talking about. Has to be perfect. Any single player death will instantly be an end to their potential chances of two-chesting this key. We're now cresting 1 minute left on the two-chest timer. Does Wunderbar get to skip the plus 20 like we've seen from a couple of our other teams, or do they have to slowly work their way through the +1 into another +1 to attempt the 21 that we've seen done by a couple other teams already? 50 seconds left now on the timer. We have an Arcane Surge. Going to be coming up in 15 seconds. There will be a Power Infusion that Whippy can choose to use on one of his players as well. One more Incarnation going to be available for Clix, and we'll get one last set of Unholy DK cooldowns. Both the Unholy Salt and the Dark Transformation will be available in 20 seconds. Wunderbar will have one last damage push to do it, but Nagura, I think they've done it. In the meantime, Miscount in their 21 are completing more Breath of the Endless Empress. The timer not as good as what we saw from Wunderbar with less deaths, but still very happy to get that 21 on the board. But we need to go back to Wunderbar instantly. Can they finish the 2 chest in this key? The Arcane Surge push is there. The damage is out. 15 seconds left on the timer. Kush instantly pushes the Unholy Assault. Dark Transformation soon to follow with less than 10 seconds left.
Wow.
Wunderbar have killed Giesel Gigazap in 3 minutes flat and somehow secured the 2 chest. That is insanely impressive.
Wow, that was really nicely done, making sure to get the 2 chests in. Very, very cool. At the same time, Miscount getting that 21 in, even if they don't have that 3rd world record when it comes to time tiebreaker. I still think that Miscount is just looking so solid today. We'll see if they now move back to the Floodgates to attempt that 21 now, or if they're going to go somewhere else. Yeah, Miscount, they're in a situation, right? Like, I feel like, I mean, they still have this 21 Priory to do, which is really rough, but the 21 Floodgate is as well. So whatever Miscount chooses to do, it's going to be a difficult key for them. It looks like we do have a little bit of a replay here from from Perplex, actually. As Perplex was doing some very cool Eye of Kazan tech, apparently. So they pulled this gas back here, the one that you usually just avoid. And everyone seems to be walking past, waiting for that frontal to happen. Now everyone's pressing Shadow Melt that can press Shadow Melt, but Sasevi, of course, being a dwarf,
is he supposed to be Night Elf in this key? He just is on the wrong character.
Either Sasevi's supposed to be Night Elf, or Sasevi's not supposed to get in combat with this mob.
Might be a little bit of an oversight. This is definitely, maybe, it could be a few different things. Number 1 could be to keep up Eye of Kazan stacks. Number 2 could have just been they had a really bad gas bag timing. Sometimes you deal with that first pull in the Gorchok wing. You look left, you look right, there's a gas bag right in your face on both sides, and you're like, well, now what do we do? And the best thing to do is have your tank pull it off to the side so you can run past, and then the tank will Infernal Strike Shadow Meld to get out of combat with it. They didn't do that there. Everyone got in combat with it, which is a little bit of a question mark. Fortunately for them, most players could drop combat with Meld or Greater Invis, like we saw from Wolf Disco there. Either way, they got through the pull with just the 1 death. They'll be able to move on. It's a little bit of a hiccup in their key. Perplex has a great start to the day, though. So, 1 death there. Well, it's a little bit of a question mark. I think you're totally okay with it. Miscount, though, after dealing with the Theater of Pain, straight back to that Operation Floodgate. Had a 21 here that they have to clean up, and they're opting for a completely different route from other teams, going straight into Big Mama at the very start of their route, but mandatory, having issues at the start of their 21. A little bit of a time loss there. They're going to reset and go again. That can happen there. Sometimes overlaps with, a Raging Tantrum. You're not supposed to get on top of one of the Mighty Smashes, could potentially one-shot a player. You'll reset and go again at that point. Let's see what this looks like from Miscount, though, as they've opted to just go straight for the hardest boss in the dungeon here. And this makes sense for them, right? Most of our other team routes don't want to go to Big Mama first right off the bat because they're all playing these Eye of Kazan strategies where they want to stack up that trinket throughout the key so they have a 20 stack going into Big Mama. Miscount doesn't play that strategy. They don't care about their Eye of Kazan stacks. They're not wearing them. So they can just go straight to Big Mama right away at the start of the key, get the hardest boss in the dungeon done with right away.
Yeah, definitely interesting. I do like that Miscount is just trying something different here. And especially in the higher key levels, I do think that maybe playing a little bit of a safer route, because constantly having to stay in combat and having to build your route around that can be pretty risky, right? And if something goes wrong, you lose a player here and there, you lose all of your stacks, you lose so much damage. So maybe Miscount just decided they're going to be more consistent, not having to play around that, not having those huge damage losses whenever a player goes down here and there. So still very, very good for Miscount, as again, they are fighting Big Mama here. Very, very dangerous boss on that 21 key level. In the meantime, we also have Wunderbar doing the 21 as well on the right sides. And they actually started to keep at a pretty similar time. So we do have almost a head-to-head comparison between Wunderbar and Miscount here.
Yeah. Well, Wunderbar, it's another one of our teams who is nearing that insane key push level that we're talking about. I mean, 21 Operation Floodgate and Theater of Pain are already insane, but, the question mark that we have as casters and spectators of this event is, once our teams have timed a 22 in Motherlode and 21 in all 4 of the other keys, The question is, where do you go next? We saw Wunderbar has the 22 Cinderbrew metery in the bag. We saw they had a very good attempt at it yesterday. In the final moments of the day, it looks very timeable for them. Are other teams going to follow suit in that key? Do they have something else in the back of their minds? Are they going to play for timers in some of these keys like we saw at the end of yesterday? Huge question marks as we reach the halfway mark of the day, Nagura. This is going to be super exciting to watch.
Yeah, I'm so interested to see what the teams are going to be doing, right? Because they are just kind of blasting through these 19s, 21s. It's really crazy. Now, of course, some teams have to do some homework keys. Holy Method, of course, having to do the 22 meta load and the 21 Priory, while 07 and Miscount also have to do the 21 Priory as well to be able to match the other team's scores and key levels. But then what, right? The 22 Brewery, like, is that going to be the key that most teams go for? Or will we be seeing a 23 meta load? That is something that we were potentially thinking that could happen today because we're so early in the day and we already see some of these keys already done on the 21, because we don't necessarily think that TOP or Floodgate would go any higher than 21, right? I think it's much more likely to have a 23 meta load than it is to have a 22 TOP or a Floodgate. What do you think?
I genuinely don't know. These key levels are so out of my depth. I don't know what would be easier for the teams to go to. These have been the teams that have been practicing these keys for the past 2 weeks, maybe even longer if you're a team that was playing in Cup A or Cup B. It looked like you were talking about, you said they have timer in 23 Motherload potentially, but living through some of those polls is just so difficult. But again, these teams have proved us wrong so many times when we talk about the difficulty of the polls, and they go in and they make it look easy. So, honestly, any of them could be on the table. I could see multiple of these keys being done one level higher than we initially thought. It's going to be insane to see them attempt them.
I would love to see all of those key levels done in one higher level even. So yeah, super exciting rest of the day here. Gonna come up in just a moment once we do see those keys timed. Miscount, of course. Now currently in that 21 and about to finish off Big Mama as they don't need another damage phase, of course. Boss gonna go down in just a moment. Miscount choosing to do a little bit of a different route in Floodgate compared to most other teams. Because we talked about the fact that Miscount just doesn't like playing Avkasan, so that allows them to do Big Mama first, making sure they get that difficult boss out of the way, which especially on higher key levels means that in case something does go wrong on a boss, they're not going to be losing out as much time compared to the other teams, right? So a little bit of a safer strategy here for Miscount, as they're now going to be gathering up this Blood Warper pool, which is another difficult pool, of course on a high key level, and they're also getting some trash from the other side of the room too, so they need to make sure you can see the casters are actually running through that pack, because in case they get aggro, Hearthjack's also getting gripped in by AJ, potentially also pulled some more trash, just going to come in just a moment as well, or actually maybe Hearthjack's just clicked the explosives actually. Yeah, that's why Hearthjack's was a little bit late. Usually it is the mages that are jumping up on that platform and making sure that they are clicking that, because they have the invisibility and the shadow melt in case something does go wrong and they're pulling the trash on accident.
You know, it's a tough job, but somebody has to do it. And these teams are really bringing it. It's great to see the runs, and it's been awesome already just watching all of this go up. But we're going to have, can you guess it, chat? A swap on the desk. And we're going to be sending Zyro off to have fun. I don't know, go roam free. Have a good time. We'll see you later.
Boomkins are talking.
Moonkin desk, let's go.
Oh boy. All right, well everybody, hang in there. It's going to be Boomkin time. So probably think that's all they're going to talk about for the entirety of the next 45 minutes. So, you know, tune in, give your thoughts, give your feelings. But Tuttles is coming on here, and you know, Boomkins aside, let me try and give you a question other than something Boomkin related just to start us off. You know, we've been theorizing about how high the keys can go after seeing the gameplay today. So Tuttles, what do you think after seeing this is going to be our highest key that we might see?
So it's kind of interesting. I think that from today, I think that we have a couple of chase keys that are probably the most likely. So obviously there's like kind of a floor level for all of these dungeons, and you're kind of seeing Mandatory and Wunderbar getting kind of close to where that floor is on most of these dungeons. Once once mandatory puts up that 21 top. Pretty much 21 is doable in every single dungeon. 22 is doable in a couple of dungeons, and 23 is exclusively reserved for dungeons like Motherlode or Dark Flame Cleft. Now, the dungeons that are potentially doable on 22, it seems like Cinderbrew Meadery, at least with where Wunderbar was yesterday in their 22 Meadery, seems like it's doable. But it's obviously very hard. I don't think that that's a dungeon that all of our field can actually do. I think that that's maybe a dungeon that's reserved for a couple of very specific teams. And kind of something similar with the 22 Theater of Pain, in my opinion, is that that's also another dungeon that it might be doable on 22, but it might also not be doable on 22, and you might just take the 3 minutes under the timer, and that's kind of the cap for that key. For Motherlode, there is a chance that 23 ML is doable, but it's not guaranteed either, because getting through Azarok, particularly on that 23 level, the damage check is so hard on those ads, and just making sure that you're able to stay alive on that boss for an extended period of time is also very difficult. So whenever we're talking about these chase key levels, it's something that most of the teams probably can't do, but whenever we're looking at who's going to be winning the MDI this season, those are probably those pivotal dungeons on those pivotal levels. If anybody's able to get a +1 on any of those dungeons that the other teams can't, that sets them up quite nicely to be able to win the seasons of MDI.
Yeah, so what I'm getting from your commentary here is that they might or might not be able to do a higher key level in all of the dungeons.
So I've talked to some of the teams, and they've basically said that maybe this key level is doable, but it's not doable by us. And they say it for a couple of, but then there's like Cinderbrew Meadery that we saw by Wunderbar yesterday, where some teams thought that it wasn't doable, and they saw Wunderbar get pretty close on it, and they're like, okay, well, hold on, now we got to step up, and now we have to be able to figure out how to be able to actually do that key, especially if Wunderbar is able to do it. But we have 3 hours remaining in our day, and teams are kind of close to that floor. So then that calls into question, where are we going to see teams go after that?
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be super, super interesting. Wunderbar here in that 21 Floodgate would be the team that will show us where they're going. Now, we think they're going to go to the 22 Meadery, right? Because they've already attempted it yesterday at the very end of the day. So we assume Wunderbar goes there. But, and at the same time, like, there's actually a very interesting thought process. Do you think it is possible that Wunderbar took the last dungeon of their day to make other teams believe that they can do a 22 Meadery? And I mean, have them, because honestly, that would be somewhat of a cool strategy. Because if Wunderbar thought, you know what, we cannot do any higher key level, but we're actually kind of happy with all of the timers. What if we just do some random like hierarchy level, which means that the other teams think we can do it. Then they will spend all of their Saturday before the tournament day to figure out how they can do that level as well. And that would waste them a lot of time. I think that is a wild idea, and I don't think that is actually true, but it would be interesting.
It's not completely off the table. At the same point, looking at their timer, it looked like it was doable just at a glance. I think that, it's going to be doable by seconds, not even by minutes. This season's very interesting, especially with how they changed the Xalatath's Guile to be, you go from 7% per key level to 10% per key level after you reach that 12 level. And so these really high key levels that jump from 21 to 22 in most dungeons, while you see that jump timer-wise, and it's fine. You can actually beat the timer on the 22. Just the ability to be able to live each and every single pull, especially on that 22 key level, becomes virtually impossible. And it starts to happen with the scaling around that point, which is why you see a bunch of the keys be, timer-wise, they look fine, but they're marginal as to whether or not you can live the key level higher.
Yeah, those high key levels just all of a sudden become such an insane survivability check on top of having to do so much damage too, right? Like, it's absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
And we're going to be seeing some of those key levels attempted today. So very exciting end of the day here. Going to be coming up in just a moment. So we do see those 21s now being timed by the teams. Unfortunately, it looks like Perplex did not manage to two-chest the 19 TOP. So they're going to have to do the 20 and the 21 as well, like some of the other teams too. But not the end of the world, right? It also happened to Wunderbar. Also happened to 07.
It's probably fine. You have enough time. You have enough time in your day as long as that you're consistent. And then if you have an hour at the end of your day to kind of go for these super crazy chase keys, that is kind of important. Now, unfortunately, we have Holy Method about to pull Mordretha. And if you take a gander at the timer, in this 21. They only
they don't
had
have
3
lust.
minutes and 45 seconds without Bloodlust, so a couple of the deaths and a little bit too slow of pacing doesn't allow them to Bloodlust it. They were going to miss the damage check on the timer, so they decided to kind of give up at the very end there. A very unfortunate series of events for Holy Method. That is going to cost them around 30-ish minutes, and now they're on a 10-minute break.
This is just not good for Holy Method. Oof, Holy Method is in such a rough spot. Now, the good thing for Holy Method is, if they manage to stay motivated, if they manage to keep their head in the game, then I do think there's still a chance for them to catch up to their teams, just because of what we've been talking about for the last 10 minutes, right? The fact that we have these like super high chase keys that are coming up very soon. Like, look at Wunderbar here in this 21. If they time this, what do? They have to do some crazy key levels that they might not be able to time. And if they do, it might take them a long time to actually get them done. Which means that Holy Method, of course, does still have time to get their keys done. But, yeah, it's still so rough for them. They didn't have a good day yesterday. They came in today. They already had to reset their 19 TOP at the very start. Having to reset the 21 now at the very, very end of the dungeon. And once earlier as well, at pretty late in the dungeon too. This is going to be very rough on their mental. So I like that they're taking this break here. They need to take a breather, make sure they can get the head back into the game, and they still have a chance. They need to make sure that they know that. They need to make sure they get this motivation back and get those keys done.
I'm so interested in seeing how Wunderbar does in this 21 Operation Floodgate compared to Miscount, because they are playing such wildly different routes. Miscount are going for the 0 Eye of Kazan. We're going for the most efficient pulls possible route, but we would have lost all of our Eye of Kazan stacks, so we end up losing probably one of the most overpowered trinkets on the season, whereas Wunderbar, they're playing the more traditional. We keep our Eye of Kazan stacks with 20 stacks as long as possible. We go for second Bloodlust on Big Mama, just this more typical traditional strategy that we saw from a lot of teams during group play. The only way that you can really compare them is like once the teams end up killing off Swamp Face, that's kind of where they merge route-wise, and I'm super interested to see which strategy ends up scaling better into the higher key level, because I thought the Miscount one, it didn't look as good in the 19 as maybe some of the other strats, but it does have potential to scale a little bit better, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think so as well. It is very interesting. I mean, one thing that I think is absolutely crazy with Wunderbar strat is that they're still pulling the Surveyors on top of the Demolition Duo, which seems crazy to me. We saw it earlier as they are using that A-bomb limb to get the trash in. And Demolition Duo just doing so much random damage with those shoots and with the debuffs. And then if you get the Surveyors to throw dynamite on you at the same time, like that's just so much damage onto the group. And you have to be so like on point with your defenses, with your even like Whippy with the shields and everything. It's absolutely crazy that they can execute this on such a high key level.
That was actually a really subtle thing, what you just saw from Wunderbar, but it was actually incredibly impactful given the context of what Eye of Kazan does for the group. So most teams, they grab those double soldiers into Big Mama just for additional funnel or just, it's efficient cleave at the end of the day. But what you saw is now double jumped and then grabbed those soldiers right after the boss, allowing himself, Whippy, Gingy, and Kush to maintain combat, keeping those Eye of Kazan stacks for an extended period of time. Clicks, of course, drops combat and then goes and clicks the box, so he does lose some of his Kazan stacks, potentially. But the remainder of the group was able to keep them during that really long run. And those are the kind of minor optimizations that saving 2 or 3 Eye of Kazan stacks here and there, it's a huge damage differential.
Yeah, definitely. It's so worth it. If you're running the trinket, it's overall just going to be so much more damage coming in. Miscount now on Demolition Duo as well. And they're going to be finishing off this boss in just a moment, as we do have another Arcane Surge come up. No PI available, but they're going to be able to still do a lot of damage. Then, of course, since they did do Big Mama already, they're going to be moving on to Swamp Face. And I think Miscount mainly has gotten through like the most difficult parts of their route already after this. Right now, of course, on the 21, everything is hard. But yeah, the start of Floodgate is just so difficult.
There's still that bubble skip that teams
True.
love to mess up occasionally. So you got to be super cautious for things like that. Wunderbar here are getting ready to pull Swamp Face. It looks like it's going to be around 1830-ish until Swamp Face gets pulled, and we can actually kind of do a head-to-head comparison against them and Miscount, as Miscount have just recently downed Demolition Duo. I don't know if they actually have the Disturbed Kelp kill off. If they haven't, then they're going to be a little bit slower in their route. But if they do have those Disturbed Kelp killed off, they're going to be pulling Swamp Face around the same time that Wunderbar are. But okay, actually they don't have those Disturbed Kelp. So I think that Miscount are going to be about a minute-ish behind.
Yeah, let's take a look. So, Wunderbar, as you said, 1830 was the time that they have pulled the boss. Miscount now just gathering up these kelps, as you mentioned. So, if they manage to finish them in 15 seconds and then pull the boss, they would be even with Wunderbar. But yeah, I don't think that's quite going to happen.
They could take a bit to the boss, but you're probably going to wipe.
Yeah, that would be possible. But they are dealing with them quite fast, so I don't think they're going to be quite a minute behind. But yeah, definitely slightly slower than Wunderbar. But still, like, it's just incredible to see that they're playing vastly different routes, like completely different routes at the start of this dungeon here, on such a high level and be able to be so close to each other. It's very, very cool to see.
I think that of all the 6 teams that we've seen in the Floodgate, there have been 6 unique routes. I mean, obviously we haven't seen 07 and Holy Method go into this dungeon yet, but every single team does something that's slightly different. It's sometimes they're generally speaking the same concepts, but no one route is determined by these top-level teams to be just the absolute best route, which I think makes Operation Floodgate a really cool dungeon in that way.
I 100% agree. I think Floodgate is one of my favorite dungeons. Whenever I say that, people are mad at me because I think a lot of people are not the biggest fan of Floodgate just because it's a hard dungeon, right? It's just a very difficult dungeon to do. And sometimes that, of course, frustrates people, especially when they're pugging. But I do think Floodgate is a very cool dungeon overall, especially when you're doing those higher level keys. It's just very nice to see those different routes and just them all working out. Mandatory, though, about to finish up Ward Chop.
Oh, dude, they're fast.
And they're
very fast.
Speeding through this TOP.
So again, whenever we're normally looking at TOP, the split that we're looking at for Gore Chop is around a 1930-ish. To be able to just like, all right, that's the minimum barrier for us to be looking to time the key. Mandatory are a minute 15 under that. So again, I think timer-wise, the writing is on the wall that there's potential to do this dungeon even on a +1 compared to this 21, but there's a lot of survivability stuff. Maybe you end up getting really bad bloodlust timings whenever you go up to the 22. There's a lot of different variables, but I see timer-wise on the 21, and it looks like the 22 could be possible.
I don't know.
I think
TOP just seems so scary. I mean,
it's
it's
less likely
possible,
than
though.
Yeah, I think it's less likely than the meatery and the motherlode.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But if some team goes, we're the goats of TOP, we are the greatest to ever lace them up, Mordretha, we own you, like, then I think that there's a world where we could have that +1 in there. But it just requires a very special run by a very special team.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. It is, like, I would not be completely surprised to see a team attempt it at some point this weekend,
exactly.
Especially tomorrow, right? I can't even believe, like, tomorrow we're only gonna be giving them 1 extra dungeon, and it's potentially, like, I don't know this, right? So don't quote me on this. Like, don't think this is like a fact. But considering that they had the 18 start yesterday, the 19 start today, the dungeon we might get tomorrow might start at a 20, and then it's 1 dungeon that starts at a 20. it's crazy. And yeah, we're just gonna see such high key levels attempted. This is gonna be such an insane global final.
Yeah. Wunderbar get Swamp Face killed off at 22:13. They actually elected to not repress this lust as it came up. Look at this bloodlust. It's available right now for Wunderbar. Oh, they're playing the 5 Nelfs, so they immediately just run by bubbles, and they get the melds off immediately, and this allows them to continue to maintain combat as long as possible, and again, the Aya Kazan stacks in this dungeon. It's a really difficult dungeon to make sure that you have good uptime on those on that trinket. Whenever I was looking at some sims, you typically want around 10 to 12 stacks average for the duration of the dungeon to make it a more valuable trinket than other options. And these are the ways that you're able to really min-max that kind of value of that trinket. It's just these very subtle differences between the teams.
Yeah, very, very nicely done by Wunderbar. They have been doing this a lot, actually. In a lot of the dungeons, they decide to do this full Shadow Melt skip rather than the tank pulling it away, which in all dungeons where you do this, it saves you, like, maybe between 20 and 30 seconds, which is just really cool, right? Being able to gain those extra couple of seconds. And if you do this multiple times throughout the dungeon, it can ramp up to like a minute or two that you're saving, which is absolutely crazy. So really, really cool adaptation by Wunderbar that we've seen from some of the other teams as well. But let's take a look at the splits here. So 22-13 is what they had Swamp Face die at for Wunderbar. And then Miscount is about to finish off this boss as well. Let's take a look at what their split is going to be. It's 23-03. So not quite a minute slower, but definitely slower.
I mean, Miscounter still find a time to key. I think that Miscounter probably going to be a minute or 2 minutes under the timer that's required to be able to do this dungeon. But they also press their Bloodlust on Swamp Face, so they're not going to get that Bloodlust until later on. Whereas Wunderbar, they're going to be able to have that Bloodlust immediately on pull, which it should allow for a faster Giesel Gigazap kill. Just generally speaking, I think that Wunderbar might put up the world record time in this Floodgate, taking it from Perplexed if we're not too careful here.
Yeah, that is definitely very possible. They're looking so solid in this as they are about to finish off this jump starter. We do know that they're also pulling the 2 jump starters in front of Gigasap here. That at least they did in their 19. And yeah, they obviously need to count as well, looking at the enemy forces. So they're going to be dealing with those 2 here in this 21. And then they do have the boss coming up. And we also know from the 19 that they have an insane amount of single target damage that they can ramp up to. They did finish off the last boss in the 19 in, I believe, only like 330, which is, or even a little bit less than that, which is absolutely crazy.
Yeah, Genji was doing 3 million single target DPS, so I'm just, I'm looking for where the haters are that like to call Genji low DPS, because that guy was doing giga damn.
Yeah, apparently it was almost 3 minutes flat that they killed Giga 7 on the 19,
is that
which
not
is
crazy?
Insane. Like, that's actually insane.
I'm interested in seeing if Genji can do 3 million DPS to this boss on a 21 as well.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see. They are saving all of their cooldowns. Actually, that's not true. Okay, so this time around, we do see Whippy actually use that PI here on Kush at the end of this jump starter. So on the 19, they had everything ready immediately as they went into Gigasap. They pressed the Bloodlust, they pressed the PI, they got the Surge. But because, of course, on the 21, this is going to take them a little bit longer. They did send cooldowns again on the double jump starter, which means that they're going to delay the Bloodlust a little bit, which is, I guess, not ideal. Usually you do want to make sure you're using it at the very start, once everything is ready. But since they are staying in combat anyway, because of I have Kazan stacks, I guess the difference between using it at the start versus using it like 20 or 30 seconds into the boss fight is actually not, there's just no difference, basically.
Look at 07 here. We're kind of quick with it in this 19.
Oh yeah, they are at a +2 pace for sure.
Oh wait, do we not have count?
It looks like they're missing, but I don't think they are. So because the number is green, sometimes the observers are sometimes too far away to like get all of the counts, but like shown to them on their like overview on the Wikira basically. But I think since the number is green, they do have to count.
Yeah, I could see them. I think since the number is green, I think you're probably right in that regard. But I mean, this is still a very quick run by 07. This is faster than what we saw in Wunderbar in their 19.
Yeah, they engaged the boss at around 4 minutes or so, which is the same of what we have seen for, I think it was Mandatory and Perplexed, that both had like a 4-minute Gigasap pool. Wunderbar, we talked about, was slower, but ended up still getting the 2 chests in after all. So I do believe that 07 has the time to get the +2 in here, which would be really good for 07, right? 07, of course, losing a little bit of time in that TOP, having to reset the key a few times. So getting the 2 chests in, pretty good for them. 07 actually looking pretty solid. I'm impressed by their gameplay today.
Yeah, I think they've looked great. I mean, getting that Theater of Pain put up within the first 2.5 hours, and then immediately going and 2-chesting the 19 Floodgate, that's nothing to scoff at in the slightest. They do have a little bit of dungeons to kind of rerun. We need to see them go and get that Priory of the Sacred Flame put up on that 21 key level as well. But they should have enough time, assuming that they don't kind of fumble and waste time in the Floodgate 21. I think that they're actually in an okay spot to contend to not get eliminated at the end of the day today.
I think so as well. Yeah, they are definitely looking very solid. Of course, there's still a lot of time left of the day, and things can happen. But yeah, 07 definitely having a pretty good performance so far. Really, really nice. As Miscount now fighting that 21. Gigasep here, which can be dangerous, of course. Those Gigaseps coming through, as you can see in Heart, Jax, and Verb right now, can do an insane amount of damage. And as I say that, they basically just got tickled by it, but that's just because they were using a lot of defensives. And of course, AJ shielding them up all the way. That's why it looked like they didn't take anything. But yeah, that does do a lot of damage on a 21.
Bro, Power Infusion's actually so interesting this season of the MDI. It feels like whoever has cooldowns, for some teams, it feels like whoever has cooldowns just gets Power Infusion whenever it comes up, and you just don't end up wasting uses. Where we've seen some teams, they kind of juggle it between a couple of different players, whether it be the Mage on single target and the DK on AoE, and then some teams just press it on the DK on CD, or press on the DK whenever the Death Knight has cooldowns, and that's like an extension of the Death Knight only. But it's so interesting to me to see that basically all of our teams have a different strategy with what they're doing for the Power Infusion, and it's not clear-cut with each and every single team as to what they're doing with it.
Yeah, it's sure interesting to see the different kind of adaptation when it comes to the damage profiles of the teams, as well as the trinkets, right? This Eye of Kazan difference that we've seen with Miscast and Wunderbar, which currently have like the direct comparison between those two teams. Viscount also fighting Gigasep on their 21. Looks like they're going to be a little bit slower than Wunderbar, but still very, very close as well. While 07 here is on the 19, and they only have 55 seconds left to be able to get this 2 chest in.
They've lost here.
Bloodlust is running, though, yes. Their Cane Surge is ready as well, so looks like we're going to be popping that in just a moment. PI not quite lining up for Dr. J here, but they're going to be sending it on Casual Addict as soon as those cooldowns come up, and then the boss should be going down. But it's not dropping quite as fast as I thought it would. Oh.
What? The cut between 07 and Wunderbar.
Yeah, I was like, huh? What happened to the 2 chest timer? Like,
our production did a cut.
I got trolled by production.
Yeah, but I mean, look at how fast Wunderbar are here. What is the current? So the current world record in the 21 Floodgate is a 30-minute 41-second attempt by Perplexed. Wunderbar are going to be a little bit under that, probably somewhere in the order of around 10 seconds underneath that if they keep up with this pace here. Click's going in cat form, though. Unfortunately, losing a little bit of DPS there. But I do not think that is going to stop Wunderbar from being able to take down this 21 Operation Floodgate world first, taking that tag away from Perplexed there and bumping them all the way up to 104 points. Actually, 105 points, or 106 points even. Oh, even better.
106
our leaderboard.
points. Unbelievable here as Wunderbar did perform incredibly well at the start of the day, getting all of those high key levels done. Did not manage to 2-chest the 19 TOP, like we've seen Miscount do, but only Miscount so far manages to do that. So, in fact, the only team to do that. There's no other team left that would be able to do it that didn't attempt to. So, yeah, Wunderbar, very, very good start of the day. And Miscount about to follow through to also get up to not quite the 106. They're going to be at 105 because they still are missing the 21 Priory. Wunderbar.
It's crazy that they're going to be in 3rd place with 2 world record tags still in that Motherload and that Meadery.
Yeah. And Mandatory also about to finish off this 21 Theater of Pain. We talked about how fast they were. They still have 4:30 left. The boss is 17%. I think it's going to take them maybe a little bit less than 3 minutes to finish off the boss here. Bloodlust. I think their Bloodlust is going to be coming up. Right? Yeah. So I do think Mandatory is going to be really fast here. It might be able to contend the world record here, I think.
Okay, now we kind of have an interesting question because Wunderbar have done all of those floor keys that we were kind of talking about, where this is like the minimum level of all of the dungeons, where 21 is doable in every single dungeon, 22 is doable in Motherload right now pretty easily, and then 23 is reserved for maybe Darkflame Cleft, but maybe 22 is the cap for Darkflame Cleft if we end up seeing that dungeon tomorrow potentially. And so, where do you think that Wunderbar goes from here? Like, what do you think their next path is?
Well, either Wunderbar is going to go to that 22 Cinderbrew, or, as I said earlier, they actually faked it and they can't do the 22 Cinderbrew, and they're actually going to go to the 23 Motherload. Now,
tiebreaker? Would you ever run for time tiebreaker?
Not right now. Like, I definitely think that Wunderbar can improve some of their timers, and I think that is potentially something they'll do eventually, but I don't think it makes sense for Wunderbar to do this right now, especially considering that they're looking so strong right now that I don't think they have to be super worried about getting eliminated, considering they have 3 world records. They are in the first place. So I think for them to attempt some of these chase keys right now makes sense. And time tiebreakers really something they can worry about at the end of the day, or maybe even something that they think about tomorrow.
I'm going to level with you guys in the chat. Holy Method in this Operation Floodgate not being able to put up that 21 Theater of Pain is actually very concerning. This is exactly what happened to them in that 22 Motherload yesterday, where they threw a couple of good attempts at that 22 ML, and then they bailed on it to try to get dungeons ran in the other dungeons in that meadery and in that priory. But now the fact that they bailed on the theater is unfortunate.
Mandatory at the last boss here in Mordretha. They do have 2 battle rests available, as their Moonkin is going to get them back up. But Stove did go down, and Soda did follow under DK. Both people have been rest now. Looking at the timer, they're 1 minute 30. Okay, Bloodlust is coming up in 20 seconds. They can potentially still do this, but they lost all of their Kasan stacks. And their timer all of a sudden not going to be a world record anymore, like I was talking about earlier, and maybe not even be able to do the key. Can they do this? Like 1 minute left. I think they can with the search coming up and with the PI ready, but definitely cannot have anything else go wrong here. And they have to pump the boss too.
I think they still time this key just looking at the HP on Mordretha relative to the timer. But at the same time, especially if you think that Theater of Pain 21 is like the kind of the cap of this dungeon, there is a situation where Mandatory might have to rerun this dungeon either at the end of the day today or maybe tomorrow as well to be able to put up a better timer whenever you compare what other teams have done timer-wise in Theater of Pain if they're truly trying to win the season's MDI. This is kind of the situation where, I mean, the Bloodlust is pressed. They've popped all of their offensive CDs here. Stove is going to be pressing this Arcane Surge here momentarily to be able to kind of bring us home on the boss, but it's going to feel really bad because you were on the cusp of being able to put up a 32-30, but instead you're going to end up with a 33-40 here, it looks like. Oh, man. It's a little bit bittersweet that you just lost so much time at the very end there if you're Mandatory.
Yeah, this is not great for Mandatory. I think they will have to rerun this because, yeah, not only did they go from potentially getting a world record, they went to being pretty bad on a time tiebreaker compared to other teams at 21, right? So I do think that Mandatory might have to reconsider running this at some point. Do you think they should run it like immediately now? Because they are now in the situation where they only have these chase keys left. Or do you think they're going to go somewhere else? Ooh,
I'd probably
look at that. Look at the loading screen.
Ooh, they're actually going to Cinderbrew Meadery. Oh my gosh. Maybe we can pull them up as well. So this is a huge deal. So if you saw our scoreboard a little bit earlier, this is actually super interesting for Mandatory. So they did have a 21 Meadery already timed. You see that at 31:24. And now there's kind of the question of, is 22 on the table for some teams? The answer was they thought that 22 wasn't necessarily going to be doable in Cinderbrew, or maybe just not for those teams. So not all of our teams this weekend don't even have the same answer to the 22 Meadery and whether or not it's doable. If Mandatory took a look at what Wunderbar were doing yesterday in that dungeon and think that 22 is timeable, that's a huge difference. And being able to go +1 on the other competition, that's how you win the MDI for sure.
Yes. Looking at the time tiebreaker,
this is good.
Looking at time tiebreaker, cool. Mandatory is 4 minutes 20 right now behind to Wunderbar. That's actually like a big deal. So I like this. I like this 22 attempt here by Mandatory. In the meantime, Miscount and Wunderbar, they are taking like a 10-minute break. So Mandatory is going to be the first, or actually the second team to attempt this 22, as Wunderbar did try one attempt yesterday at the very end of the day.
So I'm gonna say there is good news for Mandatory. Whenever you said that 4:25 is the difference in time tiebreaker, it's not great. I'm gonna be honest, but 2 of those minutes are in the Theater of Pain, which we know that they can chop off a decent amount of time in there. I don't know about 2 minutes, but at least a decent amount of time. I could see a minute pretty easily being able to be cut off there, and they had a lot of deaths as well in their Motherload. I think they had 5 deaths in their best 22 ML, so they can at least save a minute 15 there just by reducing those deaths. And oh my god, look at how low they are getting from this triple hired muscle pull. This pull is so sketchy.
This is incredibly sketchy. You can see the AMC come out as they are trying to navigate through the end of this pool. And on a 22, all of a sudden, these pulls just take so much longer. And you can see they're running out of defenses. Mason is just sitting in bear form permanently at this point. Still going down through that bear form as release. As they do have one more muscle left that is throwing chairs around. Looks like they actually are resetting and going again. It looks like that one death is actually just not gonna And Mason had to sit in bear form there too. Like, this is such a tight key. If something like this goes wrong, they have to go again.
Do you ever do that pull until you get Blood Beast on pull? Like, genuinely?
Yeah. I mean, honestly, it could be one of those key levels where you literally just have to repeat the first pull until you have that perfect one. Yeah, it is such a close timer.
The Unholy DK damage variance relative to whether or not they get that Sand Lane, Blood Beast, massive damage, Blood is Life explosion, that can be somewhere upwards of like 10 to 15 million DPS added if they get really well-timed Blood Beast procs. They could get, like, if they get 2 of them, especially really early on, that is a huge deal.
Yep, definitely is. And yeah, at the very end, where those mobs are on like 10% HP, that's like the point where they're running out of stuff, right? They're running out of defensives to be able to lift some of these throat share combos with the debuffs. And that's the point where that extra little bit of damage that you would be getting from a Blood Beast proc or any other, like, or literally just the Moonkin not being targeted so much that you have to end up going bear form, right? Like, that would be the huge thing. As Mandatory is now attempting this pull again, Bloodless is running. You can see the Vigil currently carrying the heal as well. They got the Blood Beast. That means
we popped! Bang!
Huge. All right, so that means they're not going to be needing to go bear form as much at the end of this pull, and hopefully they're going to be able to finish off these muscles before they run out of those defensives.
We need another proc. One more for the road. Send the mobs home. Oh my gosh. Oh, we got another one. Oh my god. We actually got another proc. This is so great for Mandatory. If they're able to get through this, this is by far the hardest pull of the entire dungeon. Fortunately enough, it is the first pull of the dungeon, so you can run it over and over and over again with little repercussions and just kind of waiting for that Blood Beast proc or kind of all the stars to align. And it looks like they've gotten through all the trash, and now it's just those 2 hired muscles that separate them from being able to continue to progress through the dungeon. Nagura, this is great.
Yeah, this is looking very good for Mandatory. At least that first pull, right? This is such a long dungeon, and there's so many things that can go wrong. But yeah, we're first thing checked off. First pull done. Let's see if they can do the rest of the pulls. Especially that IPA room is just going to be so tough on such a high key level. And even just the rest of these pulls here. Chewy as well. I mean, Chewy is going to do so much damage to the team as well.
Oh yeah, the Tenderize AoE knockback, if that lines up at the exact same time that you get one of those Pyromaniac dots put on you, you can actually just die if you don't have a large enough shield from the Disc Priest on you.
Yeah, it definitely can. You see they are definitely taking a bit slowly as Perplexed is now on Mordretha and they're plus 20. They are missing...
they have a mob MC. No, they have a mob MC. Okay. Look at this. In front of them, Zevi has a mob controlled. True. Maybe it's actually the DK control undead. So that could actually keep your Aya Kazan stacks. If you have a mob ever control undeaded, you'll like never lose buff or debuff stacks like that. Or the DK solely. Now other people can, but that might be one of those ways that people are trying to keep those Kazan stacks between wings in this dungeon.
Is that part of the reason why they play Frost CK here instead of Unholy? What do you think?
I'm not 100% sure. Some speculation was basically that teams didn't want to relearn something that was a little bit more complicated, like the enhance. If the enhance is only marginally better, could be Kazan stacks. I'm not 100% sure.
Are we pulling bubbles?
Oh, we got bubbles.
What's bubbles?
Oh my god.
Oh no, Holy Method, no.
Oh
no, Holy Method. This is heartbreaking.
We still time the key. They
can still go. Yeah, they can still go.
Well, we don't.
Please keep going, guys. Keep going. Okay, we don't have Meld and Thanner. It looks like we are running back. They can do it, though. All right, so no Town Portal. We can attempt to skip again. Andy does not have Shadow Meld. They cannot skip this. What did it do? Mage Invis? Yeah, we need Wildy to do the skip. Can Wildy do the skip? Did he ever practice it? That's the thing, right? If you're used to...
The people are wondering for sure. We're just waiting for Nelf, I think. We're waiting for that Shadow Meld ratio to become available in 25 seconds.
We are waiting for Nelf.
I think you still time this?
Yeah, I think so as well.
Jeez, but they're missing the 2 chest.
Yeah, they're missing the 2 chests, which, to be fair, we've seen other teams miss the 2 chests as well, which, okay, for other teams, though, they didn't struggle as much in TOP, I guess, right? And they just don't have to do the 22 meta load still, so I'm saying...
Oh!
Whatever.
Wait.
Oh, there's
my God, wait, they came out of the
292
break. Wait a second, they came out of the break and immediately went into the 22 TOP. Wait a second, hold on.
Wow, all right.
Things are getting really interesting now.
Things are happening now.
I'm
It's
standing
spicy.
up.
It's very spicy. All right, interesting. Miscount 21 priority. This makes a lot of sense, of course.
They need
Miscount
it.
not being able to get that done yesterday, so they do need to get that done right now. Perplex finishing off Mordretha here, which means that the natural path for Perplex is to go to the 21 TOP now. But it's very interesting that Wunderbar is not doing the 22 metery.
Well, that to me kind of says that they think that 22 metery and 22 Theater of Pain are doable.
I think so
which
too.
that's going to be really scary for the other teams if they hadn't practiced those dungeons on those levels specifically. If they thought that, oh, the 21 is going to be the cap for one reason or another, and then Wunderbar's like, okay, hold on, we think that 21's the cap, but we think that 22 might be barely possible.
Yeah, I do think so as well. I do think Wunderbar has a route for 22 TOP and 22 metery, which is insane. Now, Mandatory think they can also do 22 metery. We don't know if they think they can also do the TOP. That's something that we'll have to see. But first, we're going to have to worry about how long is it going to take Mandatory to do this 22 metery. This is such an incredibly difficult key. But 07 apparently had an issue here. Shelly did go down.
Oh,
the Barrier
no.
and Dr. J following immediately afterwards. I think this is a full wipe. 14 minutes into the run, meaning they have to go and reset. We talked about 07 performing so well today, but unfortunately having to do one of the resets here. Now, not the end of the world. They still have the time to get the 21 in. Yeah, Big Mama just being a very difficult fight on 21 key level.
And Naguri, one of those things that you were talking about is not necessarily is it possible, but how long it actually takes for you to do the 22 meter or the 22 Theater Pain. The teams have around 2 hours today to really go for these maximum level chase keys, and you wouldn't ever start rerunning dungeons for time tiebreaker until maybe the last 2 hours of the day tomorrow. And so I think that right now what we're seeing is these teams really going for these super hard +1s. If Mandatory took all of the 2 hours today and they were able to actually convert this into Bermudery, I don't even know if that's necessarily a bad thing. I think that it's not a one-shottable dungeon. Otherwise, teams would have already have gone in here and one-shot it. So if Mandatory ends up taking a little bit of time, but they're able to convert it, I think that that's the best-case scenario. And right now, they're actually having a great first boss split. Being under the 7-minute mark on Brewmaster is huge for their potential to be able to time this key. They just have to be able to convert and continue to maintain this pace throughout the remainder of this dungeon. The amount of damage intake that's in this dungeon is pretty crazy, and it feels kind of random at times, which is kind of a common sentiment amongst all of the teams. But I mean, Mandatory, they're looking really good through the first boss.
Yeah, all they have to do from here on out is do an insane amount of damage and not die and do everything perfectly. So easy for Mandatory. So they are moving on here, making sure they're getting one pull down on this Bank Busby side to make sure their Bloodlust is going to be available for the big IPA pull that they're going to be gathering in just a moment. So they're going to be moving there soon. Miscount did have a little bit of a reset on their 21 Priory as they wiped on that second trash pull, but that is something that we've seen a lot in the 21 Priory yesterday as well, so nothing too surprising there. And Wunderbar about to finish off that 22 first boss in TOP that they wiped to earlier. Yeah, those two 22s are crazy.
You need like a 330 maybe for the first boss split in the Theater of Pain to be okay, but at the same time, I don't even know if 330 is necessarily something that you'd be happy with. I think like a 315, especially since the remainder of this dungeon for Wunderbar is going to end up taking them so incredibly long. And I mean, you see this right here. They are going to be finishing off around that 315 mark. I think that's great.
That is
honestly,
really fast.
timer-wise.
Yeah. For 22, like, that's insane. Like, a 313 skip is absolutely crazy.
Mode is Turbo here.
Yep.
What do we... I mean, this is going to be tough. We're going to be healing this with scrapes. Like, this is the way that you maximize the Ayakazan. You just never drink ever. I think is the general rule here. And it's pretty sketchy, but especially when it's this Hobgoblin pull, you want to be shielding people. You want to be making sure that nobody's going to be taking too much damage. Ooh, a really good job of Mandatory here, lining these failed batches from those scientists Mandatory looking great on this pull. This is a really dangerous pull. You need to make sure that the Hobgoblins gets dealt with as fast as possible. And the pull that's right after this also is going to be your Bloodlust pull. And so you don't really want to overcommit offensive CDs. That's why you're utilizing things like the Flamethrower that you saw from Mode there, allowing him to do 3.5 million DPS.
Yeah, looking good so far, as we do see another Reckless delivery coming through, and those breweries spawning those failed batches, as they're now going to be line of sighting the explosion, making sure that they're not getting hit by that. Of course, whenever they are line of sighting these explosions, and the mobs aren't immediately gathering up, that means that some of the damage is being lost on them. Something like Starfall, of course, not ticking anymore once they are line of sight. Mason also having to utilize the Shadow Melt as well.
We got a boogie. This is, these scientists aren't synced up that great, so these failed batches are actually kind of spawning a little bit desynced from one another, which is not the end of the world. It's just the last 20% of this pull has really felt like it's grinded to a halt here. It's been super slow to just grind through the remaining 20% of this Hobgoblin.
Yeah, it is actually looking like it's taking them quite a long time. Holy Method now on the last boss.
We timed this.
Of course, we did see them have a full wipe to Bubbles, accidentally getting pulled by Wildy, it seemed. So what happened to them earlier is that they did do the skip properly, and they executed it well. But then as they were fighting the next trash pack, Wildy on the mage unfortunately got too close to Bubbles, did pull him, and they didn't manage to leave combat anymore, so they had to wait for the Shadow Melt to come back up. Wunderbar now doing that jump skip we saw earlier as well. This is just like a crazy skip that they're doing here. They have to wait for the health bars to get a little bit healthier. Oh, just kidding. They're still just going to go in as those mages are snapping in, and now they're gathering up.
Nice.
All of these rage, this is insane. They need to make sure that... push does go down to a bone spear.
I wanted to get gripped
the mage did not actually get gripped. Yeah, this is going to be a full wipe.
So the general thought process behind this pull makes a lot of sense. I know it looks very technically potentially intensive, or it's obviously super fancy since they're doing this massive jump skip off of a different platform, but all they're doing is like 8 mages, and basically the Bone Mage has a 4-second long Bone Spear cast, and with that 4-second long Bone Spear cast, all you have to do is basically throw any potential stop at it and get them to recast over and over again. And so I think the thought process behind how Wunderbar is pathing through this area with their offensive cooldowns, with their potential purges and their CC, I love the route that they do in this dungeon. I think that route is an insane cook.
I like it as well. I do think that, especially on the 22, I do think it's going to be working out for them just great if they manage to execute. I mean,
how'd the
route is good, but it's still very tough to do. I'm not sure, though.
It looks like they're getting through the Bloodlust pull. This is great.
Yeah, this is the Bloodlust pull, and they're about to finish it off. That definitely looked like it was really fast. Like, it doesn't look like they were struggling as much as they did in the previous pool, where they misaligned some of those casters. Yeah, looking very strong. IPA, though, of course, is coming up in a second, and we have to LOS one more batch explosion. And IPA can be really rough if you get the debuffs on the wrong targets, especially.
This is sketchy. Look at this. It's double Pyromaniac into the boss. That's going to put out 2 of those debuffs on the players at the exact same time that IPA is also putting out 2 of those Dispel debuffs that you want on the fight. And I think that they're going to be looking to chain more trash into this boss later on. A very aggressive strategy and incredibly timer efficient, but there's a lot of potential for death on this boss.
And just thinking about what they've done so far, like, this is just back to back to back, just crazy pulls and super high alert. Like, usually in the lower key levels you can do a big pull, then you do like a recover pull where you wait for your cooldowns to come back and you do another big pull afterwards. But on the 22 key level, the pulls are so long that your cooldowns come back up and you just do back-to-back insane pulls. It's miscount, unfortunately, having a full wipe and had to reset their 21 priority again, having to go once more. It looks like it was like the 3rd or 4th pull of the dungeon, so losing a little bit more time than earlier. Yeah, let's hope that they will eventually get this 21 done. And mandatory fighting IPAs. Their first trash is almost going down now. You can see those Pyromaniacs being really low on HP. We'll see if they pull more trash into it in just a moment.
I think that they have a corner pack that they still have to pull into the boss as well. Now the question is when. Are you going to be pulling it into the boss on the Arcane Surge? Is it going to be a little bit later whenever the boss is in execute, maybe on the Arcane Surge after this one? kind of interesting. Maybe you wait for some of the resources to become available again, like that Mass Dispel that was just used by Mode. But it looks like there is no time to waste. We actually cage a mob. I think that's sweet by Mandatory. And on screen here, we do actually have a little bit of a replay as to what ended up happening by missed count in this Priory of the Sacred Flame. It feels pretty common that teams are wiping in the first 5-ish minutes in this dungeon. It happened all day yesterday for Mandatory. Miscount, and pretty much no team was looking to just one-shot that dungeon in the first attempt.
It's that time again. Not time for another wipe in Priory, but time for another swap here on the desk. We are going to be switching things out, and Nagura, we're going to say bye. And actually, I think this is the last we're going to see of you. Oh no, we're going to see you back later today.
Later.
All right, see you then. And Dratnos, hey, welcome into the desk. It feels like it's been forever.
It has, yeah. It's only been 90 minutes, I think, but a lot has happened. We've gotten a lot of action at all the top, the middle, and the bottom of our leaderboard, which it's opened up a little bit compared to yesterday. I think Holy Method have just been having the toughest time imaginable here. Now 6 points behind Wunderbar and Mandatory. They are even 3 points behind 07, who are in 5th, and 5 points behind Perplexed, who are in 4th. Remember, at the end of the day today, we are going to be cutting out our 5th and 6th place teams. So both 07 and Holy Method, multiple points behind that cutoff right now. They have a lot of work to do. The good news for them is that everybody else doesn't have any easy points left to pick up. Perplexed are trying that 21 Theater, Miscount trying that 21 Priory, but those are very hard keystones, and after that, there's only nuclear difficulty keystones on the card.
Mandatory are going to have a great boss split on IPA here, Dratnos. If they show up and they throw a couple resets at the first pull, but then they're able to time this 22 metery with the first attempt that gets past that first triple muscle, that is a huge deal. I think it's really difficult to understate just how impressive this run is by Mandatory that we're seeing on screen.
Yeah, the barrier AMZ comes down to help them get through that Sprouting Stout cast. And then a little kite here. And the timer is just, this looks like a timer at a, plus 20, something like that. Their timer is just great. Yeah, this is not at all the kind of thing that I was worried. I was worried we would just be falling behind and then playing from behind for the rest of the dungeon, but Mandatory are just on a breakneck pace here.
So they had a 650 Brewmaster split, which is great. I mean, you want sub 7 minutes. And I think that the aggressive chaining into IPA, where they play 2 different trash packs into IPA, allows them to go -1 pull compared to some of the rest of the competition in this dungeon. And that's how you're able to make up some of the time in this dungeon that you've lost from going from this 21, which is already incredibly technically difficult, to this 22, which people don't even know if it's possible.
They should be able to just nuke down the boss from here, ignoring these last few brew drops. Chains of Ice comes out, Sigil of Misery to control the other ones, and it looks like Mandatory.
What do you do with this Pyromaniac? Dominate Mind! Oh my god,
okay,
we're gonna win this!
So the Dominate Mind and then the Life Grip here keeps that Pyromaniac with them, and they might even drop it out of that mind control for a second, just so they can keep combat potentially. We can see the splits for other teams here. So those IPA splits in the lower key level, it's definitely slower than some of those other teams' splits in this, but not by a whole lot. It's definitely in range to time this key.
Sub 17 is like with the route that Mandatory are playing, is kind of like the qualifying time. Whenever we saw Wunderbar doing this dungeon, their IPA split was going to be a little bit longer. They're going to be around the 18:30, maybe 19 minute mark. But they did an additional trash pack in this Bank Busby area, so there was kind of a little bit of a difference. It's difficult to compare the two, but I think with the route that Mandatory is playing, 1644, they have to be able to clutch up here, but they've already gone through the hardest parts of this dungeon.
Yeah, it's looking good for Mandatory, but of course, this has to stay so clean for the rest of the run. 0 deaths, I think, is pretty much a prerequisite for timing this key, and even then, it's going to be by like 30 seconds at best. Incredible stretch goal keystones underway here for both Mandatory and Wunderbar, who are in that 22 theater. They're doing their cool Cult the Rock trash routing at the start of their dungeon. So those two teams, both are teams at the top of our leaderboard. Unfortunately for Wunderbar, it's going to be a wipe this time around. -7 minutes of their day lost here to that. But they already have 160 points. I mean, they already have the fastest time in 3 of these 5 keys, and they're not much slower than missed count in the other 2 keystones as well. They're like 30 seconds behind in the Cinder Brew, 30 seconds behind in the Motherlode. So their time tiebreaker situation is already almost unassailable. If they can pick up 1 or 2 of these unbelievably difficult points in something like that theater, go back to that Cinder Brew, which we did see them attempt yesterday as their last dungeon of the day yesterday. They didn't succeed there, but it definitely looked possible. I think that Wunderbar, they could be ending today on 108 points, which would be absolutely absurd.
23 Motherloads, I think, is still on the table, too. I mean, it's something that we've talked about a couple of times. It's not something that is completely off the table. And all the other teams, they just need to continue to kind of play catch-up. You have a decent amount of time to push for these very difficult chase-level keys. We have 2 more hours. Something that I also wanted to bring back up is you kind of talked about the IPA split for mandatory. Look at this. They have a 1644. Whenever we compare that to their 21, they had a 1646 IPA split. So they've gone up a key level, but yet they've sped up. Obviously, they had 5 deaths. Don't look at that. They had 5 deaths in that IPA wing as well. But I'm going to use these statistics to my advantage. They sped up as they went up a key level.
Yeah, and look at how 3 of those 4 bosses as well were green for them, meaning that they had the fastest splits in those sections. So mandatory with a very fast Cinder Brew metery. They had a great timer even with 5 deaths. So if this key level goes up by 1 and that death counter goes down by 5, I think the math is fantastic for them here in this 22. Zyro running some numbers, crunching some numbers in the background. He thinks that 25:30 is the timer you're looking to have on the Bank Busby split here, which means 5.5 minutes for mandatory to do that. They are about to pull into that boss right now. That boss, even at this key level, shouldn't take too long.
We got 1 more trash pull, and then we go into the boss. The good news is that we're actually going to be able to get the 2 remaining Bloodlusts out of this dungeon because we are on such an impressive deathless run. So Mandatory hasn't lost any of their Bloodlust timings. There was never any of those Bloodlusts that got pushed back by that by those potential deaths as well. And this is looking great for Mandatory. All that separates them from timing this key is 2 trash pulls. It's basically this, and then the Yes Men, and 2 bosses in Bank Busby and Goldie Baron Bottom. Now, Bank Busby, in my opinion, is much harder than Goldie Baron Bottom because those Cinder Bees, they can stack up those bleeds. But if you have well-timed CC from things like the Blinding Sleet, the Incapacitating Roar, the suite of DHCC, you can actually make sure that you don't get too many of those bleeds stacked up on you at once. And that's going to be great news for Mandatory for Mode's ability to be able to heal this boss. Now, if you don't let them, or if you don't CC them, and they just stack up those stings on you over and over again, we have people that can go down. But they do have a couple of dwarfs. We see Mode and Stove electing to play dwarfs in that dungeon. And what you just caught on screen right there was something very cool by Mode. If you tag one of those beelets at a specific angle, you can actually get 10 additional counts in this dungeon as well, which creates a slightly different route. But we also have more funnel for the boss on pull, as you see Mandatory gearing up to be able to Bloodlust Bank Busby 22.
That's right, this is a big moment for Mandatory. This boss, not normally one of the ones that I think of as being the hardest boss in here. Usually I'd say the first 2 are the ones that I wipe to the most, but at the plus 22 keystone level, all of them are difficult. And with this trash in here as well, you can see 4 stacks of that magic dot on Skylark, each of those ticks taking nearly half his health bar. That fluttering wing cast from the boss, taking everybody so low as well. Skylark also has to manage the room here, dropping that honey towards the edges. Beautifully placed so far, and somehow with that lust, they've already killed off all the trash here. Pre-aiming, and beautiful shot there is going to take out those barrels on spawn. We're still going to get those a full set of 3 Cinder Bees here, but lust has now expired. We're going straight into that power infusion. It's on a DK whose cooldowns actually had been pressed a little bit before, but it's still going to work out nicely. And you can see those bees mostly taken care of before they apply too much damage to the group.
Yeah, look at what Mandatory is actually trying to do. They're making sure that none of the Cinder Bee dots go off at the same time. Because normally that Flutter AoE damage, the Fluttering Wing, doesn't do a ton of damage to your group. Or rather, it's healable. It doesn't like one-shot you 100-0. But if you have 1 stack of that bleed at the same time that Fluttering Wing goes off, I think you just die from 100-0. So Mandatory are doing a great job of making sure that 0% of the Shredded Sting dots are going off. They're doing... they have nice Chaos Nova. We've seen a lot of Blinding Sleets, Incapacitating, where they have 30-second cooldown CC pretty much as often as they realistically want it, coming out of the Druid and the DK. And so it's just about being able to execute that perfectly timed, and it looks like Mandatory are in a great position here as Bank Busby is at 50% HP.
Yeah, those barrels being taken out by Mode. He's making sure to get ahead of it. He's actually going to pre-kill all the barrels here. Really nicely done. Now these bees, like you said, they're going to start casting those shredding stings. The first cast is going to be hit by a supernova. The second cast by a blast wave. And the third cast here about to come out is going to be interrupted by that blinding sleet. So exactly like you said, they basically have these on a full CC rotation, and now they're all synced up largely on those casts. Unfortunately, one is going to go off on Stove here.
Which is immediately Dwarf.
Yep, Dwarf Racial comes out to handle that. Ooh, Mode goes over to try and get that B, but unfortunately it is just about done, and he's going to have to aim here. Does still manage to stay ahead of this barrel check. The Radiance ramp coming out to help keep them alive through that fluttering wing. And he has to shoot out another one of these.
Here's the part where they're kind of lacking a little bit on CC, but now they're able to heal through. I think that they recognize that if they get 1 or 2 stacks of the bleed, they're just going to die to the Shredding Sting. This seems very aggressive for CC. Normally you let people get 1 stack. It's not the end of the world. But at this level, the plan is simple. We have to CC on cooldown. Otherwise, we are going to be wiping to the dot.
All right, this one we have an Arcane Surge coming out for. Stove going to just make short work of these bees under the boss for free, while also funneling into the boss. Dude. You can see those Arcane Missiles coming from the side of the screen as those bees are just evaporating. Blinding Sleet's going to stop one of those Shredding Sting casts. A couple of them are going to go through, though. Mode actually picking up some of those stacks here. Does have Dwarf Racial available. Is going to click it, and the Evangelism as well to heal up the whole group through that AoE. We have a couple more adds coming into the end of this boss fight now, just from the side of the room here. These ones just stack up a magic dot on the tank, but Skylark does still have Last Resort available if he needs it here. Probably won't need it for the rest of the dungeon. This is the last hard part for the tank here.
Yeah, here's the last Honey Marinade. We do proc our cheat death here on Skylark. This is actually a really scary part for him, but Bank Busby going down. He's no longer going to be tanking those Cinder Bees. It's just killing off a couple of those straggling Beelets, and honestly, these are just good Aya Kazan stack maintenance there for us.
I think that might be part of why they pulled it in when they did, is so that they could keep it a little bit, but I feel like you always lose your Eye of Kazan all the way on this stupid beeline section anyways, because after 10 seconds out of combat, those stacks are just gone. In the meantime, we do have a replay here from Wunderbar as they set up another one of these skips in the Theater of Pain here. And you can see, unfortunately, Kush getting grabbed by that spirit. It's funny because this is the team that got those things added to this dungeon. If they hadn't done the Pandaren tech that they did to do the same thing they're doing right now back, 4 years ago, I don't think that would exist in this dungeon, and it's going to claim the life of their Death Knight, force them to reset again here.
What did Zyra say earlier? 2530?
Yeah, he wanted 25.30 on Bank, and 25.04 is what Mandatory ended up with. So their timer is 26 seconds ahead of the pace that Zyro has called out here. Winnable is the word of the day.
Oh my gosh, this required a deathless run. Mode riding those Cinder Bees on Bank was actually so funny, because more often than not, your healer never is able to ride the Cinder Bees whenever the additional wave is spawned, because they have to heal up people who have the dot. But he knows that if you have the dot anyways, you're already dead, so there's no point in him even trying to heal you through the dot. So he was just on the bees the entire time. That was crazy.
Yeah, that was an absolutely incredible performance so far from Mandatory, but it's not done just yet. They have the last boss still to take out here. 6 minutes on the clock. Now, you think of this last boss usually is taking 5 minutes, sometimes even less at these high key levels, but at this key level, it might take all of that time that they have left. They also still need a little bit more count as well, so they're going to need to snap up those mobs down from the side to finish off their count too. So this is going to be a very scary fight. That Yes Man getting gripped in, immediately re-mind controlled and sent over to the side by Mandatory. That Dominate Mind tech really helping them out here.
Dude, this would basically be a first try run. They've only put up one other attempt in this dungeon, and they got bad Blood Beast RNG on the first pull, and then Soda zoned back in and he said, hold my beer. And we're going into Cinder Meteor, then proc the Blood Beast 3 times on the first pull. And Mandatory, I mean, this doesn't look possible unless it's completely deathless. And for Mandatory, now they're grabbing that last little bit of trash count that they're going to be needing. They are going to be killing off these yes men. You have to watch out for these failed batches. Ooh, it looks like it's actually going to go off for Mandatory. The AMZ getting dropped here. A really scary kind of series of events with that failed batch dot ticking on them. But since there's no other damage going on at the same time, it's livable. But those failed batches, oh my god, Mo gets melee to death by a yes man. One taunt, please.
Yeah, so that's the Dominate Mind. When you Dominate Mind a mob, it will be very angry at you when it leaves that Dominate Mind. And because that barrel went off, there was a lot of other stuff going on that led to that taunt falling through the cracks and Mode ending up getting hit by that Yes Man. Now that's 15 seconds that they will lose from that death timer. Will they still be in range? Zyro had them as 26 seconds ahead on the Bank Busby split. They lost 15 of those to that death timer. How much more did they lose to that barrel going off is the question. They are going to get a Lust here at the end of this boss fight. It's going to be an Execute. It's going to be with all their cooldowns, but they need to do so much damage before then.
It's actually super unlucky. Skylar did taunt the mob, but whenever you release a mob from Dominate Mind, you have like 700% threat for 10 seconds
you need
after it's released. And yeah, you need 2 taunts, like you're saying, which is why whenever you see priests, they're normally Night Elf, so they can Shadow Meld that off and fade with the taunt, and that kind of allows the tank to be able to regain aggro. But Mode, he needs Dwarf in this dungeon for all of the bleeds and potential additional dispels that Dwarf provides for him, and so he just didn't have that Shadow Meld available. Now, we have mandatory pulling Goldie Baron bottom, the BEO herself, and are they going to be able to kill this within the 4-minute and 30-second mark? I think the answer is likely yes, just knowing the boss's HP, and they're going to have the Bloodlust coming up in 2 minutes, but I don't feel 100% guaranteed that that's going to be the answer here.
It's going to be so close. I mean, they've had a great run up until this point, but they need to deal so much damage to actually get this boss killed before the timer is up. 3 minutes and 8 seconds. The room for error has evaporated with that extra mistake from earlier. So can they do enough damage is the question. They've done 30% in 1 minute and 40 seconds. Now, if you just extrapolate that forward, they are behind the pace right now. They are going to need to accelerate, but they will have that Bloodlust. They are going to get another few sets of cooldowns. Maybe, just maybe, that will be enough for them to get over the finish line here. But I actually think that if they do time this key, it is going to be by seconds or maybe milliseconds.
Yeah, what's the halfway point here? 2:15?
Yeah, it's 2:15. So we can see if the boss... It's going to be above 50%
what do you think,
at that halfway point.
Is 55 acceptable with Bloodlust coming up? So we're going to accelerate...
Yeah, so and at the end of this boss fight as well, you can shoot the Cash Cannon in the wall. You can do less healing, right, after you get through that last Let It Rain cast. Okay. So here we go. It's over the halfway point now at 56%. This is going to be just about at the limit of DPS here. We are going to need some very good Blood Beasts. We are going to need a lot of crits. And I don't know if they have this. They are going to have to just pump so much damage here and have to be so greedy with all of their globals. Even just the defensive things that they use. They can't use any defensives that cost a global at this point.
I think you kind of hold this power infusion, right? So we're only getting one more power infusion within the dungeon timer. You might want to press this on the second Arcane Surge. I think that Stove full sends this Arcane Surge right here, and then he's going to get one more within the dungeon timer inside of that Bloodlust, and then you power infuse him on top of that as well. I think that that's going to be the big contributing factor there. Arcane Mage does have a decent amount of execute damage that they can provide. DK has a little bit, so they are going to accelerate a hair once they reach execute phase.
Yeah, we're under 90 seconds in the dungeon here, which means no more. They're going to hold this Unholy Assault and just save it for the Lust as well. So Unholy Assault, Dark Transformation, 1 charge of Incarn, and also an Arcane Surge will all line up with that Power Infusion and the Bloodlust, but we are basically on one more press of most of these cooldowns. That mini touch of the Magi Burn just exploding right now for Stove, and then he'll be able to maybe shifting power and accelerate back towards that, but we have to hit that Lust now in 15 seconds. We need to press Bloodlust at some point in the next 15 seconds to get the full use of it in the remainder of the dungeon.
Yeah, I think you're going to press it right here as the Let It Hail cast starts for mandatory, and this is going to be it. The big CD that we're looking at is the Arcane Surge by Stove Lawyer here. We're going to be seeing the Power Infusion actually coming out on the DK on his Unholy Assault and Dark Transformation. Not even going to be pressed on this Mage, but this Mage is going to have enough haste just by that Bloodlust alone, and that's going to be the big cooldown that you're going to be getting pressed here in around 2 seconds. He needs 15 seconds to be able to do his maximum amount of damage from this big burn, and you're going to see Skylark moving Goldie Baron bottom and starting to tank into the wall. No more damage needs to be tanked. We are going to get burning ricochets on players, and so Mode is dropping the PS on himself. He's going to be making sure to heal up Soda, who has that dot from that circle, and 7 seconds remaining, 7% on the boss HP. Dranos, are they going to be able to do this?
No, I think they're just a little bit behind here
Oh my
by
God.
milliseconds.
It's the
They're
death.
going to miss this timer.
It's the
depleted
death.
by that one death at the end of this run. Mandatory, heartbreakingly, almost one-shot this dungeon, and they end up being a few seconds on the wrong side here, and as soon as defeat is known, Mode is going to stop healing here and let it end in this Let It Hail cast. Heartbreaker for Mandatory. They were just seconds away here, but that goes to show just how hard these keys are. They need to be basically perfect. Even after 30 great minutes, one stray death can mean the end of the timer at this level. And I'm a little bit curious as well, because at the end of that dungeon, they were aiming that cash cannon through the barrels. If I think at that last sequence they hadn't done that, I'm not sure it would have made up the damage, but it would have helped. I think that was a call that needed to be made there after the final Let It Hail. Was like, hey, we've only got 30 seconds left in the dungeon. If the boss gets to the next Let It Hail cast, it's over either way.
I don't really want to backseat the defending champions, but I also hate the PI on the DK there. I feel like the mage has to be the better power infusion on pure single target like that.
I don't know, haste scale's really crazy for DKs, and for mage, when you've already got one in the lust.
Yeah, maybe it's... because without the Bloodlust, obviously the mage is the preferred PI target. I don't know what it looks like inside the lust, because that could change things right there.
There's no funnel to be spoken of either way. Both specs do gain some execute damage. Arcane does gain a little bit more there, but...
DK does garbage single target.
Well, DK doesn't do great single target, but the haste actually scales it really well in single target. So
I don't know. That's tough.
Because you don't care about who's doing the most overall. You care about who's gaining the most from the power infusion.
Where do you go? Do you just run this back if you're mandatory?
Yeah, I think if you're mandatory. Well, so the problem is you've maybe proved that it has to be perfect to actually do that Cinder Brew. So maybe you think, okay, we actually have a minute to give in a different dungeon. You could go on a little fun adventure out around the Isle of Dorn, you know?
I don't know about
maybe
that
there's
one.
some dragon riding glyphs that Mode hasn't picked up that he wants to grab here on the Tournament Realm.
Are they on a break? I have to suspect that they're on a break since they're just flying around the Isle of Dorn.
That could be. That's a nice mount choice as well, the Black Dragon there.
Oh, is that that's not the Feldrake? Oh no, you're right. That's the Black Dragon, isn't it?
There is a thought process here of, okay, you want to go again, but if you are mandatory, you might be having flashbacks to the great push in Dragonflight, where they were forced to hearth out of a Noku defensive after they wiped, but they were still going to time it, because they needed to take their breaks before the last hour of the day started. We are 38 minutes from the last hour of the day, so any team that hasn't taken their breaks yet probably should do that after the next key that they do.
Probably should. And I mean, you two are kind of touching on it, but oh my gosh, that was so heartbreaking. I'm like watching chat just like lose it. We're losing it in our production channels too. Oh man, they were so close. But you two were kind of talking about it a little bit, but I just thought maybe we could get this solidified a little bit. Tuttles, with that run that we just saw based, off of what Mandatory showed us, do you think it's really only possible for that plus 22 with a 0 death run, or do you think they could have saved some more time elsewhere?
Oh gosh, where would you even save time? I mean, I didn't feel like they actually lost time in many places. We saw their IPA split. I thought their IPA split was fine.
It seemed like the least costly single death you could imagine, right? Like, they probably only lost the 15 seconds to that death, plus, maybe 3 more seconds for the B-res and stuff. I don't think they can really afford even a single death because of that, because it's hard to imagine a death being less costly than that one. We do have a replay from Perplexed here, as they got 2 more Dretha, and they realized that with only 5 minutes left in this plus 21, town portaling was going to be the way to go here.
Dude.
Okay, yeah, the town portals came out. Interesting. That's a shame for them. That's 30 whole minutes that it took them to get to this point in the dungeon. Only 1 death on the board for them as well. Perhaps a weak dungeon for Perplexed.
I mean, we were on the brink of what's possible in all of these keys. I think we've kind of reached that point where we are chasing just gold here in every single dungeon, where you're hoping for Blood Beast procs on pull to be able to just like barely bring you over the finish line. I mean, circling back to Rook's question, I think that you do have to be nearly perfect in that dungeon, and that's kind of why not even all of our teams, I believe, can even time 22 Cinderbrew Meteorite. I think that that's a special dungeon for a very special team that's posturing to win the entire event. I think that there's a chance that only 1 or 2 teams could potentially put up that run.
I think that is a very, very fair assessment, but I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, over the course of our next hour and a half of today and then 5 hours of tomorrow, I'm sure that many teams will attempt it. The question is, will any succeed? Mandatory have blazed the trail. Wunderbar before them had a pretty promising half of a run as well. I think both those teams feel like they can do it. The question is, will they be able to clutch up in the next 6.5 hours of tournament that are left, because even if you can do it in theory, you have to be able to actually make it work in practice. Now, a team that has been having among the worst execution of the first 10 hours of the MDI finals here has been Holy Method. They are currently in 6th place, and they need an absurdly strong end of the day to avoid elimination. They are going to be able to pick up 1 point here in the floodgate to get to 101. At the very least, they need to get to 105, which means they need to do 22 motherload and then 2 other keys in the next 90 minutes after they time the floodgate that they're in right now to stave off elimination. And even then, that will be moving to time tiebreakers against Perplexed.
They get 2 points from the ML. Are they elimed already, or is it not yet? Okay.
No, because they're about to get 1 point from floodgate, and then they can get 2 from motherload, and then they just need to get 2 from elsewhere. And they have time to do those runs. They're not eliminated, but they can't afford to lose another 10 minutes.
Okay, but if Perplexed improve, if they get the +1 in the Theater of Pain, does that eliminate them then?
In theory, no, because Holy Method could still catch up to Missed Count. Okay. Although the problem is the time tiebreakers on that are very sketchy. Missed Count are super fast. I mean, Holy Method could try and beat them on the scorecards tiebreaker with something like a 23 motherload. Of all of our teams, they have the most experience in motherloads this weekend.
Dude, well, whenever you say like that, huh?
If you think about it.
Yeah, never really considered it like that. We do have Holy Method putting up that point as well in that Operation Floodgate, so they are going to be moving up the scoreboard a little bit. Ooh, they also have to take 10 more minutes worth of breaks, Strat, and it sounds like Holy Method's going on break.
I don't love that.
Well,
yeah, they still have the time, though. They still have the time in the day, even with that.
I would love losing 5 points even less than that.
Yeah, that is very fair.
What's the 07 situation for them? Because they're also near Holy Method at the bottom.
07 are about to pick up 2 points if they can succeed in this floodgate. They have a great thing of the 2 chests in the 19 floodgate, and they're going to get 205 if they can succeed in this run. So step 1 is succeed in this run. Okay. Step 2 is then probably time tiebreakers or +1 point. If they can do that, they will get ahead of actually both Perplexed and Missed Count, and that will save them for today. Of course, the problem is that both Perplexed and Missed Count are also still playing right now, and will hope to improve their scorecards too.
Missed Count are actually... Okay, so if you factor in the 4 deaths, Missed Count are really fast in this Prior to the Sacred Flame. They're not going to be faster than the Wunderbar 2939, but they're going to be kind of close, and the fact that they lost a full minute to Death Timer is... I mean, maybe Missed Count has the best priority timer-wise.
It is possible, yeah. Missed Count, I mean, they looked really good timer-wise in 2 of the 5 dungeons where they currently have the fastest runs. This is a great situation to be in. Like, if you had to ask me at the start of the day, hey, would you rather be the team that 1-shots the key, or would you rather be the team that 3-shots the key, but does it the fastest? That's kind of what Missed Count are looking like right now. And actually, I think that you're much more likely to get first by being that team than by being a team maybe more like Perplexed that is basically one-shotting a lot of these keys, but now they're, kind of capped out, right? And you look at their scorecard, and they're slow in every single dungeon compared to all of the other top-tier teams.
Are they going to beat the 2939?
I think they might here. 17% on the boss. And they have 40 more seconds to beat that check. They're going to get an Arcane Surge, most of it, and a Touch of the Magi should explode in that window as well, assuming Hearthjax presses his cooldowns exactly on cooldown, which isn't always true. Sometimes things get a little desynced from each other. But if they are able to with this Power Infusion, yeah, I mean, they're not even going to get to that Surge. That boss is just going down. Pain Suppression goes out on Hearthjax here as they all hide behind that little cubby. And the boss is going to die here at 29-25 or something like that.
Wow, they are fast.
Yeah, down it goes. 26.3 in the Priory of the Sacred Flame. And you can see, even with 4 deaths, they are faster than the 0 death run from Mandatory and the 1 death run from Wunderbar. That is going to, I believe, steal them a world record tag off of Wunderbar as well in the Priory. So missed count, moving into second place. They are 30 seconds behind Wunderbar overall, but
look at
they're
our last
faster
boss split.
in 3 of the 5 dungeons. They're losing just a lot of time in Floodgate.
Yeah. I mean, the missed count last boss split, I wonder if we can get a replay of their Bloodlust pull. I think that they made up a ton of time there. I didn't exactly see what it was, but they were just gapping the rest of the competition on that last boss split, which allowed them to be the fastest in that dungeon.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we are going to swap over, though, to Wunderbar, who are working on Cult the Rock in their plus 22. Now, this 22 has been reset a few times by Wunderbar, but
That's
this
fine.
run going well so far.
I mean, they kept wiping to that massive Bone Mage, Bone Reaver skip pull, which it's difficult to get that pull set up. Once you get it set up and you get the mobs all stacked and you're getting your CCs pressed at like a perfect timing, that the dungeon kind of solves itself. But yeah, on screen here we have this miscount Bloodlust pull, and look at how large they are going during this Bloodlust. Basically, they're doing one trash pull that most other teams do on top of a second one with Sir Braunpike, and even grabbing more of these footmen and a devout priestess polymorphed off to the side here. This is a crazy pull.
Yeah, absolutely incredible, actually, that this even works for missed count. And this is exactly how they're faster in this dungeon. This is where they make up the time, even compared to the highly technical strategy that we saw out of Wunderbar in Priory. Missed count still faster because they're able to make this work. That Sigil of Silence is doing so much work there as well. Beautifully timed, interrupting like 7 important casts here. And the end of this pull as well, going to be so scary with those footmen dying, but they do find a way through that. So yeah, I mean, yeah, we can see this is exactly it. This is where they make that time.
Yeah, I mean, they went -1 pull in this area, so I'm not shocked that they had the fastest final boss section, and I'm not surprised that they were able to make it up there. And even if you have a Death of the Purification Beam, who cares? It was at the very end of the pull anyways.
Exactly. All right, Mandatory starting off again in the 22 of the Cinderbrew Meadery. So
we cannot caster curse them. We have to caster bless the Blood Beast here. So if we can get some Blood Beast redeemed in chat, now's the time. Oh my god,
It's
yeah,
auto attacking.
Look at him. He's getting after it.
Yep, there we go. Up at 18, 21, 31 million.
Oh my god.
Is Verb here.
Verb is doing
this first
insane
pull.
damage. It's so... I'm not shocked that Miscount immediately go for this 22 Cinderbrew Meadery, though. Like, right after doing that 21 Priory, they got the triple world record tag on the right side of the screen. This would be a massive exclamation point for them.
Yeah, this would be huge. Verb right now currently doing 1.5 Moonkins of damage to this pull. Absolutely incredible DPS coming out as the extra trash getting added in here. You can see the health bars, though, dropping super low. Kira in danger and is actually going to proc that last resort, but we do have a Blood Beast here that could help send this home. All these Venture Co. patrons have their days numbered once that Blood Beast does explode, and Verb explodes up nearly 2 billion total damage already done this dungeon. For reference, 2 billion damage could get you through almost an entire M0 in this dungeon. All the damage you would need to do here.
For the entirety of the dungeon?
Yeah.
Is that real? That is so...
I don't know, I made it up, but it sounds about right.
With all the neutral mobs. This is it. This is what we needed, team.
Yeah, things are a blessed opening for Missed Count in this run as they are hoping to accelerate ahead of Mandatory, who are also restarting the 22. So both teams in 22 Cinderbrew Meaderies at basically the exact same spot in the dungeon as well. Going to be really fun to compare their progression against each other.
Oh my gosh, dude. Miss Cal got 4 Blood Beast procs there.
Yeah, this is that's a nice opener for Mandatory, or for Missed Count for sure. Mandatory, you can also see a Death Knight atop the meters there, only doing 1.01 Moonkins of damage though, compared to the 1.5 Moonkins that Missed Count's Death Knight was doing.
Again, whenever we were looking at Mandatory earlier, whenever they were within 10 seconds of timing this dungeon on a 22, we need to see something sub 7 on the first boss split. That is kind of the minimum qualifying time. I think if we're even like 7:15, I think we might be out of the range of even timing the key, just looking at how close the timer is going to be at the end of the dungeon.
Yeah, I think that is very likely, as well as 07 are another team that we need to keep a close eye on, because this is a huge thing. We're focused on the top of our leaderboard, but we also need to watch the bottom of our leaderboard, where right now 07 are vying to avoid elimination today. They need this key to work out for them so that they can catch up to Perplexed. And if you're an 07 fan, you're also hoping that Perplexed's 21 Theater, they are currently starting off as well, goes wrong again. Now remember, Perplexed just lost 30 minutes in Theater, hearthing out right at the end of an otherwise pretty promising looking run. So that is a best case scenario thing if you are a fan of 07, but of course very bad news if you are a fan of Perplexed, which I personally feel for Perplexed, because they have come so close in so many MDI seasons and then stumbled time and again. And this is really the season where they've had the most promising start to a global finals, but they need to secure that Theater of Pain, move up to 106 points, and join that tie. That would be a 4-way tie with all of the best teams in the world at the top of our leaderboard.
I mean, I believe in them. They had probably the best day one so far. They were a little bit slower in some of the dungeons, kind of like you shouted it out, but at the same time, being able to put up those keys with the highest level of consistency, that's what really allows you to separate yourself from the remainder of the pack, is if you're able to have really good consistency. We saw it in Dragonflight Season 4, where teams took a really long time to put up that Azure Vault at that max level key, and if Perplexed was able to come through and then be able to do something like that, where they like one-shot that key, where the other teams end up taking 2 or 3 hours, that could allow them to kind of squeak by some of the teams that were maybe a little bit faster than them, because they have more time to rerun for time tiebreakers.
Absolutely, yeah. So, in other tournament logistics news as well, I know there are a lot of fans of the break rule in the chat, always wondering how those breaks are shaking out. Breakheads, like me, big fans of the rules. And if you are a breakhead right now, let me tell you that all of our teams have finished all their breaks except for 07, who do still owe us 10 minutes of that break timer. So after this Floodgate attempt, win or lose, they probably need to go and take that break. That is going to hurt their chances of being able to catch up and overtake Mandatory or Perplexed here for that 4th place spot, but it is definitely not going to eliminate them.
Yeah, can we get a 1 in chat for all the breakheads?
That's right.
I want to see something real quick.
I'm sure there are a lot of them. But yeah, Viscount are going to, speaking of 1, have 1 death here at the start of their 22 Cinder Brew. Now, having just seen Mandatory fail to time the key by 1 death, you wonder if Miscount are thinking of, would be thinking ever of hearthing out after just that 1 death, or if they're going to keep it going.
I'd at least go for another minute to see what our first boss split is looking like.
Yeah, I think that's a good call.
If we're 7:15, 7:30, all right, let's get out of here. If we're anything above that, again, let's get out of here. If we're around that 7-minute mark, we can actually continue to see this run through. And that's kind of the important break point. I think it's difficult to assess like how much time that realistically lost until you're able to kind of meet some of those checkpoints of like killing that boss. Does Wunderbar lust here? Ooh.
So Wunderbar, if they hit this lust anytime in the next 3 minutes, they're gonna get 2 more lust this dungeon. So maybe they'll do it on pull on Gore Chop, because
34-minute dungeon, yeah.
They pull Gore Chop real quick here. On the other hand, I'm not sure they pull it with it before. So you need to hit lust by 23 roughly in the dungeon. Are they going to pull Gore Chop by 23? I feel like it's going to be extremely close, because they basically skip straight to Gore Chop after this.
Yeah. Okay. So it's kind of an interesting decision point. Like, would you rather have? Okay, so they're going to press this. I think that this makes sense. If you can actually skip some of the PvP events, that's a huge time save, because getting sent down and not having players actively being able to hit the boss, that is a larger time loss than the potential time that you would gain by maybe skipping a few additional ads on something like Gore Chop. Those ads end up killing themselves off. It's not like the end of the world. And I think if you can actually skip one of the duels, it's huge. But it looks like Wunderbar's still going to get 1 more duel, but probably not 2 more within that timer. I don't know what their route, what a good Zav split is. I'm going to be entirely honest, because very few teams go full Throk as the first boss. Oh, wait. Are Wunderbar on the other screen going to be able to kill Zav before the duel even happens with that lust?
Yeah, it looks like it probably is going to work out. A team that's not going to work out for is Miscount, who are hearthing out. But yeah, there is Wunderbar getting that successful Zav split in there, having used that lust as well, which takes that pressure off of them to actually get to Gore Chop by that 23-minute marker, which is another upside here. Meanwhile, Mandatory 651 on Brewmaster Alldryer. Do you remember what their split was in their previous attempt?
650.
All right, so we're down 1 second.
Winnable. We just cannot have a death.
The Blood Beast gods have taken 1 second from us, but they may giveth in this section. A few Blood Beast procs and we will gain that second back. Ooh, Wunderbar experiencing a death here, as it looks like they are on that Gore Chop skip section. That's not good for their timer in the plus 22, but I think they still have enough extra time, even with that death, as long as they can make this skip execute successfully. I'm not sure we've actually seen this skip working for Wunderbar as well. It's definitely a cool one as they skip past all that trash. Skylark going to go down for mandatory. That's going to be a reset, a town portal moment for mandatory. Same with Miscount, who are resetting that dungeon. But let's take a look at Holy Method now, who have reset. No, okay, yeah, they put up the 2 chest, right. So they're at the start of this, and they're off their break now, is why they're at the start of a dungeon.
Yeah, so we need to see them put up the 21 prior to the Sacred Flame. We need to see them put up the 21 in that Operation Floodgate. We need to see them time the 22 ml. They have a long way, a long path ahead of them, but there's still a possibility of them to be able to qualify for Sunday. They just cannot make any mistakes here.
Yeah, exactly. This is a long shot, but it is not over for Holy Method or 07. A lot rests on how things go for Perplexed as well. Miscount. Yeah, death in the first minute is a reset. Again, you can afford like 20 of these resets, and it doesn't cost you all that much. But we have Perplexed working on Zap the Unfallen here. 1 death already, and no B-res for them for the next 3 minutes in this theater. So not a perfect start to this dungeon, but definitely still winnable.
Let's take a look at Wunderbar as well, as they are also in that Theater of Pain on that 22. That would be that world first Keystone level that nobody else has been able to put up so far. And it looks like they're doing okay. They do only have 1 death, and it looks like they're going to be pulling Gore Chop here in somewhere
right
around
after
20
this.
seconds. Yeah, I mean, look at this. We might even be taking a little bit more trash into Gore Chop than what is traditionally done. We're going to have to kill off that... Are we even going to kill the Sludge Spear? Are we just going? Oh, we're full sending it. Oh my goodness. Wunderbar, what are you doing?
It's time to go. This is a timed event. Every second lost is going to matter here, and they just can't afford any of that, so they're going straight into Gore Chop. Here comes that Arcane Surge from Gingy as well. This is going to make pretty short work of some of the mobs surrounding Gore Chop here, but they have to be able to live. Dude. That Sludge Spear needs to stay interrupted as well, and everybody is going to have to make sure to live. If you get jumped on even twice here by these refuse or these leftovers, you are going to die. You can see constant movement by several of these ranged players to avoid taking that damage.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. The refuse mobs, the sludge spears, and the leftovers from the boss all do just an insane amount of damage on your player. It's also physical damage, so these cloth-wearing mages and priests are incredibly scared. If they get left on by multiple of the mobs at the exact same time, they will just die basically from 100 to 0 by 2 ticks of damage. So doing a great job of making sure that they're continuing to move over and over again. How much of a time save was a pull like that, Dratnos?
I feel like, I mean, it's just a different way that they do this section, but yeah, I mean, every pull that you remove from a plus 22 Keystone is, 2 minutes of time saved, roughly, so that is huge.
Yeah, I think that by playing it like this, it requires you to lose a little bit of damage to the boss, because having to run around like a maniac the entire time, there's probably some time lost there, but I think that probably saves you 45 seconds at least. Minimum. This is huge for Wunderbar. What do we need for the final section of this dungeon? I'm thinking it's like 6 minutes, maybe 6:30 at this key level. Oh, I would love a little bit longer than 6:30 of killing Gore Chop between now and engaging Mordretha.
Yeah, I'd love that time as well, but I don't think that it's going to be afforded to Wunderbar here. They are going to be really tight up against this timer, even with this run being as fast as it is.
Some of the slowest keys on live, you normally have like 5:30 to 5:45 between killing, and it's normally Kultharok and killing Mordretha. But I don't know what it's going to look like from Gore Chop, and they're taking trash into Mordretha as well from that Gore Chop wing. They're going to be able to maintain some Ayakazan stacks. Maybe they can do it a little bit faster, but I wouldn't be shocked if it was just a hair slower because of the key level that they're on.
Yeah, me neither. Meanwhile, we have 07 on the good side of Bubbles here, which is the already having skipped that mini-boss side. Their timer is looking great in this plus 21. This is huge for 07. This will bring them to 105 points, and we will get to see their time tiebreaker situation against Perplexed. And then if 07 want to catch up with the rest of the field, they will need to do that 21 priority that they've been avoiding. They had a chance to do it as their last dungeon of the day yesterday, and they opted to improve timer in the 21 metery instead. We'll see how that decision happens for them at the end of the day today, because we are nearing the last hour of the day. For anybody who is unfamiliar of our rules as well, you get to finish any key that you start by the end of the day, which is in an hour and 15 minutes. So trying to find something good to do with that overtime key is a big deal, as we do see Miscount resetting once again up there in the top right in their Cinderbrew. But Wunderbar, 6 minutes and 28 seconds left in the dungeon. Gorechop, oh no, Gingy goes down to that leaping thrash. As I mentioned, even just one of those basically one-shotting him, has to be constantly on the move against these oozing leftovers. Now we have 5 of them out as well, and I think Wunderbar's timer situation here might just be over.
I think their timer's toast. Again, I think that you needed at least 530. I was hoping for a little bit longer, considering that this key level, the raw amount of damage that you have to just deal to the boss, is so incredibly high. I don't think that this is a 530 ending sequence. I was thinking it was maybe around 6 minutes, and with 15% of Gorechop's HP as they hit that 530 mark, I think that you're right. I believe that they're going to be on the wrong side of this timer.
Yeah, things are unfortunately going to be tough here for Wunderbar to make this time up. We'll see if they decide to town portal out,
to reset?
or if they want to keep it going. Yeah, Mandatory and Miscount have both been throwing some resets at this Cinderbrew in the meantime. Just goes to show how impressive it was that Mandatory were able to get a deep run so early in their attempts. Hopefully it's not something that they'll be chasing for the next 10 attempts, wiping at the very start of this key.
I'm so sorry to interrupt here, but I have been told that Zyronic has something that he would like to say, and also he is coming on the desk alongside Nagura now, so I guess we'll let him say it, but Tuttles and Dratnos, thanks so much. Thank you, we'll see you later.
Bye.
Bye.
Guys,
all right.
This theater, yes, it looks scary, but it's winnable. Looking at the timer that Wunderbar put up in the 21 Theater of Pain, they were able to kill Mordretha in 3:58. 10% on top of that is an extra 30 seconds. If they can pull this boss in the next 10 seconds or so, which, considering the RP will have already been started and the boss is spawning here, we are right on the cusp of what is possible. Remember, Wunderbar does this insanely fast strategy that allows them to get funnel on every single press of their Arcane Surge button on this boss, so they killed this boss incredibly fast, and they will have a Bloodlust available during the boss. So while they'll have to kill this boss, they just have 15 seconds more than they had in the 21 to kill this boss. They can still RNG a little bit of extra crits, maybe an extra Blood Beast. So if you in chat are a Love Watcher and you want to see Wunderbar time this 22 Theater of Pain here, yet another world first added to their repertoire, proc those Blood Beasts in the chat for them right now. They're gonna need them.
I think they can do it as well. Look at the boss's HP just melting from that initial damage that went through from Gingy with the Arcane Surge and the PI as well, with that extra funnel that they did snap up while Now was doing that, and that's just incredible. They will have Bloodlust coming up in just a moment, and if they save it for Execute, and they're gonna get that extra trash in at the end to get some extra funnel again, I think they got it. This boss is actually pretty quick. Now, of course it's 22, right? But I do think that they can do it. And I think Wunderbar also thinks they can do it, otherwise they would have town portaled out. Now, it's of course going to be close because they have those 2 deaths on the board, but I think this is possible for them. Boss is now down to 73%. Lotta's coming up in 23 seconds. 3 minutes still left on the board.
They're on pace. This is really, really close. That first press of Surge got them to 70%. The Bloodlust is available. Probably going to save that for an Execute Bloodlust. That would be the ideal time to proc it. We saw Mandatory was able to do almost all of that 30% remaining on Goldie, the BEO herself, in the 22 Cinderbrew in about 40 seconds of Bloodlust. So we know that button is very powerful when combined with the Execute cooldowns here. So Wunderbar, they're going to get 2 more presses of these cooldowns here. First of those surges has been expended here. It's going to be on the remaining Blighted Sludge Spewer here on the boss. Also was used to take out some of those adds that spawned during the boss encounter. And in the first 2 minutes of the encounter, they've got the boss to half HP. Nagura, it's deja vu all over again. They're just a little bit behind the DPS check on the final boss of a 22, but they're going to have the Execute Bloodlust. Is it going to be a repeat of what we saw in Mandatory Cinderbrew run earlier today? Or are Wunderbar going to be able to pull through in the final moments? This is a nasty overlap, though, as they have ads spawning, and we're going to transition into Phase 2 with a huge amount of AoE with this Echoes of Carnage cast going off as well.
Yeah, the Echoes are coming through. You can see the Massberry and a bunch of other cooldowns being pressed here. Disc Bubble, AMC coming out, so they are fine. The PI has been used on Kush. That means there's no more PI coming up for the remainder of the timer here. That means Gingy is not going to get the PI on his Arcane Surge. It's coming up in just a moment. And he probably is holding that Arcane Surge as well for the execute. The Bloodlust is coming up, and maybe that's why the PI was being used, right? The Bloodlust and PI is something that you don't necessarily need to overlap. So Junichi's Arcane Surge coming up, probably waiting a little bit for the ads to spawn, and also for that execution. There we go, the ads have been added now. The Bloodlust is running. They're gonna have to perfectly execute this as well. Not only do they have to do an insane amount of damage, to 1 minute left only. And
this is the same. This is the same as the Cinder Brew.
Yes.
A minute left, 30% on the boss, but they have the funnel for the Arcane Mage. That's the difference here. The Arcane Mage gets funnel. I baited chat by saying proc the Blood Beast for them because they have a Frosty K, not an Unholy Decay. There's going to be no Blood Beast that'll help them out for the damage, but it might not matter. Wunderbar might have the damage. 40 seconds left in the key to do 20% of the boss's HP. They've used the final Arcane Surge. They have no more damage cooldowns available. It's just going to be raw DPS through to the end. They need to do 1% of the boss's HP every 1.5 seconds, but the damage is running out. The only thing they're going to have available is one final touch of the Magi. They'll get a little bit of extra funnel on these ads for the boss. Will it be enough for Wunderbar?
Oh my god, this is just so close. Look at all of the ads are still up too. And yeah, as you said, they don't have any more offensive cooldowns available. 6 seconds left. I don't think they can do it. I think it's just going to be quiet, not enough for Wunderbar as they're now over the timer. And we're moving to 07. They only have 18 seconds left on the board as well. I think 07, though, they can do it as the boss is going down and they are going to be moving up and getting those extra points on the board. But yeah, for Wunderbar, it was so close, just quiet, not enough. That one of the two deaths, and they would have made it. Very, very unfortunate.
They really, like, we've seen a couple of these runs here that have just been so incredibly close for trying to lock in that, like, plus 22 on some of these, right? Just amazing. But, you know, we're also watching something kind of unfold here at the top that, Zyra, I thought maybe we could get your insights on, because there is a tug of war kind of happening for world records between Mistcount and Wunderbar, where for a while Mistcount had 2 world records, and they were the 2 that Wunderbar didn't have, and Mistcount, of course, just getting that plus 21 priory from Wunderbar kind of landed them now swinging it back the other way, but clearly Wunderbar's trying to push. Do you think they're going to try to claim those back?
At some point, right, we've already seen Wunderbar is very, very close to potentially being able to go for that 22 brewery, right? We saw a good attempt at it yesterday in overtime, so they can definitely go for that dungeon. Obviously, we saw Mandatory heartbreakingly wipe in the last moments by mere seconds. They were literally just one death away from potentially timing that key. I don't think the world record necessarily is what's on their mind. They're just personally worried about score right now. Do whatever you can to get a leg up on your competition. Give yourself more time tomorrow to push these insane keys, because as we've seen from both Mandatory and Wunderbar now, some of these keys are doable on that higher key level. And if you want to be the team that wins this competition, you are likely going to have to do both the 22 Theater and the 22 Brewery. And we haven't even talked about potentially the highest level key of the dungeons we've already revealed to the teams, right? We still think the 23 Motherlode is possible. So it's going to be crazy to see, but just this glimpse into those particular keys, seeing both the 22 Top and the 22 Brew get almost timed, that's kept me glued to my seat for the past hour and a half. I wasn't even casting. Normally I'll get up and like grab a drink, maybe grab a bite to eat in between my casting shifts. No, I was watching those brew runs the entire time glued to my chair. This is such a good competition.
It is absolutely insane to watch, and we've been talking about those high-end teams doing those chase keys on the 22s, right? One thing we also have to really focus on is the teams that will get eliminated at the end of the day. We are nearing the last hour of the tournament, and of course Holy Method struggling quite a lot, as they did have to reset their 21 floodgate once more as they were wiping on Big Mama earlier. If they time this key, they're going to be moving up a little bit. But yeah, I think they're going to struggle quite a bit. Now, Perplexed, on the other hand, and 07, they are so close to one another. And I think it's actually going to be a really tough competition for the end of the day to see who is going to be the two teams that get eliminated. Perplexed now in that 21 Theater of Pain. They have to get this key done. They are nearing the end of it too. Koltharok left and Mordretha. So definitely looking like a good run for them. But yeah, the time tiebreakers for Perplexed which is really not good overall.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. This is a team that came into the day, like, firing on all cylinders, right? They had no issues in the Floodgate at the start of the day, but this Theater of Pain has really proved a problem for them. Yes, they had to go back and deal with a couple of other keys. They had to go back and do 21 Priory, but they're looking great today. The problem is this 21 Theater has eluded them. If they're able to get this done, 07 would then have to go back and get that Priory done as well. It's going to be really close. We've been so focused on the top of the leaderboard for the past hour and a half, 2 hours of the day because we're seeing those insanely high push keys, but we have to remember at the end of the day, we're eliminating 2 more teams today. Holy Method, unfortunately, very far behind the other teams right now. They're going to eventually, if they want to have a chance of qualifying through, they're going to have to get the 22 Motherlode done. That's their only +2 available. They're going to have to get this 21 Floodgate done, and they're also going to have to get the 21 Priory done in the last hour and 5 minutes of the day. That seems like a monumental task, but technically there is time left in the day for them to do it. The problem is, they would then also need both 07 and Perplex to not get +1s, because the highest score for Holy Method by the end of the day now is the 105.
Yeah, so for Holy Method, I think for them it's going to be a very tall task, right? But one thing that I want to point out is, so Miscount, they actually dropped the 22 Metery and went back to the 21 Floodgate. They're rerunning that key to get a better timer in there. And I wonder if that's actually something that Mandatory might actually have to do as well, because there's actually a chance Mandatory does get eliminated, right? Because if 07 and Perplexed get the same score to 106, their time tiebreakers in comparison to Mandatory, they're not that far behind. If
You're
they
so
get
right.
106 and then get a better timer in one of the dungeons, they might knock out Mandatory.
I didn't even think of that as a possibility. Just looking at the scoreboard, you're like, oh yeah, Mandatory's up there. Although, we're thinking, they don't have any world records, they're going kind of slow, but they've got all the keys timed. If they don't get a +1, if they don't get to 107, yeah, if 07 and Perplexed actually have better timers, which they actually do have in several of those highest time keys, it could be lights out for Mandatory today, so they need to start worrying about that. If they have another attempt at this brew that goes a little over time that they don't time, they might have to go back and improve their timer in one of their keys. What would even be their best option for an improved timer in their key? Their Theater is pretty slow.
Probably. Yeah.
Their Priory is also pretty slow, too. It would probably have to be the Theater, right? Because that is by far the most behind they are in their keys. Yeah, that's a scary proposition if you're a Mandatory fan. So they need to be aware of that. It'd be a lot easier for them to just get the 22 Brewery done. That would be a nice breaker for them. The +1 score is always nice, but as we move into the final hour of the day, that's something that's probably in the back of their minds. The pressure is certainly on here.
It definitely is. And one thing that I want to talk about too is, like, we've been talking about this 23 Motherlode, but I'm not sure how doable the 23 Motherlode is, because if those teams do those 22 Theater of Pains and 22 Metery, considering the tiebreakers, if the 23 Motherlode was really, like, similar to those other 22 keys, then wouldn't they all go for the 23 just because you would immediately win the tiebreaker? I wonder if the 23 Motherlode might just not be in the table. Or it might be even harder than the 22 TOP and the 22 Metery.
I don't know if there's any teams that can do it. It is these teams. I didn't expect to see anywhere near close attempts in the first couple of attempts at the 22 Theater and Cinderbrew. We almost had both of them timed on near first attempts. For Mandatory, while it technically wasn't their first attempt at the Cinderbrew, their first attempt, quote-unquote, was like a wipe to the first pull where they didn't proc blood his life enough. Their second attempt was the one that went all the way to the final boss, and they ended up failing the key by like 20 seconds. That key is doable. It just has to be literally perfect. It wouldn't surprise me if Motherlode is the same on 23. It just has to be done perfectly with 0 deaths. But these teams have shown they're capable of doing that. And remember, even today, even if they don't get it done today, tomorrow they're going to have even more time to attempt those keys because we're only adding one more key tomorrow. So they're going to probably be able to push up that key, whatever it is, extremely quick tomorrow, and then they'll have the entire day ahead of them to push for insane keys like this Cinderbrew, like this Theater of Pain, and hopefully the 23 Motherlode.
Yeah, I'm gonna be so excited to see them attempt that one. So we're currently looking at Holy Method as they're trying to claw their way back into the top 4, because of course the 2 bottom teams are going to be eliminated at the end of the day. For Holy Method, though, it's going to be so difficult. They are missing out 4 points to even meet up with Perplex and 07, and that might not be good enough if Perplex and 07 do get their key stand that they're currently in. And Perplex is actually looking pretty good, as they're currently in their 21 TOP. They're fighting Kulta Rock, and then there's only going to be more Dratha and some trash left. And the timer is looking good. They do have 2 deaths on the board, so they do have to watch out a little bit to not have any further mistakes. But definitely still looking strong. And 07 currently is still on their break. I think it was the last team that still had to take the break, but they should be back pretty soon as well.
Yeah, and we'll see them pretty much... They're pretty much forced to go for that Priory, right? That's the one key remaining that they have that's not the same level as our top 3 teams on the 106 mark. So that's something they were struggling with yesterday, and we'll see if they're able to get it done today. The benefit is that between yesterday and today, they'll have been able to talk about their strategy in the key, watch what other teams are doing, potentially shore up any of the problems that they had. Of course, since we are in the, the key push version of the MDI, that means that the practice keys on Tournament Realm are turned off in between days of competition. So you can't just go on Tournament Realm and practice in between days anymore. They could maybe practice the key on live if they have a resilient key of a high level. They're not going to have one on 21, but that'll let you at least get refamiliarize yourself with the dungeon. Although I'm not sure how much value that would bring over probably the weeks of practice they've already put into that key. Again, the final factor here is just in the last hour of the day, you have to clutch up and get this key done if you want to make it through to Sunday.
Yeah, it's just so tough for them to come up with strategies as the tournament is going on, right? Like, obviously they can theorize, and I'm sure they're doing that, right? I'm sure outside of the tournament time, they are sitting there talking about struts, looking at what the other teams have been doing, rethinking their routes and going through MDTs. I'm sure that's all they're thinking about, and really strategizing their defensives, their offensives, making sure they have everything lined up perfectly. But yeah, it's just such a tough competition, this global final. This is absolutely insane. As we do now see Perplex moving up to Modretha. Let's see what their timer looks like, because we did see Perplexed is quite a bit slower in comparison. Oh, Mandatory having another full wipe.
Wow.
To the Rain of
Unlucky.
Honey pull there to the B section, actually. So they're going to have to go again.
That's... Again, we were talking about Mandatory, right? That's another 20 minutes gone. It's got to be preying on the back of their mind. Let's see a replay of what happened to them here. We're in that Bink Busby room. Remember, the timer we will want to see that boss die at is around the 25-30 marker. But you can see this run wasn't anywhere near perfect, right? They already had 2 deaths heading into this room. The timer was a little bit gone there. And, of course, your tank going down at the start of that pull is it's definitely over there. 1621 IPA, pretty fast split there. That's almost on the same pace. Actually, a little bit faster, 20 seconds faster, Tails is telling me, than their previous attempt. Although with the 2 deaths, that would mean overall they're about 10 seconds slower. Would have been close. Would have been a good attempt again. But, as we reach the end of the day here in the final hour, the pressure is rising. Will one of these 2 teams below Mandatory rise to the occasion and time the final key they need and potentially put pressure on our defending champions? Perplexed is one of those teams. This 21 Theater of Pain would put them on that 106 mark, and they have a little over 4 minutes left to deal with this boss. This is plenty of time to kill this boss on this difficulty. We've seen Wunderbar actually kill this boss in less than 4 minutes on 21, so Perplexed look like they're in a good spot to kill this boss off and match that 106 mark.
Yeah, the problem for Perplexed here is, yes, of course, timing this would be very good for them, but tiebreakers, again, for Perplexed are not in their favor. Not at all, actually. And this run here also doesn't look absolutely stellar. Now, it does look good to be able to time the key, but with the 2 deaths on the board, it's also not going to be quite as fast as some of the other teams. So we're going to have to take a look at the tiebreaker once they do finish this boss. In the meantime, 07 is now back, and they're attempting that 21 Priory. Now, 07, on the other hand, has a little bit better tiebreakers, which is going to be important when it comes to that 7th, 6th, or 5th seed at the end of the day. And it's also going to be important to see if either of the teams is going to be able to beat out Mandatory on that tiebreaker in case Mandatory does not put up that 22 metery, because we've seen them struggling it so much. and there's less than an hour now left at the end of the day. Yeah, Perplex now getting through, getting that intermission in just a moment. They need to make sure that they're utilizing all of their defensives to be able to survive that AoE coming through. And yeah, other than that, their timer definitely looks good.
Super consistent first pull here from Mandatory, getting through the triple hired muscle pull on the 22. Volatile Keg doing so much damage. That's a tongue twister in its own right. Volatile Keg. Yeah, I mean, that's a ton of AoE damage every time that goes out on top of the throw chairs from the hired muscle. Lots of damage to live through. I like the positioning from Maystein there, was positioning to potentially line of sight those throw chair casts in order to not take the extra damage. So, looks like they're good and they're on for another run here. If you can get through that first pull, you can start to make some real progress in the key. However, on this key level, every pull is quite dangerous. You know, an errant kick gets channeled on a player for too long. You don't have a shield for a tenderize. You could very easily die. They did try to battle res mode, but good presence of mind to know he can just cancel the res and release. But I think that death is going to be a go again here. Yeah, minute 30 into the key, you have already wiped to this key by one single death timer. I don't think there's any reason to continue that run if you are in Mandatory's position right now. Just go again.
I do think so as well. Alright, Perplexed here, nearing the end of this boss fight. They do have Bloodlust coming up in 6 seconds. Let's see, they do have some coolness available. No Arcane Surge, actually, for Wolf Disco. He did press it again to be able to get another usage that he will be getting before the end of the timer here, but probably not before the end of the boss's HP hits 0. If they're using this Bloodlust right now, and they're going to be using some of the other cool ones they have available here.
This is...
The boss might go down. Actually, I don't think it will get out before their Arcane Surge.
They're within the timer, but you know, one errant death to a potential mammoth charging across the battlefield could potentially spell danger for them. Looks like that's not going to be the case here. Good frontal bait away from the team here. They can dodge into the middle of the room, which is going to help them. Getting pulled in by this portal as well. One last Arena of Carnage cast going off. You're going to dodge these AoE circles on the ground. One last Tank Bust. You're going to go out on Divine Field. He will not fall. In Perplexed, look like they will be sending this 21 Theater of Pain home and joining our top 3 teams on the 106 mark. Where is their time tiebreaker there? Okay, they are behind Mandatory by about a minute 40, so they're not too far off. They have time now to either go for another +1 in one of those high 22 keys that we've been talking about, or they could try to bolster their situation against 07 here by going for a time save in one of their keys. Now, that Theater is probably the biggest time save that they'll have. They also just did that key. Do they think they can go particularly faster? Because before we swapped them up there, we actually saw that Perplexed was behind 07 on the time tiebreakers by about a minute and a half. So if 07 were to time this key here, they're challenging Perplexed for that 4th place slot.
This is just going to be so close for the end of the day to see who is going to get eliminated. And the fact that Mandatory potentially could get eliminated is just absolutely insane to me, just because of the time tiebreakers that if the other teams are working on those and Mandatory keeps continuing to try this 22. Now, one thing to note about Perplexed, they could also attempt the 22, right? And that would literally put them ahead of Mandatory. And they could also just rethink their position, right? They could try the Meadery or the TOP on a 22 for a little while, and then...
We see the green dot for Perplexed. We know where they are now.
Alright, so it
they're
looks
in the brewery.
They might do the 22, or they might reattempt the 21. Looks like the 21? Or maybe wrong key.
Well, that's our answer. They started the 21 and they're like, wait, that's not the right key. They're going 22, I think.
Wow.
So, yeah, alright, Perplexed.
This is
hour
a risky
left in the
decision.
day. It's super risky. Like we were talking about, 07's time tiebreakers are way better than Perplexed. So if 07 timed this Priory at any point in the next 50 minutes, Perplexed could get eliminated. So this is just an all-in finish. They don't care about going out today. They want to go for the absolute win here. They're going for the +1 score. Insane move from Perplexed if they can pull it off. That'll be an insane story here. Mandatory, once again, issues on the first pull. One death is a reset. They need a perfect run in this dungeon in order to time it, Megura.
I just cannot believe it. I mean, if 07 times his Priory in any reasonable amount of time, which by the way is not easy. We've seen many teams struggle a lot to time the 21 Priory and reset that key numerous times. So it is a big if. But if 07 manages to get this Priory done soon, we're going to have 5 teams on 106 points, which is just insane So one of the teams that is at 106 is potentially going to get eliminated at the end of the day. Of course, there is the possibility of some of the teams timing at 22 as well, but it's not looking too stellar for any of them, right? All the teams that are attempting the 22s, yes, okay, they were really close, some of them, but to even get to the end of the dungeon is taking them so long. Mandatory, the amount of times that's reset here earlier on, as well as a Wunderbar. But Wunderbar actually on a pretty good run at the moment, as they are in a 22 OP and they are still on 0 deaths.
What do we think about Miscount rerunning the Floodgate for timer here, instead of going for one of the 22s?
So, okay, it's interesting because I think, like, I would like Perplexed and Mandatory and 07 go for time breakers. Actually, only Mandatory and Perplexed, because 07 has to do the 21, of course. But I don't really like it for Miscount, because Miscount has such good tiebreakers in all of the other dungeons. So, it just doesn't bode well for them for tomorrow, right? Because I don't think Miscount is in danger of getting eliminated today. Just looking at the tiebreakers, unless all the other teams do 22s, which seems incredibly unlikely, right? So why are they working on tiebreakers today? Does that mean they cannot do the 22s? Because if that is what it means, then it's going to be looking pretty bad for them tomorrow.
The other train of thought as well could potentially be that maybe they have secret strategies that they're saving for tomorrow that they don't want to show off to their teams, so they're just worrying about the tiebreakers now in a dungeon that they don't think they'll +1. We were concerned about Perplexed here. We thought they would be going for the 22 Cinderbrew, but they're going back into the 21, and this makes sense. So I was looking at their Cinderbrew timers, and I was wondering, is 22 Cinderbrew in the cards for this team? If you go and look at their timer in Cinderbrew, they have a timer in the 21 Cinderbrew where they were 3 seconds under the dungeon timer with 4 deaths. They were very, very close to that dungeon timer, which means 22 is going to be very difficult for them to complete unless they've just come up with insane strategies since yesterday, or maybe they did some studying. But however, it does make a ton of sense for them to go to this key just to improve their tiebreakers, which would really defend them from 07 is what they're going for here. Technically, they could go a minute 40 faster in this key and overtake Mandatory if Mandatory is unable to get that +1 at the end of the day.
So let's assume Perplex does this 21 and overtakes Mandatory's tiebreaker. What would 07 need in their priority to also overtake Mandatory's tiebreaker?
Oh no, are you asking me to do math?
No. I'm asking people that are not currently on desk to please figure this out for us, because I'm not going to do the math either.
All right.
Okay, Dratnos is doing it.
Thank you, Dratnos. Okay, we have a savior.
Okay, the question is, if Perplexed manages to shave off like more than 120 off of this 21 brewery, they will be overtaking Mandatory. So how fast does 07 have to be in their 21 priory to also overtake Mandatory's tiebreaker, to then put Mandatory in 5th overall position?
I think it's a lot. He's working on it. He'll get back to us when he did the math, and we will trust his math implicitly, because he is Mathnos after all. But the consequences of qualifying through to tomorrow or getting eliminated today are massive. It's a huge shift in prize pool. Finishing 5th, 6th versus potentially finishing 4th is a $15,000 swing for your team. So these teams not only playing for placement, but playing for a ton of prize money today, Nagura.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that is also something that we don't talk about often enough. I think the prize money is also just incredibly important. That is something that these teams also have on their minds too, especially since we are getting to those key levels where all of a sudden you might not be able to go any higher and everything just counts, and any just second here and there counts and could mean that you're in a higher seat compared to the other teams on those tiebreaker. Miscount though, they are still working on that 21 Floodgate. We talked about them trying to increase their tiebreaker here as well. And they might move into first spot as well, right?
Nagura, they're really not doing it, though. Looking at the times from their previous dungeon, in their Operation Floodgate, they had 1 death, which they currently have. Here were their boss splits in their first 21 timed Operation Floodgate. Oh, thank you, production. That's perfect. Their first boss split, 529. They're not that much faster here. Second boss split Demolition Duo, 1738. Where are we now with miscount? 1730 on the Demolition Duo, so 8 seconds faster. Swamp Face 2303 last time around. This time around they were 2250. So they've saved maybe like 10 seconds so far. They need 30 to overtake Wunderbar. If you're running for a time increase, usually you're hoping to gain like 30 seconds or more. This is a hard dungeon to gain time in. So we'll see where they can stop the clock, but any single death here is going to erase the advantage they've gained throughout this dungeon.
Yeah, this is going to be rough for Miscount. Perplex also having a wipe here early on, and they have to reset again. In the meantime, Mathnos did do the math, and apparently for 07 to overtake Mandatory, they would have to time the 21 Priory, of course, and they would have to time it at around 29:30, which is doable looking at the other 21 Priories, but it would have to be a really fast dungeon, right? Looking at Miscount and Wunderbar's timers, it would have to be matching those times. So, yeah, it would be tough for 07, but they could time the Priory and then still repeat another dungeon and get a better time at the end of the day in another key. So I do think the possibility of 07 and Perplex to overtake Mandatory is actually there still. If Mandatory, of course, does not time this 22, which they have the chance of doing so since they have been here for quite a while now.
Let's talk about this Wunderbar run, though, really quick, as we just saw they're in the final section of the dungeon here, in this core chop section, heading for this massive pull on top of the gas bag here. The timers in this run are fantastic compared to the previous run. Remember, they were less than 15 seconds behind on the previous run. They had 2 deaths. Wunderbar's timers are so much faster this time around. This Zav split is about 25 seconds faster than their previous attempt at the 22 Theater of Pain. So they have given themselves, if they're able to do the rest of the dungeon at the same speed they did in the previous attempt, they're about 40 seconds overall faster, including death timers. This is a timed key for Wunderbar. They just have to make 0 mistakes on a plus 22 gore chop that they also pull extra trash on top of. It's not just Butchers and Horrors. They pull this Sludge Spewer in as well. Are they going to go for it again? Wunderbar have pulled the trash, and yes, they are gearing up to go into gore chop with all of this refuse jumping around on top of players. Now, no cheat death available for this boss, but this is what you have to do to time a 22.
This is going to be so incredibly dangerous. Look at all of these mobs on top. Gingy trying to bait the leftovers as they're jumping out, doing so much damage to him, making sure he does use all of his defensives to survive, as Arcane Surge is also coming up. Nature's Vigil is running as well by clicks to help out Whippy as he is trying to pump everyone through with shields. Look at Gingy just getting all of these leftovers.
He's in the Matrix!
On him.
He's dodging everything!
He's dodging everything. As everyone else is making sure they're staying close enough for all of those jumps to actually do go on Gingy. So really nicely done, and actually also a very tough job to do. While his coolers are running, he has to make sure that he's baiting all of these jumps, which is just crazy. Really nicely done by Gingy so far.
Super, super clean. They've gotten through the most of the difficulty of that trash. Every single leap from the disgusting refuse does so much damage to the players they leap on. You cannot afford to get hit by any 2 of those abilities. You will get killed from 100 to 0 full, but Wunderbar on fantastic pace in that key. Can they be the first of our teams to break through to that 107 mark? If anyone can do it, it is them. They have been incredibly fast this weekend. In the meantime, going from the top of the leaderboard to the bottom, our teams at the bottom are incredibly scared of getting eliminated. 07 needs this 21 prior to potentially compete with Perplexed and maybe even Mandatory. Miscount trying to work on that key as well to potentially put them into the lead, but they need to kill that boss so incredibly quickly. Can 07 get through a 21 Captain Valkyrie? This pull is incredibly dangerous. These Warlings jumping around on players, adding bleeds to an encounter where the only bleed you normally have to worry about is on your tank, who's taking so much damage over the course of this encounter from the bleeds the boss puts on him. The pot shots as well from these sharpshooters, if any of them overlap with a Savage Mauling, could instantly take a player out from 100 to 0. There is so much coordination required on a pull of this magnitude.
Yeah, absolutely insane. I am going to be checking out the 21 Priory splits that we've seen from Miscount and from Wunderbar, just to get a little bit of a comparison for 07 to be able to see if they would be able to meet that timer that we talked about, that they would need to overtake Mandatory's time tiebreakers. Now, of course, there's a little bit of a difference in strategy, and depending on how much trash you play before the first boss or after, so it's not going to be quite accurate, but still going to be interesting to see. As Miscount now about to finish off Giesel Gigasap. And we've been talking about Miscount, right? Miscount has so many world records, so many time tiebreakers that they're winning here. And yeah, like it seems to be their strategy, right? To go for those time tiebreakers. But unfortunately, if the other teams that are currently working on those 22s are getting those 22s done, then all the time tiebreakers in the world are not going to help Miscount because they're just going to be behind in score. So hopefully for Miscount, tomorrow they're going to be able to get those 22 keys done eventually that both Mandatory and Wunderbar are working on.
All right, Nagura, hear me out. Holy Method is not eliminated from the competition just yet.
Okay,
they can
I'm
go
listening.
to 22 Motherload right now.
Mm-hmm.
3 chests the 22 Motherload. And then 1-shot the 25. That'll give them 106 points and put them on Dungeon Tiebreaker. Let's go, Holy Method. Come on.
Alright, this seems to be
No, but in all
the way
seriousness.
to victory.
Miscount. This is what they're going for. They're going for a time tiebreak increase in this dungeon. The timer to beat here is 31:29. What are they going to get? The time is ticking away on them. The Bloodlust is active, but there's no cooldowns available. Just the Unholy Assault popped by the DK there. What do we gain from this run? It is going to be 5 seconds that they gain on the time tiebreakers from that run. It's something. At least they walked out with something.
Oh,
But you would have liked to get a little bit more than that.
second death here for Wunderbar. It looks like, oof. I think Wunderbar's timer is going to be a little bit rough again. Gortop is going to go down in a second. But again, after those 2 deaths, I think they're a little bit faster than last time they were in this very same situation, though. Because, yeah, I think the last time they took these hooks, they had like 5 minutes left. So I think they can do it this time around. But there we go. There's a replay from Mandatory, as it looks like Soda did go down. Their drop actually pushing him off. And they did have a battle, but he lost Bloodlust and cooldowns. So I assume... Oh, and Mode followed a free sample as well going through, as for Soda going down, meaning they are missing out on some of those AoE interrupts. And they just have to go again.
This is so much faster, actually. This is way faster. Gore Chop split nearly 35 seconds faster for Wunderbar here, even with the 2 deaths. They are on breakneck pace. They can kill this boss in about 4.5 minutes on this key level. We saw them do it in their previous attempt at this boss. All they have to do is execute. You cannot afford a single player death from here on out if you're Wunderbar. You've already expended enough time on those 2 deaths. You don't have any more time to give. Boss is pulled, 4:40 left on the key. Once again, it's going to come down to mere seconds. Can we get good procs? No Blood Beasts. We're Frost. So chat, I mean, you can proc the Blood Beast in chat if you want, but this DK isn't going to be hearing from them. But still, some crits on the barrages with the funnel would be really, really nice if you're Genji right now.
Definitely would be. And as we were pulling the boss, the PI immediately got popped, so that means we're going to be seeing 2 more PIs as well that we're going to be able to use within that timer of the dungeon. So very nice there. So a lot of cooldowns still coming up. Now, not only do they have to pump the boss, though, they also have to make sure they're surviving it as well, because, of course, the pull that they're doing here is just absolutely just insane. On the 22, they're fighting Sludge Spewers and Butchers and a Horror on top of this boss, which is just incredible to think about. We're focusing so much on the damage they have to be doing, but they have to execute this perfectly while also fully focusing the boss instead of going on these ads, right? So this is just crazy for everyone involved here, especially now that has to deal with all of this trash and Whippy having to keep everyone alive. And then later on, they're even going to be adding more trash into this boss fight in just a moment once these go down. So this is just a crazy strategy by Wunderbar.
Yeah, and I mean, the fact that Now is able to tank that with no cheat death available, just now coming back off cooldown is crazy. Look at the damage onto Now on that Vengeance Demon Hunter. They're almost proccing the cheat death as I was talking about it. That would have been a caster curse, but it is not the case this time around. Still holding on to that cheat. Something else they could do to cheese a little bit of extra funnel if they really wanted to, which they were actually doing just a little bit. Let those meat shield casts go off. Keep that funnel alive just a little bit longer so your mage can do a little bit more boss damage. This time around, though, they have 2.5 minutes and change left to kill the last half of Mordretha. Again, the Bloodlust available for the execute burn for the team here. They'll get 2 2 more Arcane Surges. They'll get 2 more presses of the Frost DK cooldowns. They'll probably also get 2 more Incarnations out of clicks as well. This is looking fantastic for Wunderbar. They just need to make sure no more mistakes. Overlap here, kind of scary, getting pulled into the portal with ads spawning, Dark Devastation coming out, going to be a frontal bait. Great bait away from the team there. Good grip sigil into Solar Beam as well to make sure these Deathwalkers aren't casting as well. And now the Echoes of Carnage coming out, double bubble dropped, both the barrier and the AMZ expended to keep the team alive through that huge burst of AoE damage. The team has done it, they're into phase 2, and now it's just a DPS race to the finish.
Yeah, let's see if they have the damage. They're going to be adding the trash in just a moment here. It looks like they are moving over there in just a moment as the Bloodlust is ready. Their Arcane Surge also just came up. They're going to get 2 more Arcane Surges if they press it soon. So, but it looks like they are waiting for that trash to be added onto the
Waiting
boss.
for funnel?
Bloodlust is
Yeah,
now
smart.
running. There we go. Arcane Surge is pressed. That means we do get 1 more at the very end into Execute as well. And some other cooldowns are running as well. Defensives have to be used here as there's just so much damage coming through with these ads spawning on top of the charges coming through from Trash Daddy. 1 minute 27 seconds left. 429%. This is going to be so tough for them. They need so much damage.
Tight dodge there on one final Mammoth there at the same time as the Dark Devastation coming out. One Reaping Scythe onto now, who's still holding onto the Cheat Death, who still has that Metamorphosis available, might even opt to use it just for maybe a tiny bit of extra damage at the end so the team can kill the boss off, reaching that 1 minute mark. Like you said, we will get one final Arcane Surge, dodging the Mammoths as they charge across the battlefield. Can Wunderbar do it this time around? They have the time. They will get the Surge as long as everyone stays alive, and that Surge will certainly kill the boss off. A set of ads going to be spawned here. What's our CC rotation going to be for these? Do we have the Sigil of Chains? Yes, we do. Group those together. Solar Beam used once again to make sure no Death Bolts go off on the team. We're only 15 seconds away from that Arcane Surge. The boss is already in the single digits. One last Dark Devastation goes off. Team gets pulled through to the portal, but Whippy is keeping everyone alive on only a sliver of mana left. Gingy is at the Surge. 20 seconds left on the key. It's all on the Arcane Mage here. Execute Barrage is coming out. Have Wunderbar finally done it? Is the world first 22 Theater of Pain in the bag? It is! Wunderbar have done it, and they are our first team of the tournament on 107 points.
Unbelievable. What an execution here by Wunderbar, being able to get a 22 Theater of Pain with 2 deaths on the board. Just an absolutely insane strategy that they're running here. And look at Wunderbar, baiting everyone into doing that Cinder Brew yesterday while they attempted it at the very end of the day. But jokes on the other teams, the one key that is actually getting timed first is that 22 Theater of Pain. So we'll see if the other teams can follow through with that as well. But yeah, the 22 Cinder Brew, we do know it's possible. Looking at how close Mandatory was to time that. Is Wunderbar now also going to step into that Mandatory and attempt it as well? We're going to see in just a moment as Mandatory, unfortunately, still having to reset the key over and over and over. They are now on that first boss fight again, once more. Miscount now also attempting the 22. We've been talking about Miscount. Are they able to do the 22s since they have been working those time tiebreakers only, not going up to those 22s? But it looks like they are, as they are now finally stepping in there. And even though they did have some resets early on in the pools, that is obviously something that we are used to see for Mandatory as well, as it is very, very rough here to start. But yeah, definitely building well for Miscount. I think that means that they are definitely capable of timing the 22s here.
You can stack a bunch of AoE cooldowns to lift the first barrages of volatile kegs, but when that third barrage comes out, the third cast of throw chairs come out, you can see, look at the health bars on this team. Even through the uppies, the team is just getting destroyed by that AoE damage from those kegs. Wunderbar, whoa! We're not going for the 22 brewery. We're going to 23 Motherlode.
I think they were
They're not happy
everyone.
with just... They're not happy with just one key that nobody else has done. They're going for a second key that nobody else has done. They've already practiced the brewery. They know they can do that one. Let's get some attempts in on the 23 Motherlode. Oh, man, Wunderbar. Some of these players, man. This team isn't the Echo team that won a billion times, but they have players from that team, and it seems like they have the mentality that team had. They sense blood. They want to slam the door on the other teams. If they can even get close to this 23 Motherlode, man... Oh, that is an omen for our other teams that they're on notice. This team is they're out for blood here.
Yeah, this is incredible. We're gonna have to keep a look at take a look at Wunderbar in just a moment. But first, I do want to talk about our elimination teams again, right? I think at this point, Holy Method is not going to be able to get up to the points to be able to stay in the competition. But there's a second team that will get eliminated at the end of the day. We only have half an hour left of the day. 07 is currently working on 21 prior with 0 deaths. They're currently working on Baron Braunpike. If 07 manages to do this key in around like 29-30, which we know is possible, looking at the other teams that have done the 21, then they would be overtaking Mandatory's time tiebreakers. And Perplex is currently also working on getting better time tiebreakers, which would mean that there is a possibility that Mandatory would be eliminated, or Perplex, or 07. I think for Wunderbar, they're obviously kind of in that first spot. They have their 107 points. They're not going to get eliminated, right? So they're safe. Miscount, in my opinion, also safe, just because it's incredibly unlikely that Mandatory, Perplex, and 07 all do a 22 to overtake them in score. And in time tiebreakers, Miscount is just looking very, very, very solid, right? So I think the 3 teams outside of Holy Method that are potentially getting eliminated today is Mandatory, Perplex, or 07, and it's going to be really close.
Yeah, this is incredible. I mean, oh my gosh. I was mentioning earlier that Wunderbar could try to sweep that world record push back on the competition since they've been tug-of-warring it, and it looks like they actually are. They don't just care about the points. They care about the glory. So I love to see it. But we are going to be saying goodbye to Nigura, at least for the end of the day. We'll see you back tomorrow. Enjoy.
Bye.
Thanks. Hello. And we've got our end of day squad coming in, featuring our 3 o'clock Curse Warlock Dratnos, the OG 11 Hate Watcher Tettles, and Master of All Narratives Zyronic, rounding out the day here. Really excited to see this day coming to an end. So, I'll toss it over to Tettles. But where are we standing? How are things looking? It's been an incredible day.
Yeah, it is very impressive, and it's time to tab in as we are going to be watching some very impressive end-of-day keys. We have some teams going for the 23 motherload, as we see on screen here, missed count in that 23 motherload. Wunderbar also attempting that 23 motherload. It's going to be a very impressive dungeon. We've kind of speculated as to whether or not it's even possible. There's also other dungeons that are on the cusp of possibility, including that 22 Theater of Pain that we recently saw Wunderbar down, but also Mandatory have been throwing really solid and honest attempts at this 22 Cinderbrew meadery. They were incredibly close within 15 seconds of timing this earlier on in the day, and if they're going to be able to get that dealt with, are other teams going to be able to rebuttal? It's hard to really say. Dratnos, what is our specific situation looking like for eliminations at the end of the day here?
Yeah, so we've covered this a little bit over the past few minutes, but let's just run through it one more time. We have Wunderbar, safe. Missed count, for all intents and purposes, safe. It would be shocking for them to get overtaken here. Holy Method, dead. They're out of here. They're gone. There's no way they can catch up.
Oh, no,
even
25
to fifth
motherload.
place. Yeah, except for the 25 motherload. Aside from that, no way they can catch up here. And then 07 will be eliminated if they can't fix things. But they are on great track to do that right now in this Priory. If they can time this key, they should be ahead of Perplex on time tiebreakers. And if they can time it by a few minutes, then maybe they can even get ahead of Mandatory there. Then, of course, those two teams jostling for position against each other and against 07 in their run. So basically, it's going to come down to those teams in 3rd, 4th, and 5th and how well they play the next 30 minutes here. 07 has time, and most of our teams have time to finish the run that they're in and then start another key, which means that a lot could still happen, but we are at the level now where these keys are very unlikely to be succeeded on the first try. That would be an incredibly clutch outcome here. In all likelihood, teams may make one more improvement to their scorecard, and that could be it for the day unless they play incredibly well.
Zyro, I have a question. So how bad is it if Mandatory doesn't put up this 22 meadery?
For the purposes of winning the competition, it's pretty bad. It wasn't that bad about 10 minutes ago. But now Wunderbar has thrown the proverbial gauntlet down, right? They've gotten that +1 score over everyone. For just for your mental fortitude heading into the final day, being on the same score as the top place team is very valuable. Being behind, it just gets you down going into the day. So being able to put that +1 on the scoreboard before the end of the day would be incredibly valuable for Mandatory. Now, Wunderbar could just slam the door on the competition. We're seeing attempts at 23 motherload, not only from Wunderbar, but if you look in the top right corner, missed count. have opted to go for the 23 motherload as well, so we're going to be seeing 2 different POVs of this key on this unheard of key level in this expansion, and we'll see just how difficult this key actually turns out to be.
Dude, 23 Motherload, there are 2 parts of this dungeon that are actually nuclear difficulty. First one, Azarok. The damage check just to be able to kill off the ads on that boss is incredibly high. On top of that, the resonating pulse that they end up doing every single time they tick is just... It's an insane heal check, and it's an insane damage check at the exact same time. The second big failure point is actually tank survivability on Rix of Flux Flame. We have reached the level on this 23 where your tank is very likely to die. I would say more likely than not to die on Rix of Flux Flame, even if they rotate through their defenses perfectly. So even though Wunderbar are looking like they're going to be able to get through coin-operated crowd pummeler in a great time, 6 minutes and 30 seconds is excellent to be looking to pace to time the key. The ability to be able to survive is certainly incredibly challenging here.
Let me ask you a question, Tettles. So we're talking about nuclear level tank damage taken on Rix of Flux Flame. Does that mean they have to potentially do away with the double War Machine pull on the boss, or is that something that you just have to do on this key level for it to even be timeable? You just have to make it work?
I think you toast your timer if you don't pull the War Machines on the boss. I guess I'm not 100% guaranteeing that, but just because the timers were fairly lenient in the key level lower, the 22s, that you did have a lot of time. But I think you have to play them into the boss, and your tank just has to play absolutely out of their mind.
Makes sense to me. Of course, we're talking about the top end of the scoreboard here, but still focused on eliminations for the end of the day. Like Dratnos was talking about, unfortunately, Holy Method just didn't have the greatest day today, and they needed to have a perfect day today after their day 1 in order to potentially make it through to Sunday. They're for sure going to be eliminated at this point, but we're still trying to figure out who our second team is that's going to be going home today. 07, with a time in this 21 Priory, could easily overtake Perplexed on time tiebreakers. But they're running out of time in this Priory here, only now engaging Sir Braunpike with just over 6 minutes left in the key. Ooh. This is going to be scary.
Yeah, I think that they're playing to barely time this key, which it's going to have interesting implications for our timers for sure. We'll just have to check once they actually finish this how things shake out between them, Perplexed, and Mandatory, all potentially at the bottom of that 106-point threshold here. But yeah, that's going to be something to keep track of for sure. Miscount should be safe from that, but they are, of course, in that 23 Motherload alongside Wunderbar. Wunderbar having wiped and now reset as that trash pull after the first boss, even at 6:28 on the first boss split. Like you said, Tettles, a great split. But the timer may be less of the issue than just surviving everything in that dungeon. Meanwhile, it's Perplexed in the IPA room, able to get into boss combat here at 12 minutes. Should be on pace for a pretty good split here on IPA. 0 deaths so far. This is quite a difficult boss, though.
Where's Mandatory sitting right now? Because they were on like a IPA room poll whenever we caught up from them last. Oh wow, they were looking great on the timer too. So the last time that they killed IPA off, they had a 16:44. We know that was a depleted key by around 5 to 10-ish seconds, and it looks like they're going to be able to have an even better IPA split this time, giving them a little bit more leeway to potentially have a death later on. But ideally, we play it perfect from here on out.
This is a commit call, right? You have to kill boss here.
Yeah.
We need like a 16:30 timer, so we're not going to kill these brew drops at all. We just need to kill the boss. Mini burn being used by Stove there. Boss is still pretty healthy. 8% on this key level is still well over 100 million HP that they have to chew through. But that touch popping does a ton of damage to the boss. These brew drops are enraged, however.
That's fine.
They're going to be killed off by the residual AoE from their boomkin. 16:30, not the best timer. We saw them have around a 16:20 in their previous attempt, but with the 1 death, this could be okay. They still have a Pyromaniac alive, though. Are we just going to mind control this and bring it with us?
Yeah,
we're going to keep our eye on Kazan stacks. Here's a replay,
That's
though,
true,
of the Wunderbar wipe on this Azurite Extractor pull, double Azurite Extractor even, and you can see they're trying to dodge all this damage, but just that DPS, that wasn't even standing in the circle, that was just the raid damage, took out Gingy, and then Clicks, taken out by a grease gun there, and after that, the call was made to Town Portal out of there. So 7 minutes down the drain for Wunderbar. They already, though, are in the front of the pack with that 22 theater. So we have Mandatory working to try and put this 22 Cinderbrew on the board. I like their position in this tournament. I think that this 22 is very much in range for them. The thing that I'm curious about is why they didn't reset at the first death, given that it was so early in this dungeon, and given that they depleted by a few seconds with a 1 death run earlier today.
We can afford 1 more death worth of time loss and still time this key, I think, right now if we're Mandatory. Obviously, you want... I think we're on the cusp of basically needing them to play perfect from here on out, but I think that they can afford one very, very minor mistake even still, just looking at this timer.
Yeah, I don't know. Just the last time they were in here, it was on the wrong side of the timer by such a small amount with only the one death.
That was the first time they ran it, though, right? That you would assume that the subsequent runs of this dungeon, you get your globals a little bit better. You kind of get into the swing of things a little bit better as well. Since you've seen the dungeon, you've ran it back to back. You kind of know what to expect a little bit more.
I'm going to revise my statement from before the first time we saw them run the 22 centimeter meter and get close. I said 25-30 on Bink Busby. They were really, really close, but they also had a death. I think 25 flat to 25-30 is kind of the range they want to be in. Low end, they have tons of time, even with a death.
Yeah.
25-30, you're kind of scared. It's going to be really close.
They lost a lot of time on Bank because of how they have to play it at this key level, where they have to do this like perfect CC chain with the Cinder Bees to make sure that none of the stinging swarm dots go on players. That is, again, it's very safe, but you lose a lot of damage by just committing all of those globals to making sure that you're CCing over and over again.
Yeah, it's a necessary evil, though, right? Because like we were talking about, literally one shredding sting debuff that can't get dispelled on top of the fluttering wing on this difficulty. If you don't have like a Giga Oracle Shield, you just die to that damage. So they just have to play it that way. There's really no other way to play this fight on this difficulty.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to keep track of this run and Perplexed run, both trying to improve in the Cinder Brew. Mandatory by a level, Perplexed by timer. Wunderbar wiping again at the start of their next Motherload attempt. They'll be resetting. 20 minutes left in our day, so teams are going to be able to finish these keys and start new ones. 07 are nearing the end. As we have a quick replay of... Actually, this is not a replay. This is a miscount on the trash pool. But look at their coin-operated crowd pummeler split compared to Wunderbar here. They're almost a minute slower on that coin-operated crowd pummeler split than Wunderbar were. I think with a pretty similar path through the start of the dungeon as well.
Is this normal? When did double extractor become normal? Why are Wunderbar and Miscount both doing this?
China Finals. Yeah. China Finals, they started doing it. And then now
Green Player, right, did this in China. But Kira going to go down. Having had that cheat death procced, unable to survive that huge damage of this pull, and that's just what happens in this plus 23 Keystone. But this is a good use of the end of the day. These teams will have some time to attempt these.
Timing this? Or 07 depleting?
That's a good question. Yeah, 07.
Oh, wow.
Nearing the very end of this. They are on time. They're going to be too slow to gain a huge amount of time tiebreaker equity, though. I'm a little bit worried that they may still be behind Perplexed after all is said and done here with this run. We'll have to see in just a moment once the clock actually stops here, but if they can avoid having any deaths, they should be good to actually time this key.
Actually.
Yeah,
they
Pain's
lived the blinding light with no mana. Okay, they're fine. They're fine. Where does this put them on the time tiebreakers? Do they move up past Perplexed? Show us the leaderboard.
They are 32 seconds slower than Perplexed is the bad news. Here's a replay, though, from Perplexed after they finished off IPA.
Oh,
and unfortunately, a Hobgoblin got pulled here. That's not good at all. The Hobgoblins are very bad, and it looks like the call was made potentially to just reset this thing at this point. That's such a tough thing to have happen, because things were going pretty well for Perplexed on improving their time here. But yeah, Perplexed, the good news for them is that 07 were slow enough in that Priory to not claim the time tiebreaker, which means that by 32 seconds, if the day ends like this, 07 will be the eliminated team. So they face a choice now. Which dungeon do they think they can pick up 32 seconds in, or do they think they can go for plus 1 point? Let me tell you, going from 106 to 107 points is almost impossible here. Wunderbar are the only team to have done it, and a lot have tried over the past few hours. There is no easy key left. The easy keys were 5 key levels ago. These are all so incredibly difficult. It looks like 07 maybe will be trying to find those 30 seconds in a Motherload 22. Maybe they'll try the 23, but my guess is they're gonna put in the 22 here and just go for a timer improvement.
What is their time in the 22 Motherload? Oh, it's very slow. It's 32-34, about a minute and a half slower than every other team. That's where they're going to be able to make up time. So if they do go for a faster 22 Motherload, that is 100% the correct play to try to qualify through to tomorrow. Okay.
Yeah, Perplexed are keeping this run going, but they're going for a time improvement run as well. Now, their Cinder Brew was very slow. It was a 32.57. Maybe they can
3
still
seconds.
improve with this, but with these 3 deaths, they're not going to improve by that much. They need 1 minute and 39 seconds, so they need a 31:20 to actually be able to get faster than mandatory. Otherwise, they're just trying to expand their lead over 07 on timers. But 07, I think, have a lot of easy time that they can pick up in the mother load. 07, if they can get down to a 32 flat, will overtake Perplexed. And if they can get down to a 30-30, which would be tying Missed Count's fastest 22 mother load, so a very hard feat. But if they could do that, they would actually overtake mandatory as well. So all of our teams very much still in contention here for all the different slots on our leaderboard going into tomorrow. This is extremely high stakes as well, because not only are the teams playing for who's going to get to play tomorrow, there's a lot of money on the line as well. Just to put it into perspective, I believe the difference between making it to tomorrow and not here is 5 figures of US dollars. It's a crazy amount of money.
Oh, wow. Playing for a lot of money here. Remember the timer we're looking for at the end of Bink Busby with the deaths that they have. We would love to see anywhere close to 25 flat. 25-30 is timeable. It's winnable. But you have very little room for error. At that point, a single death in the final section of the dungeon will cost you the timer. Mandatory are on fantastic pace here. Bloodlust already expended to try to kill Bink Busby as quickly as possible. We're a minute away from that mark that we would like to beat. We're going to get one more set of cooldowns. One now just being popped from the DK and Execute, and we'll get another Surge and Execute here.
Yeah.
This boss, though, doesn't look like it's going to die in the next minute. The Surge is going to be nice here to just kill off this next set of bees as quickly as possible, though.
I think this boss dies in a minute. Like, I don't think it's going to be under the 25-minute timer. But I think that we were... Hold on, let me pull up the exact time that we had in the last run. So yeah, in the last run they had 25:04 on their Bink Busby split. If we have a 25:04, we know that the key is timeable. It has to be played perfect, and they can't afford any deaths. But it is definitely timeable whenever you have that 25:04. But we need to have exactly that.
Oh, I was 100% wrong. This is going way faster last time around. This Execute is blasting the boss. We're going to see sub 25 here if they can keep up this pace.
They snagged the additional B-lits with that Arcane Surge. Now we just Stove's just going to commit his mini burn here, and that's going to be able to take down Bank. And yeah, we're going to be sub 25 minutes, Zyro. We're going to be 20 some odd seconds, maybe around 15 seconds under where we were last time. We know that they were about 10 seconds over with a death that happened in the final boss area. So I think that Mandatory are in position to be able to win this. We got the Demon Hunter Jutsus coming in for Skylark here, getting ready to pull those Yes Men already, and starting up the Aya Kazan stacks, making sure that he's able to do as much damage as possible.
I love the damage allocation that people have figured out is the most efficient thing to do at the start of this poll here. Normally, you'd have to slowly just kill each one of these Yes Men one by one because they heal each other. But what you'll see is actually the mage will target one of them with their surge and cooldowns. The rest of the team will target a different Yes Men down entirely. They'll die at roughly the same time, or they'll go down low HP at roughly the same time, but they'll mind control one of them at low HP and then kill off the other. You can see they're splitting damage right now pretty much between all of the mobs. This is super, super efficient because of that mind control tech.
Yeah, exactly. You can see Skull about to die and then gets mind controlled before it dies. And they're basically, it's like a PvP thing, right? It's like cycloning somebody low if you've been watching AWC, right? That's basically what they're doing to the Yes Man there. It's not going to be getting the heal from the other Yes Man dying here. And now they just have these 2 Ascent blokes and a Yes Man over at the side there at 10% health that they will deal with later. It's just locked away in stasis at the edge of the room there.
So another thing as well, you might notice that the Mandatory does not have count. That's normal. What we're going to be doing is you're going to see Soda walk over on that Death Knight and grip a Scientist through the floor, and Skylark is going to tag one of the packs that's below them in the IPA room with Sigil of Flame, and the pack is going to snap up, and we are going to be utilizing Funnel into Goldie Baron Bottom, and maybe one of these Ascent blokes as well, to try to just make sure that we get the remainder of the count that we need, but also, again, it's just that very efficient funnel damage.
Yeah, exactly. Now just one Agree Gentleman left, and we'll see when Skylark decides to head over and throw a glaive to snap down the downstairs pack. A lot of that is going to be based off of a timing window where it's okay to pull it up, but they need to make sure that they don't get the Hobgoblin, which patrols near it. So they'll be waiting until a good time on that patrol. Basically starting now, they're going to be looking over there, and they're going to run over once that Hobgoblin is far away and throw that glaive, bring that pack upstairs so that they can fight it with the start of this boss here.
Yeah, and notably as well, whenever they did the start of the boss last time, Mode ended up mind controlling, I believe it was one of the pyromaniacs as well.
Look at the
but
Ursuls.
It ended up walking over and meleeing him, which caused a problem. Oh, that Hobgoblin's patrolling away. So now is a great time for Mandatory to look to grab this trash pack. Nice. And you see it already starting to snap here, that Yesman, once it goes down, is going to start Goldie Baron Bottom, allowing them to pull that boss in combat. You do have to wait a couple of seconds for the pack to finish evading as well, so you can actually pull it in. You gotta kill off this field batch. They do a great job, and now Goldie Baron Bottom has been engaged. Tab in. Dude. We have 5 minutes and 10 seconds to kill the boss, and Mandatory are in a great position here.
They have 30 more seconds to kill this boss than they had last time around. This is the run. No deaths, you time this key, you match Wunderbar at that 107 mark. That looks so unattainable right now. I loved the CC chain on the Yesman. It was trying its hardest to run straight to mode, but they would not let it go. They had the aerosols down. They stunned it with the DK pet. There was no chance that was getting anywhere near their healer this time around. No mind control related deaths this time around, and Mandatory is off to the races. Huge first burn on the boss here from the first cooldowns.
This is a lot of damage. I mean, this fight is actually very difficult to heal. And the explosive brew going down from that scientist, they need to make sure to kill off that failed batch, and they get it right on time. They drop the AMZ and that power word barrier. But I was talking about the amount of damage that's taken on this fight. A lot of it actually comes out from the dot that gets placed on the players that you can utilize to clear the barrel. It is dispellable, and Mode has access to things like mass dispel. He also can dispel one player per time. But you really need to make sure that you're rotating your AMS on that, and we have access to 2 dwarf racials, which removes the stacks of that debuff. So utilizing those kind of things and making sure that nobody's sitting with that dot on them for an extended period of time is a huge deal here.
Yeah, big healing through a 2-stack, but once they can get this taken care of, they should be safe for a little while. Soda unfortunately had to AMS to survive there for a little while, so it's not actually going to cover that dispel. Stove forced to ice cold here to stay alive. 67%, so they're 1/3 of the way through the boss, and it took them 1 minute and 35 seconds to get to this point. If we extrapolate this forward, they are on pace to time this key, and they'll actually have 20 or 30 seconds, plus Bloodlust is coming over the horizon to save the day as well. That is going to accelerate their damage at the end of this fight. That's going to allow them to run up the scoreboard and maybe help them catch up on the time tiebreaker, which they're currently at a quite large disadvantage on time tiebreakers when compared to Wunderbar, but also when compared to Missed Count. And if you want to win the MDI, you're either going to have to do higher level keys than everybody else, or you need to actually have some of these fastest runs, not just the same key level runs as everybody else.
So the 235 on the damage meter, that's going to be the halfway point of this boss encounter, and Goldie Baron Bottom has already gone past 50% of their HP. Dratnos talked about it earlier. They're going to be accelerating once that Bloodlust is pressed, and Mandatory are in a great position, assuming that no mistakes happen here, to be looking to time this key, and I think they're going to be 30 seconds under.
They're so fast. Last time around, they were behind the timer. We were talking about, oh, well, they spent 2.5 minutes getting the first half down. They only have 2 minutes for the second half, but they're going to get the execute Bloodlust. It's going to be so good. And it almost was there, but this time around, they're so far ahead of that. More time left to deal with the second half than they used on the first half. Stove absolutely popping off with that initial burst of funnel on the boss. They'll get 2 more presses of their cooldowns if they need to within the dungeon timer, but I don't even think they'll need the next press. The Bloodlust will be up in 20 seconds. Does Soda sit on this Unholy Assault? He does. He actually only uses the Dark Transformation here, so they'll probably send this Bloodlust with his next transformation with that Unholy Assault. Okay.
I mean, the Arcane Surge is also going to be up in 50 seconds for the Law. The Stove Lawyer going to be able to bring us home. All of this execute damage is insane for this composition. And we also have the Cash Cannons. In theory, if the boss was low enough, we could be aiming those Cash Cannons into the corner. It looks like Mandatory are going to be playing this a little bit safe, making sure that they're killing off those explosive barrels to make sure there's no way that we can possibly wipe to that hail.
Yeah, they're playing in the corner over here and making sure to not shoot any of the fire in that area as well. And then stacking up under boss into these group defensive cooldowns. We've got another barrier that's ready right now. That's going to help them get through the end here. And here comes Lust as well. This is a strong offensive and defensive Lust. We don't have Arcane Surge just yet, but it'll be inside that Lust in 10 seconds. Mayseed hitting that Nature's Vigil as well, helping heal, helping Mode do even more damage because he knows he doesn't have to do as much healing. And at this point, they can just aim these Cash Cannons distance away from these barrels if they want to. Looks like they're going to keep playing it safe, making sure that just in case something happens, they are not going to have that dreaded 4-stack to deal with in the intermission here. The boss now sub 10%. The Lust is still rolling pain suppression and power infusion on Stove here, giving him the full power to just stand there and turret into the boss. 3% now, and with the boss going down, Mandatory make it to 107 points, tying up Wunderbar and showing a dominant day today, and they're not done yet. They can go start one more key at the end of the day as well.
Where do
if
they go?
They want to.
Where do they go?
Where do they go?
Where do we get to see three teams in the Motherlode potentially? Follow the green dot?
The options are 23 Motherlode or 22 TOP, depending on how comfortable you feel in either of those dungeons. I think both are fairly reasonable timer-wise, but they are heavy chase keys. These are the 5% runs where there's no one-shotting. We're out of the territory where you're able to one-shot a dungeon. You are now in the, I'm hoping that maybe my team can clutch up one time.
And we're seeing how difficult these pulls are for missed count. They really haven't had a run get too far past the coin-operated crowd pummeler, but we're finally seeing some progress into this key from Wunderbar. On the other hand, they've gotten all the way to Taskmaster Ascari, and they're actually putting together a pretty solid run. We'll get a look at what that 23 Azarok looks like in just a moment here. However, Perplexed nearing the end of their 21 Cinderbrew metery run. This is for a time increase. This is to put them a little further out of reach of 07, who are now also currently working on a time increase in the 22 Motherlode to try to catapult ahead of Perplexed to potentially qualify for Sunday. We have races at the top of the leaderboard. We have races at the bottom of the leaderboard, and it's all going to come to a head in overtime here today.
Meanwhile, if you look at that leaderboard, that green dot for Mandatory indicating they are heading into the Motherlode as well, so we may have them attempting the 23 also, or maybe going for a timer cleanup, but I think the 23, after that run that they just put up in the Cinderbrew, will make the most sense. But here's the question, how much time are Perplexed going to gain? Their previous Cinderbrew, 32:57. This time around, they're on pace to shave maybe a minute 15 seconds off of that timer, which will help expand their lead over 07. 07 in that Motherlode right now are trying to shrink and in fact eliminate that lead. Perplexed having the time now to fix that. They're going to gain more than a minute over their previous best, and they still have time to start another key as well. They now have 1 minute and 38 seconds over 07, which means 07 need a 30:55 or faster in their Motherlode to get ahead of Perplexed.
We got to see Wunderbar. We got to see where Wunderbar.
We got to see Wunderbar.
They pulled Azarok. This boss is a behemoth, and they've actually made it to the boss. They made it to their bloodlust. This is a huge deal. So these Earth Ragers, this damage check on this encounter is insane. The heal check on this encounter is also insane. It's to the point where some of the teams that I was talking to prior to the tournament didn't think that 23 Motherlode was going to be doable, but Wunderbar have decided that 23 Motherlode is the next dungeon for them. Is this boss going to be killable?
You'll notice that Clix is not pressing Starfall at all. He needs to use all of his astral power to do as much damage to these infused Earth Ragers as possible. If that ad is alive, pulsing any AoE damage, when the boss casts Resonant Quake, the team will not live that cast. This time around, they're good to go, but this is a constant DPS pressure check throughout the fight. Every 45 seconds, another Earth Rager is empowered, and they need to kill it off before the Quake. Non-stop difficulty throughout the encounter, and on the higher key level, spending more time and more damage DPSing this ad means you're doing less and less damage to the boss, so it just makes the boss exponentially more difficult. It's just like Stonevault. It's the same problem, but if you can get through this boss, if you can conquer this wall, the timer should be there for the key. This pushes the Arcane Surge. This infused Earth Rager shouldn't be nearly as difficult for them to kill. You can see it getting absolutely blasted by the Arcane Mage cooldowns. Should be well dead before the Quake.
Now, something that they actually have to watch out for, I think that there's some tech that they might be looking to utilize here in a couple seconds. If that Earth Rager that you see that is not empowered gets CC'd whenever the Azarok is trying to empower the Earth Ragers, they can actually force the empowerment onto that low health Earth Rager, giving them a little bit of easier damage check. Now, they don't go for that. They're actually just going to empower that high health Earth Rager and all in on that. They do have the power infusion. They have some of the DKCDs. Whippy's starting to go pretty here, and Azarok is at 45% HP.
Well, they're going to get some execute damage, but that is pretty scary. They do have the innervates to fall back on as well, but that's a limited resource as well. So we'll see if the mana bar is going to stay in line with the boss's health HP here. Next ad goes down, Quake goes out, but look how low the Quake drops the players, man. I've never seen this work. This is new tech for me. So how does this work? Can they pull it off? Will they be infusing the low HP ad this time around? They tried to go for it, but the high HP one got infused, it looked like. So this is the surge push. Again, this one should be easier, quote-unquote, to kill, knock on wood, but they're just starting to drop lower and lower and lower on that mana bar for Whippy. Is looking scary, Tettles.
So damage check-wise, I think they're fine on this infused Earth Rager. They had the Arcane Surge, and they had the Unholy Assault being pressed at the exact same time. In theory, you could maybe press both of those on the boss itself if you were confident in your ability to be able to beat the Resonant Quake, and they are able to beat it, but... Bro, we got 25% HP, and Whippy's got about 10% mana, kind of eyeballing it here. Oh my gosh, a perfect Earth Rager kill time. That way, now Clix and Genji don't have to kite that Earth Rager for extended periods of time. They can just plant and cast on this guy. This is probably the hardest Earth Rager kill of this fight so far.
They have nothing available for this. Literally zero cooldowns available to do damage. Everyone just has to do everything they can to kill this ad. The next ad will either be a surge push on the boss to try to cleave it down, or they might just try to commit to killing the boss at that point. Are they able to kill the Earth Rager off before the Quake? They do, but the health bars are pretty low. Whippy has to top players off. Genji has the mass barrier available. Is he going to pop it here? No, they're good to go without it. The team is alive. The boss is at 12%. They're going to spawn 2 ads here, which means the players are going to have to run around a little bit. But I believe with the Arcane Surge here, they can just commit to the boss.
This is looking phenomenal. I mean, they have mass barrier available as well if they're looking for any. Oh my god, we're actually just sending the Surge and the PI like you're saying. Both of those offensive CDs are pressed, and a 16-minute Azarok. I'm gonna level with you guys. Not the fastest Azarok I've ever seen, but it's also a 23. So I think that this is kind of what you should be looking to expect on this fight.
And with that Azarok going down as well, all of our runs are becoming final here as we've just crossed over that 3 p.m. threshold, which means that these runs are the make or break runs that will decide the end of our day. Wunderbar, of course, playing for that extra point in here. But we have 07 who just reset. They're going again in this 22 Motherload. They need to get this timer down below 31 minutes to overtake Perplexed on the time tiebreaker situation in the day. Perplexed, meanwhile, they are fighting to further expand their lead. They've gone back again into the 21 Cinder Metery. They've just improved their timer in here, and they said, you know what, we had some deaths in there, we can do even better than that. And then we have Missed Count, who are working in the Motherload as well. They've gone to the 23 also, and their coin-operated Crowd Pummeler has gone down only a few seconds slower than Wunderbar's, so a good run for them. And Mandatory, actually the biggest surprise for me, they entered the Motherload, but they're going for a timer improvement run in here. Their previous best being a 31:06, only about 30 seconds slower than the fastest Motherload from Missed Count, but they think they have some time to gain in here, and they don't want to start just one attempt at the 23 at the end of the day. They want to pick up some time, which is a bit more reliable, right? You're more likely to get more of the overtime value this way, so that does make sense. All of these runs are important, but the most important ones are for 07 and Perplexed right now for the elimination at the end of the day, and then of course Wunderbar and Missed Count trying to put up these world first 23 Motherloads that both are attempting. It took a lot of time on Azarok, but honestly, that's the only boss that should scale like that with time, right? Where the extra key level adds more time than the other bosses because of those ad spawns, the extra ad health on each spawn. The last boss does have some ads that it spawns, but usually you can get those mostly taken care of by those 3 slams anyways, and even if one still has 30% health, once the boss finishes that intermission, it shouldn't add any extra time. You should be able to just go back onto boss. So this is a scary pull, though. That's a lot of Alchemists.
Yeah, but the thing is, right, as long as you have the AoE stops, the only thing you're really worried about are all of these debuffs on the players. As long as Whippy can heal through that, as long as they have enough Shadow Melts and combat drops for the Mind Lashes on the Masterminds, this pull is just as doable as it is on the lower key levels. The question is, do you have enough AoE stops to live this pull that long?
I mean, dude, I'm terrified of the Weapons Tester Echoing Blade. I mean, I feel like there's a chance that could just one-shot you if you aren't 100% HP with a shield on top of it. Like, we saw Clix there drop incredibly low. Something that you mentioned earlier about Mandatory is you don't know if Mandatory actually has a lot of time that they can gain. Their current best ML has 5 deaths on it. So there is, in theory, a decent amount of time that Mandatory can gain by rerunning this 22. But there's a chance that you need the 23.
If you have to time the 23... does the time increase matter? I guess it makes sense to try to just go for a tangible increase to your leaderboard right now, rather than just throw one attempt at the 23 like you were saying, Dryhouse. Not too sure about that. Now, I don't know. The thing that I wanted to point it out, specifically about Azarok, the entire tournament season we've been talking about how much of a healing beast Candle King is in Dark Flame Cleft, how our healers have to do 4 million HPS to heal through that boss. That 23 Azarok, Whippy had to do 4.3 million HPS to keep the team alive through.
Dude, the damage check on that fight is also insane. Not even
ridiculous.
Not even just the heal check. The damage check on that dungeon is absurd on that boss. That's why I'm like, oh yeah, you want a 1530 for Azarok, 1609. You know what? Not bad. I've seen worse.
Insane boss. And getting through that wall now, you really want to see what they can do at the end of the dungeon. And we're seeing another ridiculous chat coming up here for Wunderbar here as they pull Rixa Flux Flame. Let's just see how much this tank is getting trucked by the damage on this boss, and if they're pulling War Machines onto the boss. And the answer is absolutely. You just have to do it in order to get it done. Let's take a look at the health bar for now. What does he have available? Cheetah's there. That's okay. We have no pain suppression charges. Meta's not up for 40 seconds.
Look at cheat here.
Oh my god! Heal his character!
Okay, we are going to be pressing the very rare defensive darkness at some point. The personal darkness. If he can honestly get to this, if he can get to this meta without cheating, I think he's in a great position to be able to at least make it to like 30% HP on Rixa. Rixa just does so much damage whenever she's no longer casting that propellant blast or that Azurite catalyst. Whenever she's active on the tank, it just does so much damage. And a nice PS by Whippy the millisecond that becomes available for him.
Yeah, this is a good spawn for the mine as well. Spawned behind them, and they're able to just flee from it naturally as they deal with the boss. Clicks, having that Azurite Catalyst aimed at him, able to leap away from it. And Kush being fixated here. Looks like they're going to use a knock on that mine, but now is in some danger still, as this boss finally enters the propellant blast sequence, and it won't be meleeing the tank for a little while here. Whippy has to heal through this charge shot cast. Another propellant blast comes out, and the propellant blast is usually a bit of a breath of fresh air, because your tank at least knows they're not going to be getting hit during that cast.
Yeah. Oh, here's the Lust for Wunderbar as well. And
Insta-press. Yep.
Yeah. The millisecond it came up. They also have 5 Shadow Melds on their composition as well. And the War Machine, whenever it's doing that charge shot ability, you can meld off that charge shot damage dot if you're actually scared. And I would assume that Wunderbar kind of talked about that in advance. That might be like a 4-player meld situation.
Yeah, there you go. There, right now.
Yep, exactly. Okay, right on top. I feel like a genius. So right on top. And so now that first War Machine's going down for Wunderbar, after this next propellant blast phase, you're going to see now move the boss over to that next War Machine and glaive it and pull it into the Rixa Flux Flame encounter. He's kind of in danger here because he doesn't have access to that meta for a while. We don't have a PS charge, but we still have a cheat. So it's not the end of the world. Yep.
He's got to do it. There's the glaive. There's the mob. Are we going to CC the Ordnance Specialist, though? Sometimes that'll get polymorphed. I think you have to. They just used all their Shadow Melds, right? So if they lose the Area of Denial from the Azurite Catalyst that the boss spawns, in addition to the AoE that the Ordnance Specialist puts out, there could be some very nasty overlaps here. There's going to be some very nasty overlaps here.
Okay, so on one hand, yes, there are very nasty overlaps. At the same point, it's kind of predictable. Whenever you're in combat with the Ordnance Specialist, you know that it's only ever baited onto range. Ideally, we don't have it on Whippy with a mine on him at the exact same time. That is the worst case scenario, especially whenever one of those charge shot AoEs can go off. We can get into some kind of weird situations there, which is why teams more often than not kind of elect to play it safe. But safe is not the name of Wunderbar. They always play for speed at any given point.
That was super, super clean. I believe they actually had it silenced so that it wouldn't cast wouldn't actually cast one of those barrages during one of those propellant blasts. I don't know if it's a thing, but it didn't cast a barrage for like 10 seconds there. I don't think I've ever seen that before. So whatever they did, if they did do anything, if they just CC'd it with normal chain CC to make it not cast anything, super smart. They didn't have any bad overlaps. The first Ordnance cast went off after the first propellant blast, which means they had plenty of time to spread out after the fact. They baited it on the edge. That was perfect execution there from Wunderbar. They're not out of the woods just yet. Charge shots still going off, doing a ton of damage to the group. Whippy's still having to heal everyone up and keep his tank alive. But we were talking about how difficult this encounter would be. Now hasn't proc cheat death this entire boss. He's been chilling.
Yeah, these pain suppression charges have been used on cooldown, but that has been the only major resource that Wunderbar have had to commit to this, aside from a few of those personal darknesses as well. There's the second one of the fight. It's going to be a 4-minute and 10-second Rix of Flux Flame with Lust, so definitely you're feeling that extra time of the 23, and now nearly proccing Cheat at the very end of the fight. That would have been a Pyrrhic victory, but it looks like he's avoided it. That's really good. That means he'll have it for this really nasty trash section that's coming up. They do still have a lot of health on that War Machine to finish up, but we will check back in with them as they proceed through the dungeon. Royben gets taken out by a final blast here from one of the sappers, and the B-Res needs to get committed here by 07. Remember, they're playing for time improvement. They need this run to be great, not just good. They need to get under that 31-minute marker, or else they will be eliminated at the end of the day today.
Guys, I don't think Wunderbar's timer is like great on that Rix of Flux Flame split. Motherlode does have a very generous timer, but we have reached the point where there is no generosity given to this timer. It's barely timeable, if even possible. But we got a death
before this counts. They B-Res.
Viscount's timer is insane. His timer is so fast. It's over a minute faster than what we saw from Wunderbar. This is incredibly fast, and they're going for a boss burn here. They're not killing this Enrager. They just need to kill the boss. They do have one death. They're dropping so low to the Infuser Earth Rager, but they're able to stay alive. Look at the healing meter also from AJ. Another 4.3 million HP has required to keep the team alive through that encounter. 2 teams now through the wall of the dungeon in Azeroth on 23. Do Wunderbar have the time here? The good news, their count is incredibly good. They only need to kill this particular pull and maybe round up some mines afterwards to get the remainder of their count, and then they're on to Mogul Razdunk. But on this key level, how long of an encounter is Mogul Razdunk, do we think? It's got to be at least 5 minutes, maybe like 5:30? It's a long encounter on 23. We're just guessing at this point.
I'm not even sure.
Yeah,
I'm going to be honest. I can make
the
something up.
The intermission doesn't scale up its time all that much as the key level goes higher, right? Because that's mostly just a flat time intermission. So I think it's probably not much more than 5:30, but yeah, I would just be making it up at this point. We'll have to see. As Wunderbar, you can see, now is in a little bit of danger here. Does have one of those debuffs from, it looked like a mine connecting with him, which might interfere with their count as well. Whenever a mine does make contact with a player, you lose the count that it would have given you. Somehow he was able to survive and not proc cheat, at least, through that dot, which is good news.
Where's our count at? How many mines do we need? We need 9 mines. I don't think that includes these 3, because I'm pretty sure these spawn from the War Machine.
Some of these are real. Yeah.
Some of these are real. Okay, so we only need 3 more, and we've got them. We've got the mines we need in order to finish count. So the question is, can we run through the remainder of the minefield without proccing any more of them? We got to do it to go fast.
I don't want to set off any alarms here, but the last 2 times that we've seen Wunderbar and Motherlode now has died trying to do the meld skip on the double War Machine.
You know what, though? 3rd time's the charm, okay? This is going to be it. This is going to be the run. Okay, unfortunately, we have activated a mine, and the whole team here, they're all fixating on now, which is really good.
We all have melds and combat tricks, though. We all have melds and invises. Everyone has them. Yeah, everyone going to be expending them
coming out. And they've actually managed to avoid having those mines stay fixated as well, which is the hard part of that meld, too. And they are now into boss combat. 5.5 minutes left for them here, and they're getting started. Right away, we have one of those missiles going off on Gigi, who's going to go straight into the corner. Big hit of damage, but that prismatic barrier is going to just laugh at the incoming damage, pretty much entirely handling it alongside one of those Oracle Disc Priest shields. Let's see if Now stands in the Gatling gun at this key level. Yep, he's saying, you know what, it's a plus 23. I'm still standing this for a little bit. Ooh, okay, a little bit much.
His health is moving a little bit. That's scary. We're not used to that. We're not used to our tank health moving standing in the Gatling gun. It's a little scary, but he gets out of it halfway through. Yeah, that's the thing about that meld skip. Everyone using those melds means you have no combat tricks to get rid of these homing missiles, and even with the Disc Priest shield, Clicks drops to half HP from that homing missile, and the dot also doing a ton of damage after the fact as well. Scary, scary moments. Gingy does have meld for the next missile, though, and it's guaranteed to go on him as well here. The question here, does Wunderbar have the time left to finish the key? They pulled the boss with 5 minutes and 40 seconds left. I feel like this is the same song and dance we've talked about for both the Theater of Pain and the Cinderbrew Meadery. We're going to have one final Bloodlust. It's going to be an Execute Bloodlust. It's going to be with cooldowns. Will that Execute burst of damage be enough to kill the boss off in time? It's going to be a DPS race to the finish. One thing is for certain, though. We cannot afford any deaths at all in this dungeon, which is insane considering they've been deathless so far this run.
Yeah, now I don't mean to alarm you. A little update from one of the screens we weren't watching as closely. Miscount have used their second battle res and second death and their plus 23. Somehow, though, their timer is still looking better than Wunderbar's, so I'm not sure exactly how they've managed to be so fast, but you can see they are just zooming through this dungeon on Rixa Flexflame, but with those 2 deaths on the board.
I think Wunderbar ends up grabbing more. I think they end up grabbing more count before Azarok. That's kind of my understanding of what the route differences are going to be. That's why they have that 1609.
So more War Machines are in Miscount's future, is what you're saying, which might mean their timer might be sketchy as well. We'll tune back in, though, to Wunderbar, as their run is going to be the first to conclude of all of our teams here. Every single run that any of our teams are in is a vital run right now, but Wunderbar's just 3 minutes until that timer is over. They are about to make it in the intermission here, and you can see from that details meter, they've been in combat for 2 minutes and 22 seconds already. So we're going to proc that intermission after about 2.5 minutes of combat. The intermission's going to take, 50 seconds or something. We're going to need this Bloodlust and that last set of cooldowns to put in some work if we want this boss to go down within the timer.
Yeah, do the tech? Are they going to do the tech in this intermission phase to stack the odds? You can stack in the corner here, right on top of where that first ad spawned, and get them to stack together and cleave them down, potentially reduce the damage taken here. I don't think they're doing the tech here, but I don't even know if you can kill the Sky Scorchers off.
We didn't need to do the stacking tech because the Sky Scorchers spawn right on top of the group, and so you mark it with a skull and you immediately just start pumping into it. Because if you have the 2 Sky Scorchers alive at the exact same time, that just kind of creates a situation where the mage and the priest, whenever they get hit by the heavy physical damage buster shots, they can just get popped like a zit.
Yeah,
unfortunately, they did kill off one of them very quickly.
Some pretty far spawns of those drums that they need to drill smash. So that's going to maybe extend the intermission by another 5 seconds for them. So their timer is going to be extremely close. Meanwhile, we do have Mandatory and Miscount both working on their Rixa Fluxflame encounters as well. Mandatory in that plus 22, so a slightly lower stakes Keystone, but they still have a lot of time that they can pick up here to try and fix timers. And then we do have Perplexed working on IPA here, trying to improve their time once more in this Cinderbrew meadery. But let's check in with Wunderbar, as they are going to be closing out this dungeon in the very near future here. 1 minute and 45 seconds left for them to do this final burn. Bloodlust is coming up shortly. We can hold it for a little bit, but we probably need to press it pretty soon so that we can get another 2 arcane surges.
This is weird.
Maybe.
Do we only get 1 surge?
This is really weird. You're going to get 2 surges, but the second surge is going to be at 5% on the boss, ideally, if you can kill it within the timer, which means you're not going to get full value of it because, of course, the bot dies and you have to swap your damage to the actual Mogul Razdunk Goblin himself. So they're going to send the Bloodlust with this surge. They'll get full value out of it. It'll overlap with the Unholy Assault and the Dark Transformation, which are going to be the last 2 presets of those abilities. They'll have Power Infusion late with those cooldowns. Kush might actually delay the cooldowns to line up with that Power Infusion. And again, 1 minute left, 25% on the boss. It's just a DPS race to the finish. Can Wunderbar pull this off? Can they essentially one-shot the majority of this key?
Yeah, 0 death run so far as they stand on that safe spot for their lives against those micro missiles. 45 seconds now, 16%. The pace is still looking good, but cooldowns now starting to expire. A power infusion is actually going to land on no cooldowns here for Kush. That's a very unfortunate overlap here. And like you said, Zyro, this Arcane Surge, if we've got another shifting power in the chamber here, we're going to get a little bit of it at the end of this fight. Otherwise, we are not, as Jinji forced now to flee the group to take that homing missile to the side. 7% now, 27.
Out of cooldowns!
Dude,
what do we have?
Mogul Razdunk the Goblin takes around 10 seconds to be able to kill. We are going to be right on the cusp here. Our Wunderbar are going to be able to do it. Mogul Razdunk is at 4% HP. They gotta get the Goblin out of the machine. We gotta hurry it up, Wunderbar, please!
No,
they need a touch of death and they don't have one. Oh, no, Wunderbar. 0 death run, just seconds away from a world first plus 23 motherload, but they are depleted by 9.3 seconds. Just goes to show. We do, however, have an important replay from Perplexed. Old Senor Hobgoblin pulled once again. Wolf Disco in combat, trying to get out of combat with a death here, but it looks like that might spell the end for their prospects of improving timer in this key. Let's see if they keep it going. No, unfortunately, that Hobgoblin's still in combat, and Wolf Disco has had enough. He's out of there. The rest of the team soon to follow, so Perplexed are done with their dungeon. Missed Count are nearing the end of theirs, but that means with Perplexed wiping, the ball is entirely in 07's court. Their fate is in their own hands. If 07 can put up a 30 and 30 minutes and 55-ish seconds or faster, they should be able to overtake Perplexed on the time tiebreakers and eliminate Perplexed today. If not, then 07 will be our team eliminated. It comes down to this. It is all based on this run that we are watching right now from 07. You can see Perplexed up in the top right, back in Dornegal. Their fate no longer in their hands.
Miscount are actually looking pretty good in that 23 ML. I think that there's a chance that Miscount might be the first team to put up that 23 Motherload. We saw that they had a 22-30 Rixa Flux Flame split, which was a minute and a half faster than Wunderbar. Now, there's a slight route difference between the two teams. I think that Miscount has to do one additional pull over Wunderbar, but I think that I'd rather have the minute and a half for one additional pull, because more often than not, pulls are only a minute.
It depends on what that pull is. If it is what I think it is, I'm pretty sure it's the double War Machine, which on 23 is incredibly scary, but if they can do it perfectly, it should be a time save over what we saw from Wunderbar. Of course, as our teams are in their final runs, wipes will just be the end of the day for you. So we're down to our final 3 runs here. 07 playing for the tournament life mandatory, playing for a time increase in the 22 miscount, trying to be the first team to put a 23 key on the board, and they're on a fantastic run. And look at the pull that miscount is going for. It is a double War Machine. They're going for it right now without the Bloodlust. Look at the damage from the double charge shots on the group. Everyone in the party dropping to low percentages of HP, but AJ able to keep everyone topped. That was the Nature's Vigil from Yargi as well. Another barrage of double charge shots coming out to do a ton of damage to the groups. They even used the Shadow Melds on that round of charge shots from the first War Machine, but the damage is just so insane.
What do we need for the boss? What time do we need to be able to kill this boss off?
Like 5:30, something like that, something in that range to be in the realm of possibility. They're going to have more than enough time. They probably don't even need to pull the second War Machine into the boss here. They just have to live this double War Machine pull.
They look like they're posturing to maybe even pull this War Machine into the boss. It looks like we're actually... Oh, I don't know if they have to, but they might want to.
In the next 30 seconds. In the next 30 seconds, I think they have to go.
Yeah, maybe after the next charge shot, maybe right now. Kira, there it is, the Reaver's Glaive flies at Mogul Razdunk. The boss is in combat, and it's all going to come down now to this fight for Miscount. Kira, luckily, still has Last Resort available, so not in as much danger, and allowing AJ to focus on just healing the group here. Yargi is getting attacked by the boss and the charge shot at the same time. Has to go bare for him, takes the B-Res. We're still fine. The timer is still fine here for Miscount. They are going to get a Bloodlust at the end of this dungeon as well still. Hearthjack's a beautiful shimmer away from that impending Gatling gun there, as the entire team not in a great position right now. That mine really zoned them off the safe spot for a little bit, but they're now able to get on that safe spot. A homing missile is going to come out at the same time as these micro missiles. Yargi, a beautiful disengage into bear form.
This feels fairly good. AJ, get out of there!
And now it's just so hectic. This just feels so out of control right now. Miscount need to relax, calm down. Everything's going to be fine. They just can't drop the honing missile on top of the safe spot. They need to be using that corner safe spot that we saw from Jinji earlier. That will be a lot safer with how they're playing this fight. It's totally fine. They've gotten through the hard part where they're taking the War Machine into the boss.
It's scary. Using your melds to try to reduce damage from a charge shot or for the skip like we saw from Wunderbar means you don't have any of those combat tricks available for the homing missiles, which is what you're kind of trying to use to reduce that damage here. Now Hearthjacks did have the Greater Invis back up for that particular missile, so we won't be taking damage. It was really unfortunate because Yargi died. He became another eligible target again for the next honing missile. That's why he got 2 of them back to back. But let's calm down. Let me give you guys some timers so we can sort of equivocate where Miscount is on this boss. Wunderbar pulled this boss with 5 minutes and 35 seconds left in the key. Miscount pulled it with 6 minutes 15 seconds left. Now, they did have a death, so they pulled the boss with essentially 6 minutes left in the key. Wunderbar missed the timer by 9 seconds, so if Miscount can match the damage output from Wunderbar, they can kill this boss. That's the good news. Bad news is, any deaths, we don't have a battle rest for them for the next 2 minutes. A death is the end of the run. Hearthjack's in the middle of that micro barrage, but able to blink out. Another timer to look for. Wunderbar came out of that intermission phase at almost 2 minutes flat. If Miscount can come out of that intermission phase at anything over 2:15, they 100% have the time to kill this boss.
I think that this intermission is around a static timer. It's around 50 seconds long, no matter what the key level is. We've talked about it time and time again this weekend, so I think that we're going to be coming out of that intermission much earlier than Wunderbar did.
Yeah, Mandatory entering that intermission as well here in their high or lower key level. They're trying to improve their timer as well from 31:06. I think they're on great pace to do that. I think they're going to make up a ton of time off of this run here, maybe even aiming for something like a 30 flat. But 07 also a vital run here. They need a 30:55 or faster. They need to get in boss combat at the end here. This looks like such a hectic pull that they have going on right now. You can see Drogo just up at the top of the hill, grabbing even more of these mines and pulling them back down to the rest of the group. They're just fighting every single mine in this zone because they need so much count here. That Ward Machine, though, still alive, just on a sliver of a health bar, but putting out so much damage on the entire group here. And it looks like they now just have mines and one specialist. That specialist dead now as well. Just mines that they need here. 8 of them will get them the count that they need.
Miscount are in a weird position here. Hold on. They're going for that last drill smash, and they still have one of these Sky Scorchers alive. It looked like Hearthjax and AJ were dropping really low, getting Buster Shot. AJ is We're
good.
Yeah, Ultimate Penitence is going to help save them for a little bit. This one's going on Hearthjax here. Now, Hearthjax doesn't have an awful lot of defensives available here. No Invis, no Ice Cold. Is there an Altar Full? There is an Altar Full. That helps a lot here. And it looks like we're going to be maybe okay to survive this one. That dot is nasty, but it is survivable for Miscount. So 2 minutes and 10 seconds left to deal with 41% of this. If they can do the same damage that Wunderbar did, they will have the timer here. But can anybody reliably do the same damage that Wunderbar does? That is the question for Miscount. And can they avoid any deaths? Can AJ heal the end of this fight on 10% mana as well?
Here's Bloodlust in 30 seconds.
They'll be able to save it for sure. They can use this to line up with probably the next set of Unholy DK cooldowns, or even with the last Surge if they want to. That'll be up again in another minute. Hearthjack's just now dropping that Surge on the boss, so you can see that touch popping for a ton of damage on the boss. Miscount don't have to do the same damage as Wunderbar. They had an extra 30 seconds. I believe they can do that. They're actually one of the best teams to match the damage of Wunderbar as well. All Miscount has to do is walk it home on the 23 Mogul Raz Dunk here. They've got the battle res back up, and I think they even have the time to potentially expend that should they have to. Obviously, you wouldn't want to. Weird position here. Gatling gun in the corner here. We're not anywhere near the safe spot, but those micro missiles aren't due to come for another few seconds still.
You probably press this Bloodlust whenever the timer has like 45 or 40 seconds remaining, and you just get that purely at the very end of this boss. And yeah, right as those offensive CDs are actually becoming available, we press it with 1 minute remaining. We just want to make sure that it overlaps all of our potential cooldowns here. For Hearthjax and Verb, it's that DT and that Unholy Assault. The Surge is going to be coming up in 15 seconds for Hearthjax, so he's going to be able to get that entire Surge within that Bloodlust timer as well. We need around 10 seconds. That's the budget for us to kill the Goblin as he comes out of the suit. But it looks like Miscount is going to have more than enough time. I think they're going to be somewhere in the order of 15 seconds under the timer here. So Yargi just needs to make sure that he stays safe. He gets PS'd. We go for the bear form as well. We are playing
just
this
moving to
as
where the
safe as
chest is
possible.
going to spawn so we can loot the dungeon chest faster here as Miscount get the boss down with 20 seconds, maybe 15 to spare here at the end of this. A world first plus 23. That world record tag having been briefly taken by Mandatory off of a time improvement, as we can see here at the end of their run. And they actually gained a minute on this. That was really nice, but not as nice as Miscount. Miscount picking up the entire key level higher there. That means all 3 of our teams now are at 107 points, which is phenomenal.
Miscount a time tiebreaker, or tiebreaker criteria,
Miscount
right?
have the dungeon tiebreaker over Wunderbar, yeah. So it's pretty cool.
Miscount
all
first
3 of
place.
our teams at 107 have a different set of dungeons to get there. They each have a different ace up their sleeve, and Miscount with the 23 Motherload have the best one. They have the Joker up their sleeve even, beating the ace here.
It's very rare that you see a team out routing Wunderbar in a dungeon, but Miscount, even with the 4 deaths, here has been on record time and time again stating that Jax and Yargi are the goats of DPS, and maybe this is Miscount's season, baby.
All right, this is a really important run that we are watching for here. 07. They need to get this done in the next 2 minutes to be able to survive today. If you're a Perplex fan, you need something to go wrong for 07 here. You need their damage to falter, because if they're able to get this boss done before 30:55, then they will be able to take that time tiebreaker from Perplexed here and survive until tomorrow, eliminating Perplexed. If not, it will be 07 who are going home instead. So they are going to have about a minute with Lust at the end of this to be able to take this boss from 47% to 0. This is going to be incredibly tight. It's not that plus 23 that we just saw Miscount doing, so a little bit less health that they need to get through, but you can see they immediately shift back onto boss, even though there's still a Sky Scorcher alive, because they know just how tight that check is going to be.
just a pure burn. You said they needed a sub 31 in order to potentially make it through tomorrow, and they will take that spot away from Perplexed. 07, our final dungeon run of the day. Again, a raw DPS race to the finish. I don't even think they're going to get to this final bloodlust. They need to kill this boss in the next minute to make it through to tomorrow. And like we were talking about so many times earlier today, Dratnos, the implications of that. Not only do you get to play for a top 4 spot, potentially play for the win, play for one of those beautiful medals that our team over at Blizzard have crafted for the players, for our top 3 finishers in the tournament, but the prize pool implications are massive. 5-figure difference between going out today in 5th and being a top 4 team tomorrow. You want to be playing on Sunday.
Yeah, this could be a $15,000 blood is life proc here for casual, but is it going to be enough to send the boss home? They only have about 20 seconds left to make this tiebreaker work out, and the boss still has so much health here at 20%. I think 07 heartbreakingly are going to be just on the wrong side of this one. They're going to improve their time, but not by enough, as they are so far behind Perplexed on the time tiebreaker that it had to die. The boss has to be dying right now, and it is not dead. It's not close to dead. It still has so much health. So their best chance is that I've done my math wrong, but I don't think I have this time.
It's not over till the scoreboard changes. It's not over till the scoreboard changes. Where are the believers at?
I'm calling for the 07s for 07. I think that, maybe hoping that Dratnos' math is wrong is a futile endeavor.
Oh, the boss.
Wait, where did that just get teleported? Did the boss corpse fall through the floor? Stop the clock. Kill the boss. Where are we at? 31:25 is the timer. Show us the scoreboard. Is it enough? It is not.
No.
07 off by 29 seconds. Dratnos, you were there. You were off by 1 second. Fractionals. We don't count those. 07 is going to be joining Holy Method, unfortunately, as one of the 2 teams that we're sending home.
They had
those
2 deaths in that run. Do you know how much time
difference.
2 deaths cost you? Is 30 seconds at least, and they were 29
the
away from qualifying.
The $15,000 deaths.
Brutal to see. 07 fought so hard, put up some great runs, but it was not to be. Dratnos' math was mostly accurate there. So we will be seeing 07 and Holy Method heading home today, but a huge thank you to them for competing. And of course, we have our prolific top 4. We have seen some runs that have just blown our minds, with Missed Count currently sitting up at the top after they put up that impressive world record and have continued to do so back and forth with Wunderbar all day. Of course, Mandatory and Perplex both coming in here with these very high scores. It is closer than ever, and honestly, today, while we got to see world record runs that push the boundaries of everything we thought possible, it has given us an incredible setup for tomorrow. So Dratnos, where did our teams end up? What are your thoughts on the leaderboard after this amazing second day of Global Finals?
Yeah, so Perplexed qualified by the skin of their teeth there, by the tiebreaker on time to tomorrow. Every other team has a dungeon that Perplexed doesn't. So Perplexed have that sort of baseline scorecard of the 22 in the Motherlode and the 21 everywhere else. Mandatory have the only 22 Cinderbrew Meadery. Wunderbar have the only 22 Theater, and to me looked like the only team that could do the 21 or 22 Theater. And then Missed Count have the only 23 Motherlode, which Wunderbar were 9.3 seconds away from also adding to their scorecard, which means those 3 teams are at 107. Time tiebreakers are in favor of Wunderbar over Mandatory, but Missed Count don't even need to go to time tiebreakers, which they have pretty good ones in, by the way, but they don't even need it as they have the only 23 of our tournament, and our first tiebreaker is just what's your highest key that you've done. So Missed Count enter tomorrow in the lead. I think all 4 of our teams are going to be looking at the combination of keys that they don't have that the other teams do, and figuring out if they have a way of getting them.
I think that's the super exciting thing to point out, is the fact that we have 3 teams on that 107 scoreline, but all 3 of them got that way through a different dungeon, which means tomorrow, one of these teams is going to be able to get all 3 of those on, in addition to the new dungeon that we're adding to the pool. And there might even be another key level after that that we haven't thought about, and potentially the Priory, or, I don't know, we'll have to see. I mean, we've already seen insane things so far, and they're going to have so much time to push up those keys tomorrow. You aren't going to want to miss a single section of a second of action tomorrow. I mean, it's going to be insane.
I know that we eliminated 2 teams today, but I also do want to shout out all the competitors. The competitors are the people that actually make this kind of event possible. And even though that we trimmed all the way down to 4, we have 4 fantastic teams that are going to be putting up the greatest global finals of all time. I am so stoked. This has been an excellent season.
I know, seriously, I love that as soon as you were just like, yeah, we don't know how high the keys will go tomorrow. What could be the next? And we all, like, hands just start flying up. Like, I don't know, because today, literally, we saw ones going up or so close, or those runs where we're like, hey, this is feasible if it's perfect. And so, given these teams, given the pressure, the competition, I totally agree, Titles. I think tomorrow we are going to see these teams pull off some truly legendary runs. They all seem locked in. These top 4 are so competitive, and it feels like any one of them at any time could give us that perfect run that breaks through from the impossible into the possible. So I cannot wait. But of course, like Zyra was mentioning, you know, we have one final dungeon that's going to be revealed. And, you know, I'm curious here, Tettles, right at the very end, do you have any guesses or thoughts on what the teams might be hoping for or worried about seeing?
Well, I don't know what they're hoping for. Probably whatever dungeon they feel the most confident in between Workshop, Rookery, and Darkflame Cleft. Workshop and Rookery offer different textures because those are kind of those capped dungeons where 21 seems like that's the highest level that can reasonably be done just because there's not a lot of pull diversity that you can really do in there. The Darkflame Cleft, that's something that can be done as high as like a 23 potentially. I don't think there's a world for a 24, but like one-shotting a 23, and if teams actually, like say it is Darkflame Cleft, if you one-shot a 23, same thing if you like one-shot one of the 21s, those are very different experiences for how much time you have to rerun keys at the end of the day.
I think if you're miscount, you're hoping it's not Cleft, because you have the only 23 right now in that mother load. And if you're Wunderbar or Mandatory, you probably are hoping it's the Cleft, because that key can go up to that level as well, maybe, and then you can compete with that tiebreaker without having to go do that mother load, which looked almost impossible.
Yeah, that's such a good point, right? Ultimately, it comes down to how high they can push these keys. And if those keys have the potential for it and teams can pull it off, I mean, yeah, you're going to see those scores going up as a result. So we're going to have to see what happens. But honestly, I feel like all of us are just like ready to be there, ready to be along for the ride, because who knows how high or how far these teams are going to go. And of course, in an MDI that's had more teams and competition than ever, at last, our final 4 teams will put up the keys that will make one of them our War Within Season 2 champions. Every point, every second counts, starting at 10 a.m. PT, 7 p.m. CET. We'll catch you before the dungeons for our pre-show. We'll get the hype going, and everything will come down to tomorrow, Championship Sunday. So don't miss out.